Online games. Level 1 I ended the gods, the big city Xiaoyu. Joshua was reborn and relied on his self-made game helmet to obtain a powerful talent. Experience enhancement. The experience points you get from killing monsters cannot be used to upgrade the character level, but can enhance equipment, props, skills, and special treasures. Gold coin upgrade. You upgrade the character level to consume gold coins, and the value of gold coins depends on your level. Predator trophy. When hunting boss-level creatures, harvest corresponding attribute points or treasures as additional loot. You open the silver predator treasure chest +6 and get 84 free attribute points. You open the epic predator treasure chest +12 and gain 1200 power. Joshua chose not to upgrade, and Joshua at level 1 was invincible. Oh my god, a level 1 hunting angel killed a level 80 legendary boss. The game merged with reality. Joshua stepped on the head of the god, and the level 1 machine ended the god. Chapter 1 Unknown Talent, Chaos. Am I still alive? This is. Joshua opened his eyes and looked at the rental house, feeling familiar and unfamiliar. This narrow and cramped underground space, cold and humid, has been with him for 3 years. How can he forget it? Didn't I die in the hands of the gods? The memory is presented in my mind, the game merges with reality, and disaster erupts. Monsters in the game enter the real world, and there are disasters everywhere. Ordinary monsters are next. After the game merges with reality, the player's strength in the game is synchronized with the real world, and they are not afraid. The most terrifying is the gods. The strength of the gods is too strong, the strongest among the players can touch the threshold of the gods, and it is too difficult to stop the gods from invading. Joshua desperately resisted the invasion of the gods, but in the end he was defeated and exhausted the hands of the gods. His heart was full of sadness, and he never thought that he had just died a moment ago, and he still had a chance to come back. Joshua has a dreamlike feeling. What day is today? Looking at the schedule on the phone, December 12, 2030, is the day of the Eternal Public Beta. Joshua looked at the rough game helmet on the table, and quickly took the game helmet in his hand. This gaming helmet was not purchased from official sources. To be precise, Joshua's family does not allow it. He is just an ordinary worker, and recently lost his job due to illness. Ordinary game helmets are as high as 100,000 soft sister coins, and Joshua is frugal, only 1/3. This is the product of his friend who asked the game company to get the defective core chip of the game helmet, plus the scrap parts with a simple assembly manual. Despite this, the gaming helmet ran out of his little savings. I bought a gaming helmet because Eternity is the first epic making virtual reality. Joshua wants to make money through this game and change his life. Still. Just stay. Joshua grasped the homemade game helmet, like a treasure. This inferior gaming helmet looks ordinary, but in fact it is unusual. It helped Joshua reach the pinnacle of his life. In the previous life, Joshua relied on it to get rid of poverty and became rich, and obtained unimaginable wealth. Likewise, he missed the optimal time for development. Once in his life, Joshua is confident that the game will merge with reality and reach an unimaginable level before the gods invade. Joshua stopped remembering and looked at the time. It was 10 o'clock, he didn't want to waste it, grabbed his helmet and entered the game world decisively. Noisy. The sound of electric current rushing through the helmet was heard. Inferior gaming helmets made people doubt its performance. Maybe it would explode in the next moment, bringing Joshua to cool down. The Eternity game is loading. The system prompt sounded in his ears. Joshua's consciousness connected with the game helmet and entered the deep game world. A vast expanse of sky appeared in front of him, with stars dotted with it, unchanging in the past, as if eternal and immortal. Ask the player to choose a profession. The next moment, the sky scene changed, and 9 huge statues appeared in the field, representing the 9 major career options. Warriors, wizards, knights, assassins, priests, hunters, druids, magicians, and summoners are 9 major occupations. Each profession has its own characteristics and is relatively balanced. In the previous life, Joshua's career was a warrior, which was the choice of most players. Making such a choice is not that Joshua loves fighters, it is just that compared to other professions, fighters save the most money. The nickname Hanging Silk War. Compared with other professions, fighters cost the least on equipment and potions, which can save money. If you choose Fae, you will be a big money burner. Want to rely on Fae to win gold in Eternal? Let's burn 1 million first. Joshua lived a lifetime, and had already planned in his heart. I choose Hunter. In the minds of many players, hunters are affectionately referred to as hunters. It is very difficult to fight and run, fly a kite with bow and arrow, and cooperate with traps and bite people. Joshua's choice of hunters was the result of careful consideration. He knew that Novice Village had a powerful heritage of hunters, wilderness hunters. In addition, hunter skills can play to the potential of their talents. Ding, congratulations to the player for choosing the hunter career, please name the character. Chapter 2. Angel Hunting. Joshua is a man of grudges, and he has not forgotten that the who killed him has wings. He is a birdman, and he simply named him Hunting Angel. The confirmation information is successful, the talent is being acquired. Ding, in the unknown confusion. You get talent, chaos. Joshua couldn't help but grinned. It's great to be a talent that I'm familiar with. This talent is the capital for Joshua to dare to challenge the gods after his rebirth. Chaos, unknown. Type, talent. Effect, experience enhancement. The experience points you get from killing monsters cannot be used to improve the character level, but can enhance equipment, props, skills, and special treasures. The talent cannot be enhanced. Effect, gold coin upgrade. You upgrade the character level to consume gold coins, and the value of gold coins depends on your level. Chapter 2 Advanced Task Reward. Inherit the wonders. Ding, do you adjust your appearance? Sure. Joshua did not modify his appearance in his previous life and suffered greatly. Even if I don't think about it, my appearance is reduced by up to 40%. Even so, my appearance is still pretty. Joshua lost his job because of the working female boss. An aunt in her 40s wanted to take care of her. After she refused, she was fired by her boss for a reason. After adjusting the appearance, the game enters a countdown. Eternal World, I am coming. At this moment, I don't know how many players are excited and enter the Eternal World. In an instant, tens of thousands of novice villages in the national service were crowded with people. In the mountain village of Nuada, the white light kept flashing, and the players were led to this world one after another. In a short time, people shook everywhere, and countless players came and went like ants, which was very lively. It's so hot. Even if the price of a game helmet is as high as 100,000, it still cannot stop the enthusiasm of the players. There is no shortage of rich people in this world. Tens of thousands of novice villages are all full and even a little crowded. A lifetime. Unexpectedly, I will see virtual reality games in my life. Grandpa, this game is real. I can feel the sense of touch and smell, just like the real world. I will burn the game helmet to you when I go offline. Awesome. The game is too real, I don't know if I can do something shameful. Sister, don't be afraid, this is the game world, and you won't lose a piece of meat if you touch it. The player has just entered the world of eternity and is very excited. They look around to the left and right, and are full of curiosity about everything. There are even people who want to engage in the world of eternity, and the results can be imagined. A thunder and lightning fell, and the player who wanted to do it before was directly hit by the lightning. By the way, the small black room was closed for 6 hours. The world of eternity has the protection of women. If you study the safety regulations carefully, you will never do such a foolish thing. Joshua was squeezed in the crowd with a helpless expression, which was out of tune with the excited players around him. It is better to find hidden occupations first. Instead of looking for the village chief who had been packaged into rice dumplings by countless players, he stayed away from the crowd and came to a hunter's house. Orion was busy skinning a wolf, and he didn't even care about Joshua. This happened because Joshua's level was too low to meet the conditions for triggering the task. Sir, I want to buy you a strange thing, the skull of a coyote, do you want to cut your love? Orion looked up at Joshua and replied coldly, not for sale. You can't afford the price. The NPCs in the eternal world are full of humanity, completely equivalent to the natives of another world. Especially after the game merges with reality, it is a living human being. What if I could kill the White Wolf King for you? This is a hidden task, which is unique. It just so happens that Joshua knows all the processes of this task. In order to prevent the hidden profession from being robbed by others, Joshua skipped the previous process and went straight to the subject. Are you sure this sentence is true? If you can really do it, I don't mind giving you the coyote skull. Ding, congratulations on triggering the only hidden mission, kill the White Wolf King. Task content, the White Wolf King killed Orion's son. Orion does not want to kill the White Wolf King all the time. Killing the White Wolf King will get rich rewards. Mission reward, 3,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, 3 potential points, the only hidden mission bonus, 3 free attribute points. Accept. Joshua didn't hesitate, and quickly took over the task. Ding, you got 30 Orion favorability points. Do you want to receive the head of the White Wolf King soon? As long as you promise me to pay me in advance, within 3 days, I will come to see you with the White Wolf King's head. Orion took a deep look at Joshua, pondered for a moment, and nodded heavily. Ding, your task completion time is reduced to 3 days. If you can't complete the task within 3 days, you will enter the blacklist of Orion and you will not be able to trigger all the tasks of the opponent. All basic attributes are -2. Chapter 3. Ding, you get 3,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, 3 potential points and 3 free attribute points. You get a peculiar, coyote skull. Ding, the reward you get is an advance reward. If the task cannot be completed, all the rewards you got will disappear. After getting something satisfactory, Joshua's face was full of smiles. This is a pretty good start. The White Wolf King is a level 10 silver boss. The rewards for his hidden missions are not low. If you change to an ordinary player, your level should be at least LV4. Of course, the experience value is not the biggest gain, but the strange thing that oneself obtains. Coyote Skull. Type, Wonder. Effect, after using it, you can get a hidden job, Wilderness Hunter. Joshua didn't use the Coyote Skull, but looked at his talent, Chaos. Now, it's time for a small test. Ding, did you use experience enhancement on the Coyote Skull? Sure. The evolution interface appears in front of you, and a plus sign appears behind the Coyote Skull. Chapter 3 Joshing Hidden Class, Wilderness Predator. Ding, you consume 200 experience points to strengthen the Coyote Skull to LV1. Ding, you consume 400 experience points to strengthen the Coyote Skull to LV2. Ding, you consume 800 experience points to strengthen the Coyote Skull to LV3. Ding, you consume 1,600 experience points to strengthen the Coyote Skull to LV4. Ding, the Coyote Skull is upgraded to LV4, you get an extra enhancement option. 1. Use the Coyote Skull to get all the skill levels of the Wilderness Hunter +1. 2. A skill obtained by using the skull of a coyote gets a designated evolution. 3. Unstable evolution. The inheritance carried by the Coyote Skull has a 50% chance to evolve into a higher rank inheritance. The experience is strengthened to 4, 8, 12. You can choose an additional option from multiple options. As for the quality of the option, it depends on your own luck. Joshua is lucky, and all 3 options are good. After hesitating for a moment, Joshua decided to choose 3. The effect of 3 is the most gambling. If it fails, it will have no effect. Once it succeeds, it will hide the career evolution and definitely make a lot of money. Give it a try to turn a bike into a motorcycle. The loss of effects 1 and 2 is also acceptable. Ding, you choose 3. Unstable evolution. Ding, congratulations on the player's successful evolution. Coyote Skull +4, Special. Type, Inheritance of Wonders. Effect, after using it, you can get hidden 9-star class, Wilderness Predator. Description, very rare and special strange thing, can obtain very powerful hunter 9-star inheritance. It's a success. Hidden careers have evolved. This is far beyond my expectations. Joshua continued to strengthen, and for one thing, the experience points he had on hand had been exhausted. The second point is that it takes time to strengthen to +8, and there will not necessarily be an extremely rare evolutionary effect. This will greatly waste the speed and efficiency of gaining experience points and improving the strength. The result is very satisfactory. Without hesitation, holding the Coyote Skull +4, Joshua used it quickly. Ding, you use the Coyote Skull +4 successfully, and you get the Hunter 9-star heritage, Wilderness Predator. Ding, you have a passive skill, Wilderness Predation. Ding, you gain skills, Animal Companion, Carrion Demon Wolf, Wilderness Wandering, Dark Trap, and Magic Arrow Making. Wild Predation +4, Passive. Skills for Wilderness Predators. Effect, The Wilderness Gift. Each time you level up, you will get 2 additional free attribute points. Effect: Predator Trophies. When hunting boss-level creatures, you can harvest corresponding attribute points or treasures as additional loot according to their ranks. Boss below their own level will be reduced in profit. Lower than level 10, effect will be reduced to 0, otherwise the effect will increase. The reason Joshua loves Wilderness Hunters is because of the passive effect of Wilderness Predation. The effect given by the Wilderness can only be regarded as general. For a normal 9-star class, each time you level up, you will get an additional 4 points of free attribute points. The additional 2 points of free attribute points are still due to the +4 effect of Wilderness Predators. The reason for this is balance. The reason is, Predator Trophy, you can get free attribute points or extra treasures by killing the boss, there is no upper limit. This effect is the core skill of Wilderness Predators. It was also the reason why Joshua chose the heritage of Wilderness Hunter. After watching the Wild Predation effect, Joshua's face showed satisfaction, and then he looked at other skills. Animal Companion, Carrion Wolf +4. Skills for Wilderness Predators. Chapter 4. Effect: Consuming 40 points of mana, summon 4 Scavenger Wolves to fight for you until you go offline or the Scavenger Wolf dies. The skill cooldown time is 15 seconds, the Scavenger Wolf eats the body of a boss-level creature, and you can get it permanent curing properties and effects. Wandering in the Wilderness +4, passive. Skills for Wilderness Predators. Effect: When you are not attacked or hurt, the movement speed is +140%, and the dodge rate is +70%. After you leave the battle, the effect is re-blessed. Dark Trap +4. Skills for Wilderness Predators. Effect: 30 points of mana are consumed to make a 14 by 14 yard trap. After the target steps on the trap, all targets in the trap receive 84 points of dark damage and 7 seconds of dark chaos effect. The effect has priority, and the dispelling effect below the priority is not available. Expelling: the trap duration is 600 seconds, the number of traps cannot exceed 10 at the same time, and the skill cooldown time is 30 seconds. Magic Arrow Making +4. Skills for Wilderness Predators. Effect: Consume 1 point of magic power to make 3 magic arrows, each magic arrow adds 5 additional points of real damage, cooling time, none. Good. The heritage of Wilderness Predators is far more powerful than you think, especially after strengthening, the power is quite impressive. Joshua looked at all the enhanced skills and found that the action partner that worked best was the Scavenger Wolf. For each level up, an additional Scavenger Wolf will be summoned. Pity. The LV4 effect of the Scavenger Wolf is derived from the Coyote Skull +4, there is no +4 selection effect, which is a small loss. Of course, if the Coyote Skull is not upgraded to LV4, he will not get so many powerful skills. In short, he still makes a lot of money. Chapter 4 Anal Hand, Carrion Demon Wolf. Role: Angel Hunting. Level: LV1. Occupation: Wilderness Predator, 9-star hidden occupation. Talent: Chaos, Unknown. Skills: Reconnaissance, Initial built-in skills, Wilderness Predation +4, Passive, Animal Companion, Scavenger Wolf +4, Wilderness Wandering +4, Passive, Dark Trap +4, and Magic Arrow Creation +4. Attributes: Strength, 5, Constitution, 5, Agility, 7, Spirit, 4. Attack, 15. Health, 100. Magic Value, 80. Defense, 7. Attack Speed, 0.68. Crit, 0.35%. Movement Speed, 21.4, Non-combat movement speed, 51.4. Lucky Value, 5. Wealth, 31 silver coins. The cost of upgrading LV2, 1 gold coin. Equipment: Novice Bow, Attack +5. Clothes: Novice Robe, Defense +2. Having obtained a strong professional inheritance, Joshua didn't intend to stay longer, so he decided to fight monsters and improve his strength first. Outside the Novice Village is far more lively than outside the Novice Village. A large number of players have received novice quests and come to fight monsters outside the village to collect quest materials. For a time, players were looting monsters everywhere outside, and it was very lively. The slime that had just been refreshed had not had time to see the world clearly in the future. Every monster that was spawned faced at least 4 or 5 players, and the competition was too fierce. The involution is too serious. Joshua is not in the mood to join in the fun with ordinary players, which will seriously slow down his speed and efficiency of monster killing. Away from the crowd, he came to another monster area. Pippi Pig, a level 3 wild monster, has no active aggressiveness. The attack power is not strong, and the only advantage is that the skin is thick and thick. The 8 points of defense and 200 points of health make Mingxin look timid. Novice players at level 1 who want to single-handedly challenge the pig will only be consumed alive. There are also a small number of players here. The 5 of them formed a team, and they worked together to kill Pippi Pigs very quickly, and the experience benefits they obtained exceeded Slime's. Seeing Joshua's arrival, his eyes were full of vigilance. We are acquaintances and do not accept outsiders. Joshua was not in the mood to mix with them, and found a secluded area that would not be disturbed by others. When he raised his hand, the summoning light lit up, and 4 scavenger wolves with black and yellow spots on their fur were summoned. How many people are there? Sorry, I'm a team by myself, topping the 5 of you. Carrion Demon Wolf. Hunting Angel Summon. Level, LV1. Attack, 20. Health, 120. Defense, 6. Movement speed, 25. Skills, Bite, Catch, Corrupted Claws. Chapter 5. Special skill, Scorching, swallowing dead monster corpses. You can get a certain temporary effect bonus. The effect lasts until the death of the scavenger wolf or the end of the summoning. When the target of scavenging is a boss-level creature, the effect will be solidified into a permanent effect. Go, bring me 4 skinny pigs over. Joshua raised his hand and arranged a dark trap, standing in place to make magic arrows in batches. The magic arrow has 5 points of extra real damage, and the effect is quite good against the monster with high defense like Pippi Pig. The scavenger wolves moved quickly, slid behind Pippi Pig, and bit down a soft spot. Dig the anus. Joshua looked straight and wanted to cover his face. Are you magic wolves? Or is it? The most outrageous thing is that the first attack position of each scavenger wolf is exactly the same. It has to be confirmed that this is the habit of scavenger wolves. -32. Weakness damage. The Pippi Pigs who were hit by the crit jumped up, their scarlet eyes looked at the scavenger wolves with hatred, and then twisted their hair to attack. The scavenger wolf had received Joshua's order earlier, and after the attack, he turned his head and ran away. The Pippi Pigs who were hit by the dig madly chased the scavenger wolves, and soon broke into the dark trap. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and 84 points of damage emerged from the 4 Pippi Pigs. Affected by the dark chaos, the 4 skin pigs lost their targets of attack and hatred like headless flies. Fire. The 4 scavenger wolves once again placed the target on the part of their bell, and bite frantically. Joshua didn't idle, pulling up the novice bow, and the magic arrows fell again and again towards Pippi Pig. Joshua cooperated with the 4 scavenger wolves. Ding, kill Pippi Pig, you will gain 20 points of experience, and the higher the level 2 to fight monsters, you will gain 4 points of extra experience. Ding, kill Pippi Pig, you will gain 20 points of experience, and the higher the level 2 to fight monsters, you will gain 4 points of extra experience. Ding, kill Pippi Pig, you will gain 20 points of experience, and the higher the level 2 to fight monsters, you will gain 4 points of extra experience. The 4 Pippi Pigs died, and the scavenger wolf hugged the Pippi Pig's carcass and began to gnaw. Ding, your scavenger wolf devours the skin pig, gaining 2 attacks, 2 defense points and 20 health points. This effect is maintained until the scavenger wolf dies or the summoning time expires. The strength of the 4 scavenger wolves has been significantly increased, and their combat power has increased. Chapter 5 Labor and Management are not upgraded. Level 1 Cute New Ambition. The monsters in the world of Eternity have a very low drop rate. They killed 4 Pippi Pigs, 2 Pippi Pigs provided Joshua with 8 copper coins, and the remaining 2 pigs were paupers. Looking at his wealth of only 31 silver coins and 8 copper coins, Joshua felt deeply powerless. This is still the only hidden task payment in advance, otherwise, the net worth is only 108 copper coins. It also includes 100 copper coins as a gift from novices. LV1 upgrade LV2 requires 1 gold coin. This pair of novice players is a huge sum of money, and many players leave the novice village and may not be able to save a gold coin in their hands. Gold coins are the most valuable when the game is just started. The game currency and real currency exchange will not be opened within 1 month after the server is opened. It can only rely on transactions between players. The price of silver coins purchased by local tyrants is 1 silver coin and 1 soft sister coin. This is still LV1 to LV2. The gold coins consumed at each level will increase exponentially, and it will be an astronomical figure in the end. If you are a rich man and are willing to spend money, it will be no problem to rise to level 50 after opening the server for 3 days. But he can't. Alas, the troubles of poverty. It was supposed to belong to the local tyrant, but was acquired by my own poor ghost. In the previous life, in order to get a lot of gold coins and upgrade his level, Joshua did not hesitate to spend experience to make an enhanced version of the artifact for sale in exchange for gold coins. This kind of equipment is quite good and belongs to special equipment. The top equipment earned him a lot of gold coins for upgrading. However, this is also the beginning of trouble. After all, Joshua's special abilities were exposed, and it aroused countless people's hearts. Many big forces extended an olive branch to him, issued tens of millions of sky-high contracts, and a large supply of gold coins. Faced with such a good thing, Joshua admitted that he was tempted. In the end, he found the heavenly temple with the highest bid and signed a contract worth hundreds of millions. I thought I could not be short of money, marry Baifume, and reach the pinnacle of life, but it turned out to be the beginning of a nightmare. At first, the celestial temple greeted each other with smiles, and his attitude was so good that he changed his face completely after signing the contract. Find him in reality, strictly control it, and even limit the supply of gold coins and control the level. The heavenly temple frantically squeezed his value, completely using Joshua as a slave to the heavenly temple. Chapter 6. Imprisoned for these years, I don't know how much equipment has been strengthened for the experience of the Temple of Heaven, and there is no freedom. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank the game for merging with reality, and thank the gods for invading. He was able to escape to life. Although he collected resources to upgrade his level and strength after escaping, it was still too late. The gods will destroy the world, and no one can survive. Joshua joined the battle with the gods and tried his best at the hands of the gods. If there were no black hands and interference from the celestial temple, Joshua believed that when the game merged with reality, he would be able to have a god-level combat power. How did I achieve this result? In the final analysis, it was his demand for gold coins. Need to consume a lot of gold coins to upgrade your level. Relying on oneself to fight monsters alone can't satisfy 1 in 10,000. Only if you have a need will you fall into the trap. Only to sign a billion-level contract for money. In this life, Joshua changed his mind. Labor and capital will not be upgraded anymore. Wait until the game merges with reality and the gods invade, teach him to be a god. No matter who it is, knowing Joshua's thoughts will think he is crazy. Even if your talent is awesome, keeping your level at level 1 is still a waste. What can level 1 players do? Can't wear high-level equipment, can't learn high-level skills, and lack the attribute points added after upgrading. No matter how strong they are limited. It's completely a fool's behavior. Even if it is a leisurely player, it will not control the level at level 1. Joshua didn't have this idea when he was just reborn and returned. Until he got the 9-star hidden job, Wilderness Hunter. This profession is very special. As long as you kill the boss, you can get attribute points. If the number of bosses is enough, the attribute points obtained may not be less than the attribute points brought by upgrades and equipment. The effect of Predator loot is that the greater the level difference between the player and the boss, the higher the profit. Always keep the level at level 1, the gains from killing high-level bosses will be horribly high. In addition, there is another reason. It may not be obvious in the early stage, but in the later stage, there is a tenfold experience gap. Own talent, experience enhancement is far more effective than gold coin upgrade. Working hard to earn more experience points is king. The attributes gained by leveling up are far inferior to killing a few bosses by yourself, and gaining higher income after strengthening the attribute point treasure chest. The optimal solution is when the level is compressed at LV1, and the benefit of experience value is maximized. It will not be too constrained. When the strength reaches a certain level, the difficulty of obtaining gold coins will also be greatly reduced. It's really difficult to solve the trouble, or it's hard to kill the boss, and it's not too late to choose to upgrade. The more I think about it, the more I think this idea is feasible. That's a fart level. After labor and management, it will be a new level. Chapter 6 You Are So Ugly. I'm ugly. 1/5. Without the pressure to upgrade the gold coins, Joshua suddenly felt a lot easier. Joshua was soaked by the method, and 4 pigs fell down again. As the boss, Joshua's strength is a bit weak. Except for the damage explosion of the dark trap, he relies on 4 scavenger wolves for output at other times. Strengthen it first. Killed 8 skin pigs and gained 192 experience points, which can be strengthened by experience. The skills are all upgraded to LV4, and 192 experience points cannot be strengthened. At present, the only things that can be strengthened are the novice bow and novice commoner on his body. After the former experience is strengthened, you can greatly improve your own monster killing efficiency. The lost experience points can be earned back quickly by relying on the advantage of combat power, and it is still a big profit. Ding, do you consume 10 experience points to strengthen the novice bow? Sure. Ding, novice bow enhancement +1, attack +2. Ding, do you consume 80 experience points to strengthen the novice bow +4? Ding, the novice bow is strengthened to +4, and the attack is +5. The lower the quality and level of equipment, the less experience points need to be consumed. This is also the benefit of low-level and quality equipment. Even so, the novice bow is strengthened to +4, and it still consumes 150 experience points. Ding, please choose one of the next 3 strengthening options as the strengthening effect. 1. Strength +4. 2. Attack +10. 3. Damage +5%, rare, the bonus effect is limited to improving the novice bow. The damage +5% early effect is not as good as the first 2, but if it continues to be strengthened, the follow-up effect is much higher than the first 2. Chapter 7. It's a pity that the initial enhancement effect is too spicy, and the effect can be seen at least after it is strengthened to +10, or even higher. Joshua didn't plan to spend too much energy on the novice bow, but chose the number 2 option with the most obvious effect. Novice bow +4, white. Level, LV1. Attack +29. Good. Novice equipment at level 1 can increase attack power by 29 points, which is also the attack power when replaced with level 10 black iron weapons. The only drawback is that there is no additional attributes of black iron weapons. After the equipment was strengthened, Joshua's attack power increased to 39 points. The fighting power can finally surpass the scavenger wolf. After the equipment was upgraded, Joshua's speed and efficiency in fighting monsters were obviously improved. Affected by the scavenger wolf, his arrow involuntarily aimed at Pippi Pig's anus, and the damage he hit was obviously strengthened. -80. Weakness damage. Once Joshua and the 4 scavenger wolves set fire to a target at the same time, Pippi Pig's was frustrated, and 200 HP could not stand it, and crashed down. Whenever Pippi Pig dies, the scavenger wolf immediately devours it, increasing its strength. Use war to support war, the more war is stronger. As the battle continued, the attributes of each scavenger wolf increased rapidly. The fighting power was far away from the Pippi Pig, and the Pippi Pig nearby was also cleaned up by Joshua. All became Joshua's experience. Where's the monster here? The 5-person team struggled to clean up the nearby monsters, all levels were upgraded to LV2, and the monster killing efficiency was significantly improved. They moved in the direction of Joshua, and after reaching their destination, they were all dumbfounded. The purpose is to fill the ground with pig carcasses, with dozens of them. Under the command of a young man, the 4 huge magic wolves acted like wind. With just 1 pounce, the last strong piggy was already down. There is no longer a live piggy around. The 5-man squad was a little dazed and couldn't believe his eyes at all. Is this really a person's credit? Wait, how could he have 4 scorpions? Isn't the hunter only able to summon a go? Even if it is a summoner whose main battle is with summons, it is impossible to summon 4 summons in the early stage. The strength of the summons is mostly weaker than the players. The 4 tugas of this mysterious player in front of them are too strong, and their lethality far exceeds that of the player. It's too ridiculous. Is this guy hanging up? For a moment, they couldn't help but throw a reconnaissance on Joshua. The information obtained is very simple, the occupational equipment is hidden, the skills cannot be seen, only the opponent's LV1 can be seen. Are you kidding me? Killed so many Pippi Pigs, not to mention LV2, even if it goes up to LV3, there is no problem. The result is LV1. Several people looked like hell. Even suspected that the investigation found the problem. There is no doubt that this is a big guy who is so powerful. The female player among the 5 was blinking brilliantly. If he could bring him an upgrade, his upgrade speed would be much faster. The female player has not paid much attention to the licking around her, ignoring the expressions in these people's eyes, and said in her voice, "The great god is so amazing. Are you the great of the Hall of Fame? The great god is so amazing. Can my little brother take me to upgrade?" The 2 female players approached with smiles on their faces. Joshua glanced faintly on the faces of the 2 women. His appearance was 7 points. Considering that female players usually increase their appearance to the highest level, it is conceivable that the appearance of these 2 women is not so good. "You are so ugly." "I refuse to be ugly." The new book asks for everything. Chapter 7 Kill the Boss. Predator Treasure Chest. February 5th New book Ask for everything. This can be seen from Joshua's refusal to be taken care of by the boss ant. If the person who intends to take care of him is a Baifume Lolita, Joshua will agree without hesitation after being thought out. After all, he still looks at his face. "Who do you think you are? Want to let labor and management take you to upgrade?" Chapter 8. After Joshua finished speaking, he turned his head and left. Ugly rejection. Is this because we are ugly? When the 2 women heard this, their hairs were blown up instantly. The female player whose ID name is Huijia Narcissus is even more angry. She lived to be 18, and no one had arranged her to be ugly. She has a very good looks, no matter on campus or in society, there is never a shortage of people who pursue her. Since childhood, she has always been treated as a princess, and she is very fond of her. Narcissus was fed up with these flies. This time he entered eternity and deliberately lowered his appearance to reduce unnecessary trouble. Although I lowered my appearance, it definitely has nothing to do with the word ugly. She had never been called this way, and it was a bit difficult to accept for a while. She gritted her teeth with anger, and even wanted to take out her own photo, so that this low-eyed guy could know what a real little fairy is. Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling she is, she has no chance to play. Joshua relied on the amazing extra movement speed bonus of the Wild Wanderings, and he had already thrown a few people far away. "Damn hunting angel! I remember you." Narcissus screamed unwillingly and stamped his feet with anger. The few male companions around him were all her youngsters, who had long admired in their hearts, and quickly comforted, "What kind of is this guy? The level is only level 1. Maybe it's luck to get a hidden class, and the upgrade speed is so slow, it will soon become obsolete. This kind of guy who only judges people by appearance is too superficial. If you let him know Siener's appearance, I guess he will regret it." Narcissus felt much better after hearing the comfort of her little partner. Joshua didn't know that he was hated by someone who deliberately pretended to be ugly, and with the 4 scavenger wolves whose strength had soared, he was about to leave the wild area of Pippi Pig. At this moment, Pippi Pig refreshed again. "What? This is the king of Pippi Pig." Joshua, who was about to leave, was attracted by a Pippi Pig who was 1 size bigger, and his eyes looked straight. "Kill it." After being transferred to a wilderness predator, the most direct way to quickly become stronger is to hunt down the boss and obtain a predator treasure chest. This is also the biggest reliance that one dares to limit his strength to level 1 without upgrading. Kill the king of pigs first, and see how many rewards you can get from killing the boss. First, get rid of the surrounding pigs. The king of Pippi Pig has command skills. If you don't give priority to solving the mobs, Joshua will face a large number of Pippi Pigs at the same time, which is very stressful. The speed of solving Pippi Pig is very fast, and the king of Pippi Pig will become a polished commander. It was still eating the grass leisurely, not knowing that his little brother had all been dealt with, and a hunter was watching it. "Little pig, come over to me." Joshua threw an arrow at the Pippi Pig king from afar, and he was in his forehead. 24. The Pippi Pig king suddenly fell into a rage and rushed towards Joshua. Click. One foot stepped into the trap that Joshua arranged in advance, the darkness exploded, and the king of Pippi Pig fell into a dark chaos that lasted for 7 seconds. Seeing the opportunity, the 4 scavenger wolves all ran towards the Pig King. The Pippi Pig King became more and more crazy after eating pain. However, it was dark in front of him, and it suddenly fell into chaos. After 7 seconds, King Pippi Pig's health bar dropped by 99%. Roar. The Pippy Pig King let out an unwilling roar, and his body crashed to the ground. Ding! You kill the Pippy Pig King and get 300 experience points. Because you kill monsters at level 2, the extra experience bonus is 60 points. The ground flickered, and a black shining handguard and boots appeared in front of Joshua. Leather gauntlets, black iron. Type, gauntlets. Strength +2. Attack +5. Professional requirements, none. Requirement level, LV1. Leather boots, black iron. Type, boots. Agility +2. Chapter 9. Defense +2. Movement speed +3. Professional requirements, none. Requirement level, LV1. The two pieces of equipment were good, both of which Joshua could wear. In addition, there were 120 copper coins. Joshua ignored the equipment, looked at an illusory treasure chest, and gently picked it up. Predator's treasure box, black iron. Type, treasure chest, exclusive person, hunting angel, others cannot open it. Effect, open the Predator treasure chest, you can get 2 points of power, and a kind of random treasure. Joshua didn't open the treasure chest for the first time, as if thinking of something, his eyes lit up. Can I use experience enhancement by myself to enhance the treasures of predators and use it to increase income? Ding, you spend 100 points of experience to strengthen the Predator treasure chest successfully. Chapter 8 Black Iron Artifact. Whispers of the Wind. 3/5 new book for everything. Predator's treasure box +1, black iron. Type, treasure chest, exclusive person, hunting angel, others cannot open it. Effect, open the Predator treasure chest, you can get 3 power points and 2 random treasures. Seeing the effect of experience enhancement, Joshua's eyes lit up. 100 experience points were exchanged for 1 extra power, and there were 2 random types of treasures, making a lot of money. There are still a lot of accumulated experience points in his hand, and there is no hesitation to strengthen the Predator treasure chest. Ding, you consume 200 experience points, and the Predator treasure chest is +2. Ding, you consume 800 experience points, and the Predator treasure chest is +4. Ding, Predator treasure chest enhancement +4, you get an additional enhancement option. 1. Strength +5. 2. Add 2 additional treasures. 3. Random 1 kind of treasure gets the quality improvement. Joshua hesitated and decisively chose 1. Treasure, who knows what it is? It is still the most practical to increase attributes, which can speed up the efficiency of killing monsters and increase the speed of gaining experience points. In the future, the experience value is sufficient, you can try additional treasures. The Predator treasure chest was strengthened to +5, Joshua could not continue to strengthen, and quickly looked at his masterpiece. Predator's treasure box +5, black iron. Type, treasure chest, exclusive person, hunting angel, others cannot open it. Effect, open the Predator treasure chest, you can get 22 points of power, and 7 kinds of random treasures. Amazing. 22 points of strength. There are also 7 random types of treasures. In contrast, the treasure dropped by the boss is the spicy chicken. Open the treasure chest. Ding, congratulations for increasing your power attribute by 22 points. Ding, you get the Whispers of the Wind, black iron, a small magic potion, 20 silver coins, a leather trench coat. The 7 treasures are good, but compared to the Predator's chest, they are far behind. Originally, the benefits of the Predator's treasure chest were quite generous, and with the experience enhancements added to the talent chaos, it was extremely powerful. Also promoted to fart level. The attribute points obtained by the upgrade are not so good to open an enhanced version of the Predator treasure chest. The 2 pieces of equipment obtained after opening the treasure are very practical, and the initial equipment requirements are low. The Whispers of the Wind, black iron. Type, longbow. Strength +1. Agility +1. Attack +12. Requirement level, LV1. Limited occupation, hunter. Effect, Wind Whisper Arrow, when you attack the target, the arrow's flying speed is increased by 30%, and there is a 5% chance to shoot an additional wind arrow with the same damage. Very good little equipment. For ordinary players, this bow is a bit tasteless, the effect of the added attributes of level 1 equipment is too poor, and the trigger rate of Wind Whisper is only 1%, which is too low. But for Joshua, it was really an artifact sent from heaven. Once this piece of equipment is strengthened, it is a proper artifact. Seeing that there are hundreds of experience points on hand, without even thinking about it, he smashed it down. In order to strengthen the Whispers of the Wind to the most powerful state, Joshua did not directly strengthen the weapon itself, but chose to strengthen the effect. Yes, experience enhancement can directly enhance the effect of weapon carrying. Ding, do you consume 100 experience points to strengthen the effect of Whispers of the Wind, Wind Whisper Arrow? Sure. Chapter 10. Ding, do you consume 400 experience points to strengthen the effect of the Whisper of the Wind, Wind Whisper Arrow? Sure. The experience value in his hand was only enough to strengthen it 3 times, and Joshua was very satisfied. The Whispers of the Wind, Black Iron. Type, Longbow. Strength +1. Agility +1. Attack +12. Requirement level, LV1. Limited occupation, Hunter. Effect, Wind Whisper Arrow +3. When you attack the target, the arrow's flight speed is increased by 45%, and there is a 20% chance to shoot 4 additional wind arrows with the same damage. This effect is too abnormal. 20% chance to shoot 4 more wind arrows equal to damage. Equivalent to a 1/5 probability to trigger 5 times the damage. This perverted effect may only appear on a perverted Hunter artifact bow, and will never appear on an LV1 Hunter Black Iron weapon. Anyone who saw this piece of equipment would be stunned in shock. Amazing. Without hesitation, Joshua quickly replaced this Whisper of the Wind. This equipment is an absolute artifact in the eyes of hunters. Even in the later stages, there is a lot of use. The hunter only needs to replace a piece of equipment that increases attack power, and with this Whisper of the Wind, the effect is equivalent to the unlimited AoE skill. Unlike skills such as Mage, Hunter AoE has very few skills. Many people are willing to decide their future equipment and skills for such a longbow. If Joshua took out this LV1 Black Iron grade equipment for sale, players who know the goods can definitely make millions of asking prices. It is unimaginable to put it on an LV1 Black Iron grade equipment. Joshua was hot in his heart, and he quickly replaced this small artifact he had obtained, and he was full of joy in his heart. Hurry up to fight monsters, earn experience, I want to strengthen the equipment. Chapter 9 Rare Skill, Rapid Fire. 4/5 new book for everything. Having just obtained a small artifact, Joshua felt happy. After the equipment was replaced, the attack power did not drop much, and it also benefited from the additional 22 points of power from the Predator treasure. At this moment, his attack power reached 75 points. The 4 scavenger wolves are also eating around the corpse of the Pippy Pig King. Ding, your summoned scavenger wolf devours the corpse of the Pig King, permanently gaining attack power +10, health +200, and defense +3. Not only Joshua's strength was greatly benefited by the King of Pippy Pig, but even the 4 scavenger wolves also benefited greatly. Swallowing the boss adds permanent attributes. Happy in his heart, Joshua left the monster area of Pippy Pig and came all the way to the level 5 deer jumping area. Jumping deer, like skin pigs, are gentle animals and have no aggressiveness. Looking around, he didn't find the jumping deer boss. It seems that all the nearby jumping deer must be resolved before the boss can be refreshed. Let's start. Joshua didn't plan to let go of a boss, even though he could challenge more advanced monsters. He decided to give priority to solving jumping deer. Fire. 4 scavenger wolves were sent to deal with a jumping deer. After successive devouring, the fighting power of the scavenger wolves has been increased to an extremely powerful level. The attributes of the scavenger wolves are more than level 5 jumping deer, and 5 scavengers the wolves shot together, and the record was impressive. Joshua deliberately experimented with his own combat effectiveness. He didn't fight with the scavenger wolf. The wind whispered and the magic arrow shot out. Perhaps it was his luck. The first attack triggered the wind whisper arrow effect. The arrows formed by the 4 winds flew out and landed on the jumping deer in no particular order. The poor jumping deer hadn't reacted yet, and died tragically on the spot with his big stunned eyes. Spike. Kill level 5 monsters at level 1. Joshua couldn't help laughing. Ding, congratulations on killing the jumping deer. You have gained 30 experience points. As you go to level 4 to fight monsters, you get a 40% extra experience bonus, and you gain 42 experience points. Continue. With his current combat power, it was too easy to deal with the jumping deer. After half an hour, the jumping deer was finally cleared. Joshua finds a place to rest for a while, wait for the monsters to refresh, and make magic arrows in batches. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Joshua's arrows increased by 1,000, and the monster finally refreshed. Got you. Chapter 11. Joshua saw the most majestic jumping deer in the herd, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. The wolf cubs are working. The scavenger wolf is not low in wisdom, and also looks at the king of jumping deer, unable to conceal the desire in his eyes. The jumping deer fell one by one, and soon, there was only a lone deer left in the jumping deer herd. It is still an international practice that the scavenger wolf sneaks its and then leads the king of jumping deer into a dark trap. While the king of jumping deer was caught in the dark and chaotic gap, Joshua pulled the bowstring and output frantically. The king of jumping deer is worse than the king of skin pigs. The blood flow is like a waterfall. In addition, Joshua has fortunately exploded twice with the arrow of wind. Before the dark chaos effect is over, the king of jumping deer has fallen down. Ding, congratulations on killing the king of jumping deer. You have gained 500 experience points. Because you kill monsters at level 4, you get a 40% extra experience bonus, and you get an extra 200 experience points. Several pieces of black iron equipment. Joshua glanced at it hastily and then withdrew his gaze. Different from the equipment dropped by killing the king of Pippy Pig, the equipment obtained by killing the king of jumping deer is all LV5, which is not used at all. This equipment can only be sold. The rank of the predator treasure is the same as the rank of the treasure chest that kills the Pippy Pig king, and the rank of the predator treasure is opposite to the rank of the boss. However, this time the increase is free attribute points. Compared to the first evolution, Joshua was well prepared this time. 6,300 experience points were dropped, and it was strengthened to +6 in one breath. During the period, I got an extra choice, and the choice was still free attribute points. Ding, you open the predator treasure chest and get 28 free attribute points. Ding, you get black horn hat, black iron, 30 silver coins, rapid shot, rare, long horn hammer, black iron. The current strength is sufficient, but the agility is too low. Agility is very important for hunters. It can affect movement speed, crit rate, and dodge. These types are very important for hunters with low blood volume. 20 points of free attribute points are allocated to agility, and the remaining 8 points add strength. Hey, it's shipped. Joshua looked at the skill book he had obtained, rapid shooting. Rapid fire, rare. Type, skill. Requirement level, LV1. Limited occupation, hunter. Effect, consume 10 points of magic power. Within 15 seconds, the attack speed is increased by 30%, and the skill cooldown time is 60 seconds. This is a hunter's skill, which can increase your shooting speed in a short period of time. It is quite practical. It is still an LV1 skill and learns decisively. With 3,000 plus experience points on hand, Joshua hesitated for a moment, but decided to strengthen the weapon first. At present, in addition to strengthening the predator's treasure chest, the enhanced weapon is the one that has the highest temporary promotion benefit. Chapter 10. Ignore the Arrow of the Wind. 5/5 new book for everything. Ding, did you consume 400 experience points to strengthen the Whispering Wind Arrow of Wind Whisper? Sure. Ding, do you consume 1,600 experience points to strengthen the Whispering Wind Arrow of Wind Whisper? Sure. Ding, Whisper of the Wind's Arrow of Wind Whisper is upgraded to LV4, and you get an additional enhancement option. 1. When the Wind Whisper arrow effect is triggered, an additional wind arrow will be added. 2. The chance of triggering is increased by 5%. 3. The Arrow of the Wind has the effect of ignoring defense. The first two work well, but some of the effects are not good enough. Ignoring defense is quite powerful for high armor units. With this effect, the power of this equipment will be greatly improved in the future. The Whispers of the Wind, black iron. Type, longbow. Strength +1. Agility +1. Attack +12. Requirement level, LV1. Limited occupation, hunter. Effect, Wind Whisper arrow +5. When you attack the target, the arrow's flight speed is increased by 75%, and there is a 40% chance to shoot 6 additional arrows with the same damage, ignoring defense. Incredible. Joshua smiled brightly, and his combat power was greatly improved. He opened the panel to check his attributes. Role, Angel Hunting. Level, LV1. Occupation, Wilderness Predator, 9-star hidden occupation. Talent, Chaos, Unknown. Skills, Reconnaissance, initial built-in skills, Wilderness Predation +4, passive, Animal Companion, Scavenger Wolf +4, Wilderness Wandering +4, passive, Dark Trap +4, Magic Arrow Creation +4, Haste Shooting. Attributes, Strength, 38, Constitution, 5, Agility, 29, Spirit, 4. Attack, 93. Health value, 150, Leather Windbreaker +50. Chapter 12. Magic value, 80. Defense, 12. Attack speed, 0.88. Crit, 1.45%. Movement speed, 25.8, non-combat movement speed, 61.9. Lucky value, 5. Wealth, 93 silver coins and 42 copper. The cost of upgrading LV2, 1 gold coin. Weapon, Whispers of the Wind. Clothes, leather trench coat. Gauntlets, leather gauntlets. Boots, leather boots. There is no magic recovery potion, it's time to go back. The drop rate of items such as magic potions is not high, and I want to fight to keep fighting. The mana recovery value is very slow, and the effect is almost nothing. Joshua needed mana points to make arrows in batches and use dark traps, so he could only go back once, and by the way, clear the equipment in the package. LV5 level equipment is not available, it is a pity to lose the shop. While the player's level has not yet risen to LV5, you can sell the highest price. As for the enhanced equipment, the last life suffered a big loss and will not sell it anyway. Strengthening the novice bow, he would rather lose a shop to earn a copper coin than reveal his talents. Over time, the player with the highest level has risen to LV4, and the mainstream player level has also reached LV3. After leaving the slime and Pippy Pig, many people's combat power has been improved, and their eyes are on the LV5 level jumping deer. Compared with other wild monsters, this kind of wild monster has the advantage of being docile and easy to deal with in the early stage. If you provoke a monster with an active attack, provoke a large group and die directly. There will be no loss of experience points for each death in the game of Eternity every day, and the second death will drop 1 level. No one wants to drop out for no reason. However, when the players rushed to the wild monster area of Jumping Deer, they were all dumbfounded. No living creatures can be seen in the wild monster area of Nuada, only the dead deer carcasses that have not been refreshed. Who is this big shot? Such an amazing speed of clearing the field, or killing level LV5 monsters, is enough to shock players with the highest level of LV4. The person involved has already returned to the novice village. At this moment, the number of players is much smaller than before, and it is no longer crowded. Sell black iron equipment, the quantity is limited, if you want to buy it as soon as possible. Black iron equipment. Sell. Are you really kidding me? The monster drop rate in the Eternal game is too low. Even if it is a piece of white equipment, you may not be able to drop one if you kill 20 or 30 monsters. As for the black iron equipment, it will only appear when you kill boss level monsters, and the chance of ordinary monsters falling is extremely low. They were still worrying about a piece of white equipment, and never thought that someone had already sold black iron equipment. For a time, the players who heard the sound immediately surrounded Joshua. No way, Joshua's equipment is too luxurious compared to players who are still wearing novice equipment. Already possessed 4 pieces of equipment, all of which glowed black. 4 pieces of black iron grade equipment. There is still room to sell. This is simply going against the sky. I don't know how many players looked at Joshua's equipment, and the halotzi almost came out. Brother, is there any trick to get so many black iron equipment? For a time, countless people raised their ears, hoping to get a shortcut. They would not believe it if they changed to what others said. In Joshua's words, they are going to experiment. Just hit it and drop it. Considering that there will be no shortage of advanced equipment for sale in the future, he thought for a moment. Maybe my lucky value is higher. The lucky value is indeed linked to the drop rate. The higher the lucky value, the higher the drop rate. Unlike the 4 basic attributes, the lucky value cannot be boosted with free attribute points. I don't know if the Predator's treasure chest can get lucky points. Chapter 11. Don't even think about buying labor management equipment no matter how much money. 1/5. It turns out that it's only Euroga. The onlookers could not imitate even though they were at heart. At this moment, they were instead focusing on the equipment Joshua sold. The attributes of black iron equipment are far away from white equipment. Needless to say, there are a lot of level 5 black iron equipment. With the current player's conditions, one can be obtained, and the combat power far exceeds the same level. Especially when you get such a piece of equipment at the novice stage, it is easier to stand out from the rookies. Chapter 13. For a time, countless players were moved. I bid 20 silver coins for this equipment. 30 silver coins. A group of poor people. Joshua was unable to vomit. The price of black iron equipment is not too high, especially the first and fifth black iron equipment, which is not worth the price in the later stage. Since the game server has just opened, players have very little currency, and 30 silver coins are pretty good. But this is the early stage of the game. Basically, black iron level equipment can only be obtained by killing the boss. Except for Joshua, there is no black iron grade equipment on the market. There is no market. This represents the possibility of a high premium for black iron equipment. 30 silver coins. Send a beggar. Poor, don't join in the fun if you don't have money. Joshua smiled coldly. I might as well lose the shop with this little money. This sentence annoyed many people, and some people snorted, who is the poor? Labor and capital are not bad for money. 3W soft sister coin, tell me the bank account, I want all your equipment. 5W soft sister coin, I have reserved. The price they offered was not low, and the 5W soft sister coin far exceeded Joshua's expectations. Joshua shook his head and refused decisively. The previous life caused trouble because of his identity exposure, and in this life, he will never repeat the same mistakes. Why don't you think there is too little money? Don't go too far. 5W soft sister coins to buy a few over equipment for novices, it is already a sky-high price, don't be too greedy. Joshua's performance was regarded as low-priced, and many people thought that he was too black-hearted. 3 pieces of LV5 level black iron equipment, do you still want to sell 1 million soft sister coins? I only accept gold coin transactions. The higher the price is. Only accept gold coin transactions. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Does this guy think there is too much money? Equipment is sold by gold coins, and it is difficult for current players to come up with gold coins higher than 5W soft sister coins. No matter how you look at it, this is a loss-making business. All of a sudden, the wise men quickly began to buy gold coins. Not to mention anything else, wouldn't it be possible to make a small profit by reselling it to a local tyrant with an asking price of 50,000? 1 gold coin. The offer attracted more and more people, and more people came to watch. There are even people who open a stall next to them, buying gold coins at a high price, and are willing to double the premium. Ordinary players are happy to join in the fun and earn some pocket money. Equipment quotations have gone up. The first thing that was sold was the LV1 black iron grade equipment, which was exchanged for 52 silver coins for Joshua. 2 pieces of LV5 grade black iron equipment are the most attractive, and their prices are rising. I give out 5 gold coins. This is the highest price ever offered. So you are selling equipment. The one who shouted was the group of 5 people who had a two-sided relationship with Joshua, and the one who spoke out was also the Hua family Narcissus who secretly hated Joshua Ji. Then I don't want it. Xiao Nyangpai is very hateful. Didn't you just refuse her to form a team? You want it, but labor and capital don't sell it yet. 5 gold coins are equivalent to 500 yuan soft sister coin, even if it is purchased at a high premium now, it is only 1,000 yuan. Want to buy it at this price? Really, there are no second-hand dealers in the game. I give out 8 gold coins. Someone offered a higher price. 20 gold coins. In an instant, someone super doubled directly. This was the first stall owner to start the acquisition. It was acquired at a premium of 3 times. It is also the richest player among the current players. Hua's Narcissus was stunned, but Joshua's equipment was still so popular. Are there any higher bids? Especially when she saw Joshua's satisfied appearance, she gritted her teeth with hatred. Chapter 14. Sometimes people are guilty. Others say that the equipment will not be sold to you, but Hua's Narcissus wants to get it even more. 3 times the high price of gold coins. There is no need for Hua's Narcissus to start, and a few licking around spend a lot of money to buy gold coins. At such a high price, I received more than 20 gold coins in a short period of time. It's just a few $1,000s, and it's too profitable to please beauties. 25 gold coins. When you treat me as fart, even if you offer 1 million gold coins, labor and capital will not sell it. Joshua just wanted to clean up the spicy chicken in his backpack, and didn't want to look at other people's faces. Do you think you can buy my equipment if you have money? I'm sorry, I won't sell you. With a strong talent, making money is not too easy. The equipment is for you. Joshua found the player who had bid for 20 gold coins and completed the transaction. The other one was also sold for 18 gold coins. Narcissus was so angry that she had never hated such a person. You wait for me. To make my Sienna angry, you will stay in Novice Village forever. There is no need for Narcissus to speak, but Ligo threateningly threatened. Chapter 12 The Scavenger Wolf Who Doesn't Talk About Martial Ethics. February 5th. Can't leave Novice Village. This is indeed a problem. The level has always been controlled at level 1, and it is indeed impossible to leave the Novice Village. Others can't help it, doesn't mean Joshua can't help it. At least, he knows at least 3 ways to leave. The first is to use a special teleporter to leave. The second type is that the Novice Village has special tasks. Upon receiving this type of task, you will have the authority to leave the Novice Village. The last one is a special skill, to hide from the sky. This skill can deceive the NPC to achieve what you want. The third is what Joshua wants most. This skill can also be strengthened with experience, and he doesn't need to be restricted, which makes it impossible to receive high-level tasks. Boy, put your eyes on bright spots, some people are not something you can provoke. Take out your equipment as compensation. If Sienna is satisfied, you can spare your life. The young man who opened his mouth was arrogant and arrogant. He tried his best to express himself in front of his beloved woman. Do you want to abuse me? Who gave you confidence? Joshua laughed, with a bright smile. Joshua hooked his fingers when he saw the face of the young man who opened his mouth suffocating the color of pig liver. Don't talk nonsense, let's leave the safe zone and go out to practice. The provocative Yi Lufiqing had seen Joshua's amazing combat power, so he wouldn't be stupid enough to fight Joshua now. I don't need to fight with you, I don't need to act, someone will solve you naturally. Only the weak will be brave, and the strong will work hard. As long as I spend some money, someone is willing to take care of you. Money is a magical thing, and its effect is so great that you can't imagine it. Joshua laughed softly. After doing it for a long time, are you just persuaded? The other people didn't think it was too big to see the excitement, and they all yelled. Don't persuade. Whoever persuades is go. I'm afraid what he is doing, he is only level 1, you are already level 4. Is this a go who can only bark? He has a big tone and a little courage. Joshua smiled, pointed to the 4 scavenger wolves behind him, and whispered, my profession is a hunter, and I don't bully you, as long as you can beat my go. Don't say you are not as good as a go. If you don't have the strength, you still want to behave in front of women. Do you think women will like this kind of spicy chicken? This sentence seemed to sting Yi Lufiqing's soft heart. Narcissus has many suitors, and her own conditions are indeed good, but compared with some of her suitors, she has no core competitiveness. It seems like a good performance opportunity right now. I really want to see the strength of your summons. The investigation was lost. Although they did not obtain all the attributes of the scavenger wolf, where can the level 1 summons go? After saying something, Yi Lufiqing left the novice village safety zone in stride for fear of Joshua's repentance. What a joker! Seeing the other party's impatient death, Joshua laughed dumbly. He turned his gaze to Narcissus, and the other party looked indifferent, as if he was accustomed to this situation. Chapter 15. What to look at? Seeing Joshua Wang's gaze, she looked bad and gave Joshua a fierce look. Only women and villains are difficult to raise, and the ancients sincerely don't deceive me. Kill him and take you to eat meat today. Joshua patted one of the scavenger wolves, and the scavenger wolf who received the order rushed towards Luoya Feiqing. Hit! The novice sword in the opponent's hand slashed, and a sword slashed at the head of the scavenger wolf. However, the scavenger wolf is very fast, and it is not like the pippy pigs that were hunted before. Joshua can be controlled remotely. The scavenger wolf was short and dodged the sword lightly. It lightly circled behind Yi Lufiqing, opened its big mouth, and bit down as heavily with its fangs. Anal attack. -108. Weakness damage. Yi Lufiqing's HP dropped by a large amount at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, he is a knight class. Most of the free attribute points gained from upgrades are used to increase his physique. Otherwise, he might be killed by the scavenger wolf in one blow. Fuck. Is this still a summon? I'm afraid the boss can't compare the damage. Perverted. This is not a hang-up. Mom. This big guy has 4 powerful summoners. I finally know why this big guy can get so many awesome equipment. Everyone was stunned by the amazing combat power of the scavenger wolf summoned by Joshua. It was still a level 1 summoned item, and it could actually deal 100 plus damage. Don't forget, there are 4 summoners. Yi Lufiqing was equally stunned, only feeling that there was a flower in front of him, and he had lost the trace of the scavenger wolf. Then there was a pain in the buttocks. Chrysanthemum was frustrated, and his health plummeted by more than half. This didn't speak martial ethics, and actually carried out a sneak attack. And still sneaking into his privacy position. Seeing that there were people recording videos around, Yi Lufiqing exploded immediately. If we have the ability, let's fight head-on, don't engage in sneak attacks. The scavenger wolf wouldn't pay attention to this guy, and attacked it for the second time. Yi Luofileo didn't have the power to resist and died tragically on the spot. He was taken to death by Dig alive. Chapter 13 The Temple of War. Labor and capital don't cheat you to your surname. March 5th. Ended. This is too fast. Everyone couldn't help but look at Joshua, with an incredible color in their eyes. There is no doubt that the hunting angels are extremely powerful. Is the hunter so strong? I regret why I didn't choose the hunter. Can I still delete my account and practice again? The same hunter, why is the gap so big? Era, how come you don't even have a tenth of the opponent's combat power? The level 1 summons killed the level 4 knight with 2 attacks. I am a bit suspicious of life. Boss, do you sell it? Countless people cast eager gazes at Joshua. You wait for me, I have written down this grudge. As a loser, Yi Lufiqing left a harsh word and slipped away. But before leaving, Wajia Narcissus gave Joshua a deep look. This woman really has a brain problem. Angel hunting, Tamarin Guild invites you to join, are you interested? Undefeated alliance, as long as you want, you can give you an elder position. If you are a brother, join the brotherhood. The boss is a local tyrant, and you can receive allowances every month. A big guy like you earns 10,000 soft sister coins every month. Many guilds extended an olive branch to Joshua. The performance of the hunting angels is so amazing, many people who plan to establish a guild will not let this talent go. Joshua didn't have the slightest interest, but smiled and refused. Angel hunting, I wonder if you are willing to join the Temple of War. The Temple of War is determined to become the most powerful guild in eternity, and the treatment is absolutely the best. After joining the guild, he performed well, and he can sign a contract with an annual salary of 1 million after he becomes a regular member. If you are interested, you can think about it. $1 million contract. Many people were shocked by the sudden emergence of the War God Temple. Eternity is just a game that has just started its public beta. Although it is the first virtual reality game, it has unlimited potential. In order to dig a player, it is also amazing to have a 1 million level contract. Chapter 16. Many people looked at Joshua and wanted to replace him. Playing games and earning millions in annual salary is the dream of many young people. Temple of War. Hearing these 3 words, an imperceptible haze flashed across Joshua's face. How could he be unfamiliar with the Temple of War? The Temple of War is a sub-guild of the Temple of Heaven, and its power is not weak. Especially after the Tianqian Temple controlled Joshua, 6 of the Tianqian Temple sub-guilds occupied the list of the top 10 guilds. The Temple of War is ranked 3rd and belongs to the largest sub-guild of the Temple of Heaven. Joshua turned his head and saw a familiar face and ID. The Temple of War is very sincere. You can add me as a friend. If you have any ideas, the Temple of War is always welcome. The God of War undefeated held out an olive branch to Joshua. Joshua quickly concealed his emotions, smiling brightly. The Temple of War is really rich. If I want to join the trade union, I will be the first to consider the Temple of War. Looking at this familiar face, Joshua couldn't help but think of the old man's face. Back then, it was he who instigated him to become a prisoner. Joshua will settle this account with the other party. Okay. I want to join the guild, the first to consider the Temple of War. Joshua remembered that the Temple of War had triggered a special mission in Novice Village and summoned a special golden boss, which was extremely powerful. God of War is undefeated because the golden boss has gained a powerful warrior heritage. If you mix into the Temple of War, you may be able to take the opportunity to black out the golden boss. If labor and capital don't cheat you to death, follow your surnames. Thinking of this, Joshua thought that the happier he was, the brighter his smile became. The God of War showed satisfaction on his undefeated face. Even though he was puzzled about Joshua's level and hidden secrets, he understood the truth in simple talks. After becoming the people of the Temple of War, no matter what secrets there are, they will dig out all of them. The Temple of War is waiting for the good news from Brother Hunting Angel, and the door of the Temple of War is always open for you. Both the guest and the host enjoyed themselves, and those who didn't know thought they were quite familiar. Joshua sold his equipment and all the fur he collected. The gold coins reached the 40 mark. Looking at this novice village, he is the richest cub. I strode to the pharmacy, and now I finally have money to buy a large amount of recovery potions. Small life potion. Type, consumables. Effect, after use, restore 100 points of health within 15 seconds. Price, 20 copper coins. Small magic potion. Type, consumables. Effect, after use, restore 80 points of mana within 10 seconds. Price, 20 copper coins. A group of small life potions and 9 groups of small magic potions cost Joshua 2 gold coins in total. The backpack has a total of 100 slots, and the rest is used to store arrows. The arrows were made in batches, and a smile appeared on Joshua's face until the backpack was filled. Apothecary, I know the whereabouts of the black magic grass. I wonder if you are interested. Joshua just bought a lot of medicines from the pharmacist, and even his favorability has increased to 10 points. As a result, the 3 words black magic grass were revealed, and a system reminder came from his ear. Ding, Pharmacist Rad's favorability for you has dropped by 30 points. The current attitude is hostility. Who are you? What do you want to do when you come to me? As the voice fell, the pharmacist decisively crushed a scroll and formed a black enchantment, confining the 2 of them to the black enchantment. Chapter 14 The Black Mage. Join the Dark Camp. April 5th. Don't you think it is a pity that such an enchantment scroll is so wasted? Even though Joshua said so, he looked at the pharmacist with streaks of black radiating from his body like an enemy. Black Mage Rad, Silver. Race, Human. Level, LV 30. Occupation, Pharmacist, Black Mage. Attack. Magic Attack. Life Value. Skill. Description, the Black Magician hidden in Novice Village is preparing some kind of evil plan. Please be more careful. Ding, you trigger the selection. Chapter 17. 1. After the Black Mage Rad kills you, tell the village chief the news. 2. Cooperate with the Dark Mage Rad. This choice may cause a faction judgment. You will join the Dark Faction. Warning, your choice will cause great changes, and even affect the progress of the game to a certain extent. Please make your choice carefully. Joshua just yelled out the 3 words Black Demon Grass, which instantly caused such a big change. LV 30 Silver NPC. This pair of novice players is completely invincible. Even the current Joshua doesn't have the strength to overcome. Selection, 2. Joshua's face was calm, as if he had expected it a long time ago. As a rebirth, how can such an event be accidentally triggered by foresight? In the previous life, a novice player accidentally triggered this hidden NPC, and gained a lot of benefits, becoming a special hidden professional black mage, and even joining the Dark Camp. The player didn't give out the detailed process, but only slightly revealed the connection with the Pharmacist Rad of Novice Village and the trigger conditions. The rest of the process is unknown. Joshua came again and didn't intend to follow the rules. Since he knew that the special hidden mission was hidden, he didn't intend to let it go. Decided to dig out the task rewards to maximize the benefits. Ding, the attitude of the Black Mage Rad has changed, and his favorability for you has returned to 10 points. Current attitude, indifferent. How did you recognize my identity? A black magic eye condensed on the top of the Black Magician's eyes, staring at Joshua coldly, as if to look at him from top to bottom. It is not important. What is important is cooperation. My lord is definitely missing the black magic grass. This is the territory of the holy light. You must have your own plan and purpose hidden here, and you will not be exposed for the black magic grass. We can cooperate, and I am willing to provide you with the black magic grass. Yes, funny little guy. He does have a dark heart. The black magician Rad took a deep look at Joshua, waved his hand, and black light poured into Joshua's body. Ding, you are subjected to black magic. The black magic eats the heart. When the black magician Rad is malicious, he can detonate the spell at will, causing 1000 damage to you. After finishing the arrangement, the black magician Rad showed a bright smile. Boy, no matter how you know my identity, your life is now in my hands. I do need the black devil's weed. As long as you are willing to bring me a large amount of the black devil's weed, I don't mind giving you some benefits, or even attracting you to join the embrace of darkness. You don't seem to have a talent for black magic. I can introduce you to the Dark Hunter, who also has great moldability. The Dark Hunter is also a powerful hidden class. The 7-star hidden class is far inferior to Joshua's current 9-star hidden class Wilderness Predator. He will naturally not change. The Dark Hunter doesn't need to be, it's better to replace it with the special secret medicine you have. The Black Mage lad took a deep look at Joshua, then smiled. Boy, I am more and more curious about you. As long as your performance satisfies me, I am not a stingy person, and I will never let you down. Ding, congratulations for triggering the special hidden mission Black Devil's Grass. The content of the mission, enter the Dark Devil's land to find the Dark Devil's weed. The more the number, the more generous the reward. Basic mission reward, 3,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, 2 potential point, 1,000 dark demon coins. Warning. This mission is extremely dangerous. Joshua ignored the warning and looked at the Black Mage Rad. Ding, you got the Dark Land teleportation scroll. Boy, your courage is commendable, but your strength is still a little weaker. This potion is for you, it's an extra reward. 3 bottles of black potions were thrown over. Joshua reached out and grabbed them in his hands. Dark Magic Potion, Rare. Type, Consumables. Effect, after use, within 60 seconds, Strength plus 10 points, Physique plus 10, and Darkness Resistance plus 30%. I still have a lot of private collections. If your performance is good enough, you can get a lot. Perhaps it was to motivate Joshua to collect more black magic weeds, and raid throughout good things again. It seems to be a devil, who wants to pull people into the darkness, and always takes out things that make people degenerate. The Black Magician Rad can pull the player who triggered the hidden mission into the dark camp, which means that he hides extremely rich benefits. Ding, you open the hidden shop of the Dark Mage Rad. Chapter 15 Golden Backpack, The Origin of Blood Moves. Vicious Assault. May 5th. Dark Tequila, Rare. Type, Consumables. Effect, after drinking, it instantly restores 80% of the mana value, temporarily obtains the dark concentration effect, the next moment the mana value and cooling time of the skill consumption are minus 30%. Exchange price, 200 dark magic coins. Dark Enhancing Stone, Rare. Type, Consumables. Effect, after the weapon is used, an additional 10 points of dark damage are added to the weapon. Exchange price, 1,000 dark magic coins, the quantity is 5/5. Dark Eye Essence, Curious Object. Type, Consumables. Effect, after using it, you will touch a special state of perception to create a dark skill that suits you. Exchange price, 5,000 dark magic coins, the quantity is 1/1. Chapter 18. Pale Blood, Wonderful Object. Type, Consumables. Effect, after use, the maximum life limit is plus 1,000, and the defense is minus 50, below 50 defenses, you will receive additional damage. Exchange price, 20,000 dark magic coins, the quantity is 1/1. Black Mage, 7 stars Heritage. Type, Inheritance. Effect, after using it, you can obtain a 7-star Hidden Professional Black Magician. Exchange price, 30,000 dark magic coins, the quantity is 1/1. Description, you will be judged as the Dark Camp after you transfer to the Black Mage. Blood Origin Movement, Gold. Type, Equipment, Backpack. Effect, Extended, expand the backpack by 50 additional compartments. Effect, Blood Drain, when you attack the target, 5% of the damage drained is converted into health and stored in the blood pool. The storage limit is 0/10,000. Active effect, Blood Bloom, use the stored health in the blood pool to heal yourself, restore all health, and cool down for 30 seconds. Exchange price, 50,000 black magic coins, the quantity limit is 1/1. The vast array of treasures is dazzling, far exceeding Zhou's expectations. Seeing so many good things, even the well-informed Zhou's eyes were red. In the late game, he didn't like these things, and now each one is a real treasure. Zhou had the idea of stealing the Black Magician Rad. Unfortunately, strength does not allow it. Let's choose cooperation for the time being. Seeing Zhou's greedy eyes, the Black Magician Rad showed a smile on his face, waved his hand to disband the enchantment, and the person returned to his previous gentle appearance. From the outside, no one would think that the pharmacist in front of him was a notorious black magician. Zhou got a satisfactory treasure, did not continue to stay, and quickly left the pharmacy. Put the task of collecting the black magic grass aside first, and if you improve your strength a little, the harvest will be more generous. After all, he was very excited about the treasures in the Dark Mage Rad's hidden shop. Zhou took a lot of tasks in Xinsho village and embarked on the journey again. This time, he entered the 7th level monster, the Wild Wolf. The Wild Wolves are different from the gentle monsters before. They just entered the Wild Wolf area, and the Wild Wolves rushed over with grinning teeth. Kill your compatriots. The 4 scavenger wolves rushed over and continued to dig their anus. Zhou whispered in the wind, and the arrow fell on the wolf's head like a meteor. His luck was extremely good, and the effect of the arrow of wind was triggered for the first time, and 5 arrows of wind followed behind him. The wolf who just ran halfway through saw one GG on the spot. Ding, congratulations on killing the wild wolf. You have gained 50 experience points. Because you kill monsters at level 6, you get a 60% extra experience bonus, and you get an additional 30 experience points. 80 experience points for killing a wild wolf, nearly double the 42 experience points for killing jumping deer. In this way, the speed of obtaining experience points will also be greatly increased. Speed up. This time, Zhou drew 4 or 5 wild wolves in one breath, the dark trap exploded, all exploded into residual blood, arrows and scavenger wolves harvested, and the speed of clearing the wild monsters was very fast. The experience value increased so fast that he flew up. After Zhou cleared the first wave of wild wolves, the experience value also reached 8,000 plus. Waiting for the empty wolf to refresh, Zhou thought about the next treasure to be strengthened. Forget it, let's concentrate resources to strengthen the Predator treasure chest. Except for the Predator's treasure chest, there are very few other opportunities to obtain attribute points. Different from equipping this kind of foreign object, the attribute points obtained by the Predator's treasure chest can permanently bless itself. Strengthening the Predator's treasure chest is the best choice, followed by skills, and skills will follow oneself for life. The last consideration is equipment. When your attributes become stronger, even if you are holding a novice bow in your hand, you can shoot the boss with 1 arrow. In the second wave of wild monsters refreshing, Zhou first ate the wild wolves a little bit, until at the end only a small part of the wild wolf and the wild wolf king were left. Wow! As soon as Zhou approached, the wild wolf king let out a scream, and the 5 or 6 wild wolves around him were encouraged, and both their speed and strength were greatly improved. The 4 scavenger wolves stopped the common wild wolf, but the remaining wild wolf king didn't stop and rushed directly to Zhou. Zhou took the opportunity to fly a kite away from the distance, and the amazing movement speed bonus brought by wandering in the wilderness. As long as the wild wolf king doesn't hurt himself, he won't even want to touch Zhou's clothes in his life. Just as the wild wolf king's health plummeted and Zhou was about to reap, a fireball hit Zhou in the distance. Someone maliciously attacked himself. Chapter 16 Kill the Boss. Plus 8 Predator Treasure Chest. 1/5. Chapter 19. Not only that, but not only one person is attacking oneself. In addition to the fireball that shot at Zhou, there was also an arrow and a corroding orb. Ding, you have been maliciously attacked by 3 waves of crazy knives. Ding, you are being attacked maliciously by J. Ding, you have been maliciously attacked by the overbearing third master. This is the determination of the other party to kill. Still took advantage of himself to beat the wild wolf king to the point of remnant blood. In this way, as long as Zhou was eliminated by a sneak attack, they would still be able to harvest the remaining blood of the wild wolf king, really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I have to say that the other party's intentions are indeed sinister. The first fireball directly reduced Jojua's health by nearly 1/3. After all, his level was still 1, and with the extra 50 health of the leather trench coat, it was only 150. The next two attacks were slightly weaker. Even so, Jojua's health was reduced by 2/3, leaving only a few health values. As long as the next 1 or 2 attacks fell on Jojua, it was enough to take him away. Today's Jojua has a little less health than other players, which is also his current shortcoming. Not only that, after being attacked, the effect of wandering in the wilderness was temporarily removed, Jojua's movement speed dropped drastically, and the Wild Wolf King was chasing him aggressively. Very good. Dare to attack me. I will make you pay for your ignorance. Jojua took out the dark secret potion he had obtained from the black magician Rad and took it without hesitation. Ding, you take the dark secret potion, within 60 seconds, your strength +10, physique +10. Constitution +10 is equivalent to +200 health and +10 defense. Jojua, who was originally blood-stained, instantly increased his health. He swallowed a small bottle of healing potion, regaining his health. The person who made the sneak attack was dumbfounded. The opponent was clearly a level 1 player. After a series of attacks, only a few health points remained. However, the health value instantly increased by 200 points, and even the upper limit of life was also increased along with it. This is ridiculous. The three even doubted their own eyes. Jojua ignored the 3 people who attacked, and the boss should not be missed. What's more, the Wild Wolf King has stale blood. If you don't pay attention, you are very likely to be snatched away. There was no loss when he died for the first time, and even if he died, he couldn't be taken away by the boss. Shoot quickly. Die to me. This time Jojua was more fortunate and triggered the wind talk arrow effect. 6 arrows in a row quickly hit the Wild Wolf King, who was about to pounce in front of Jojua. The health of the Wild Wolf King had already fallen to the bottom. How could it be possible to withstand such a terrifying outbreak of Jojua? 6 arrows fell, and the Wild Wolf King died tragically on the spot. Ding, congratulations on killing the Wild Wolf King. You have gained 1000 experience points. Because you kill monsters at level 6, you get an extra 60% experience bonus, and you get an extra 600 experience points. The 3 of the attackers did not expect that facing the attack of the boss and the 3 of them, the other party actually dared to turn around and kill the Wild Wolf King. What made them even more unexpected was that Jojua's sudden burst of damage would be so terrifying. Jojua came to the side of the Wild Wolf King, picked up the fallen equipment, and quickly moved away. This guy has been beaten by us to the residual blood. The state added just now should be a special state, it can't last, don't you want the bounty? Seeing Jojua choose to escape, the 3 of them gained confidence and chased Jojua where he had escaped. Jojua didn't run far, but came to the blind spot of the 3 people's vision. He took out the Predator treasure chest he had just obtained. Predator's treasure box, black iron. Type, treasure chest, exclusive person, hunting angel, others cannot open it. Effect, open the Predator treasure chest, you can get 2 points of constitution and a kind of random treasure. Perhaps it is God's blessing, this time the added attribute of the Predator's treasure chest is physique. Without any hesitation, Jojua used all his experience to strengthen this Predator treasure chest in one breath, and strengthened it to the limit he can currently strengthen in one breath. Ding, Predator treasure chest enhancement +4, you get an additional enhancement option. 1. Constitution +5. 2. Add 1 additional treasure. 3. Random 1 kind of treasure gets the quality improvement. Chapter 20. Ding, Predator treasure chest enhancement +8, you get 2 additional enhancement options. 1. Constitution +10. 2. Extremely rare, the quality of all loot in the treasure chest is +1. 3. Rare, increase the quality of a random treasure chest by 2 levels. 4. Rare, randomly add a strange object to the treasure chest. +4, choose physique +5. +8, choose 1 and 2. Predator's treasure box +8, black iron. Type, treasure chest, exclusive person, hunting angel, others cannot open it. Effect, open the Predator treasure chest, you can get 53 points of constitution, and 9 kinds of treasures with a level 1 improvement in quality. Chapter 17. Are you scraping gua sha? The enemy is punishable. February 5th. Haha, 53 physique. Great. Without hesitation, Joshua quickly opened the +8 Predator treasure chest. Ding! You open the Predator treasure box +8, you gain Constitution +53, Steel Ring, Bronze, Black Bite Staff, Bronze. The equipment just glanced at it hastily, and Joshua withdrew his gaze. All of them were LV5 level equipment, and he couldn't use any of them. Compared with the increased physique of 53, these things are not worth mentioning. 53 points of Constitution is equivalent to an increase of 53 points of defense and 1060 points of health. Originally only had 150 health points, even if the Dark Secret Potion was used temporarily, the temporary life limit was only 350 points. But after he opened a Predator treasure chest, his health and defense soared. With a simple round of defense and health, he is no worse than a LV10 knight. You are running away. The first person who appeared in front of Joshua was not a mage and hunter secretly shooting, but a warrior and assassin. This means that it was not 3 people who attacked Joshua this time, but 5. Hurry up and get rid of him. One step later, his health is full. The two of them didn't talk nonsense. The assassin flew Luing the fastest, dashing and killing in front of Joshua, daggers flying like butterflies, wiped from Joshua's neck. Miss. A gorgeous miss appeared, and everyone was shocked. What the hell? The attacking Feihua Luing was dumbfounded, and couldn't believe his eyes at all. His own attack power is not weak, and the bonus points are also added according to 3 strength and 2 agility, and the maximum burst can reach 40 points of damage. How is it possible to play a miss? Miss usually only occurs when the opponent has a high dodge or the opponent's defense is higher than his own attack. Defense is higher than your own attack. Are you joking? The opponent is a hunter, not a knight. It is impossible to dodge so high. After all, the level is only 1, and the agility is not much higher. Maybe it's just that the other party is lucky, and the extremely low dodge probability is actually triggered. Joshua smiled without saying a word. The opponent is too weak, this attack damage also wants to hurt himself. Even if he stood still, it would be difficult for this assassin to kill him. When the assassin Feihua Luing saw Joshua's lost spirit, he understood that the other party was a rookie. As a hunter with a crispy skin, when you see an assassin up close, shouldn't you find a way to keep it away? Really think that you are lucky to escape the first attack, so you can sit back and relax. The second wave of attacks followed like a shadow, but Joshua had a chest. Miss. The first time can be said to be lucky, but the second time. If it's not that the opponent's dodge is too high, then the opponent's defense value is higher than his own. Most likely to have a higher defense value. This is so outrageous. Feihua Luing was completely dumbfounded. Are you scraping gua sha? Before he could react, he saw Joshua raising the bow and arrow in his hand, an arrow at himself. The assassin didn't have any equipment to increase his health, and his health was no different from Joshua. He killed him with just 1 arrow. The warrior Wushuang who had just rushed up was dumbfounded, and even doubted his own eyes. Killed the assassin of LV4 with 1 arrow. Although his life value is higher than that of the assassin, facing this situation, he will only be killed by 2 arrows. You Dao meets on a narrow road and the brave wins. Can you run past the hunter when you escape? The warrior Yongwu Wushuang swung his novice sword and rushed over. Chapter 21. Hit. Miss. This blow was desperate. Until this moment, he realized the feelings of his companions. There is a feeling of steadfastness. This time, without Joshua's action, the 4 scavenger wolves who had dealt with the wild wolves rushed to protect the Lord, using their attacks one after another. In just a wave of attacks, the soldier's blood bar was cleared and he died tragically on the spot. The 3 long-distance professions are only late at this moment. They didn't see the whole process, they only thought that the 4 scavenger wolves asked for help in time to save Joshua's life. Go to hell. We have to see how long you can last. The 3 attacked quickly, and fireballs, arrows, and corroding flew in one after another. Joshua stood there, not hiding. Miss. Joshua looked at his health. There were more than 1,000 points left, as stable as an old man. The few people who attacked saw Joshua's health, and they were all dumbfounded. What's the situation? 1,000 plus health points. How could his HP be so high? Wasn't it only 150 o'clock at first? The HP of the hunter angel increased from 150 points at the beginning to 350 points after taking drugs. This is still within their acceptable range. Never thought that this was just the beginning. It disappeared for a short time, and the upper limit of health has become 1410. Is this endless? The three of them even doubted that if they continued to fight, the life value of the hunting angel would become 2,000, 3,000. Hang B. Undoubtedly, the mentality of the three of them collapsed. Without any hesitation, they fled towards the distance at a faster speed than before. At this moment, if you want to leave, don't you think it's too late? Following Jojua's order, the four scavenger wolves quickly threw down the three who had fled. The arrow fell quickly, and in just a few seconds, the offender was punishable. Chapter 18 Strengthen the Scavenger Wolf. Strengthen the Scales. March 5th. No need to ask, Jojua knew who arranged the manpower. After he entered the game, he did not provoke a few enemies. Yi Lo Fiching, you want to die. Jojua never put this little man in his eyes. There is no such name among the powerful later generations. Returning from rebirth, there are very few people in his eyes, most of them are real masters of fame, not far from the level of gods. Either it is a big power similar to the Temple of Heaven. The little Yi Luo Feiqing didn't pay attention to it at all. Killed him once before, even if this matter was revealed, Jojua didn't bother to take care of this kind of jumping clown. There are always people who don't know themselves and insist on coming over to find death. Jojua was not in a hurry to chase Yi Lo Fiching. The top priority was to improve his strength. Even if you want him to die, you have to die at a higher level, and the loss will be even greater. Jojua first went to solve the two tasks on his hand, and then added Novice Village to deal with the problem. Fast forward all the way and came to a desolate hillside, where a 10th level white wolf lives. Unlike wild wolves, level 10 white wolves are mostly single actions, which are extremely scattered, and their combat power is far better than wild wolves. Jojua cleared the white wolf all the way. As his combat power increased, Jojua's defense was amazing, and he could stand against the white wolf. The white wolf attack cannot break his defense. Pulling the wind whispered, the arrow almost reached the white wolf's forehead. The anti-high blood is thick, and the attack is amazing. Jojua is only stronger than level 10 players. At least, no level 10 hunter dared to fight the white wolf. At this speed of clearing monsters, all the white wolves around were swept away in a short time. Roar! There was a huge howl of a wolf from the top of the mountain, and a huge white wolf stood on the top of the mountain and howled. Jojua missed an investigation. White Wolf King, Silver Boss, Special Task. After death, the rank of the boss drops by 1 level. Level, LV10. Chapter 22. Attack, 138. Defense, 55. Health value, 8,000/8,000. Movement speed, 25. Skills, Slap, Bite, Wild Claws, Bloodthirsty, Fury, 3 consecutive slaps. Special skill, Glory of the Wolf King. All white wolves within 100 yards are inspired. Attack power plus 30%, movement speed plus 30%, attack speed plus 30%. Special skill, Blood Fury. White Wolf King's attack will add a bleeding effect, causing 20% extra bleeding damage. When the White Wolf King chases a bleeding target, its movement speed plus 50% and attack power plus 50%. Special skill, Guard of the Wolf King. Summon 4 white wolves with attributes equivalent to 2/3 of the White Wolf King to fight. Description: the village chief has always wanted to kill the White Wolf King. After getting its head, you can ask the village chief to get extra rewards. Warning: this target is extremely dangerous. It is recommended that players increase their level and team up with more than 5 people. The White Wolf King is definitely a tyrant in Novice Village, the most powerful boss besides the boss summoned by the Temple of War in a special way. Normally, if you want to solve the White Wolf King, gather 5 well-equipped players, cooperate with each other and have a chance to solve the White Wolf King. This is not about the silver-ranked White Wolf King, but after the first death, the White Wolf King re-refreshed, whose rank has been lowered to bronze. The silver-level White Wolf King is a nightmare for novice players. Jojua didn't care. He had fought with the White Wolf King in the previous life, and he understood the terribleness of the White Wolf King. This time, without rushing to do something, they started to arrange dark traps one by one. There are 10 dark traps at most, and Jojua hasn't had a chance to arrange 10 traps in one go. While replenishing the consumed arrows, they set up dark traps. As time passed, Jojua adjusted his state to the best. He still had some experience points in his hand, and Joshua decided to strengthen it a bit to further enhance his combat power. By the way, can you strengthen your summons? In the previous life, Joshua's profession was a warrior, so naturally he had never strengthened his summoning object. The scavenger wolf is quite easy to use, and it grows through swallowing, which fits well with itself, and it is worth spending experience to evolve. Ding, do you use experience to strengthen the scavenger wolf? Sure. Ding, use 100 experience points to strengthen success. Ding, your summoned scavenger wolf is strengthened to +4, and you get an additional strengthening option. 1. Minions strengthen, attack +10. 2. Strengthen limbs, attack +5, movement speed +5. 3. Rare scale armor, gain scale armor, health +200, defense +20. Hey, the effect far exceeded my expectations. Choose 3, Scaly. The 4 scavenger wolves were all strengthened, and their wolf hair disappeared, replaced by black scale armor. The appearance is also more beautiful than before. Joshua did not continue to strengthen, and the experience strengthened 4 scavenger wolves, which was equivalent to 4 times the consumption. If it is not strengthened to +8, the effect is not too outstanding. At present, it is enough to strengthen to +4. The second enhancement option is the weapon in hand, the Whisper of the Wind. Chapter 19 +16 The Arrow of Wind. 20 times plus damage. Ding, Whispering Winds Wind Whisper Boost +8, you get 2 additional boost options. 1. 2 additional wind arrows are attached. 2. Trigger probability +10%. 3. The damage of the arrow of wind +20. 4. The arrow of wind has a 10% chance to add a penetration effect, which can cause equivalent damage to subsequent targets. Joshua did not hesitate to choose 1 and 4. Increase the number of arrows and the probability of penetration, the 2 effects work well together. When the number reaches a certain level, coupled with the penetration effect, it is really like a rain of arrows. After the arrow of wind talk strengthened to +8, Joshua looked at the weapon itself. Hesitation flashed in his eyes, and in the end, he made up his mind to strengthen the weapon. The further the weapon is, the higher the consumption of experience points. If you want to strengthen to +12, the consumption of experience points will be an astonishing number. Let's strengthen the weapon itself. Ding, the Whisper of the Wind strengthens +4, you get an additional strengthening option. 1. Attack power +10. 2. Strength +5. 3. Rare when the arrow attacks the target, it has a chance to add a slowing effect, and the target speed is -5%. Today, Joshua's demand for attack power and power is not so high. An increase of 5 points of power, or an increase of 10 points of attack, will not bring much improvement to his own combat power. On the contrary, the deceleration effect is quite good. I don't know if the Wind Whisper can trigger this effect. If it can be triggered, wait until you have strengthened this black iron bow to the extreme, and the arrow of wind will be triggered 100%, and the slowing effect will be extremely powerful. By then, this black iron bow is far more powerful than the divine weapon. It seems that he wants to create a treasure that makes all hunters crazy. Chapter 23. Continue. Joshua used most of the remaining experience points for reinforcement in one go. Ding, the Whisper of the Wind strengthens +8, you get 2 additional strengthening options. 1. Attack power +20. 2. Strength +10. 3. Rare the damage done by the arrow is +10% extra. 4. After your arrow hits the target, the devouring effect will be added, reducing the target's mana by 5 points. Joshua didn't hesitate to choose 3 and 4. The effect of 3 increases the percentage damage, the more obvious the effect is in the later stage. Even with Joshua's current attack power, the additional damage would be more than a dozen points. Don't forget, once the Wind Whispering Bolt effect is triggered, the Wind Bolt's attack will also increase along with it. At that time, the increased attack power will be more than a dozen points. It can also cooperate with the penetration effect. As for the effect of 4, it's even cooler. As long as you fight a protracted battle, you will encounter professions such as wizards and sorcerers that rely on very high mana values. Even if your mana shield is thick enough, I have to use your mana value. Blot dry. In the later stage, it also has a good effect on some special bosses. The Whispers of the Wind +8, Black Iron. Type, Longbow. Strength +37. Agility +37. Attack +120. Requirement level, LV1. Limited occupation, Hunter. Effect, Wind Whisper Arrow plus 16. When you attack the target, the arrow's flight speed is increased by 125%, and there is a 100% chance to shoot 19 additional arrows of the wind with the same damage. Ignore defense, 10% chance to wear through, 5 points of magic absorption, damage plus 10%. Damn it. This weapon is against the sky. 100% 20 times plus damage. Joshua glanced at the whispering wind in his hand. After strengthening to plus 8, the effect is amazing. Because Joshua had previously strengthened the effect of the arrow of wind, and after strengthening the whisper of wind again, the strengthening stack became plus 16. Continue to strengthen to plus 17, and the huge amount of experience it consumes is so high that Joshua can't imagine. Just use it like this first. He did not intend to use this weapon for a lifetime. After the black iron rank weapons are strengthened by experience, they will bring a reborn effect, not to mention higher quality weapons. I really want to keep the effect of Wind Whisper Arrow, and there are some special gems that can draw weapon effects. Until then, he will retain this effect on more powerful weapons. As a rebirth, Joshua still knows a little bit. There is a very low probability that some special effects will appear when strengthening weapons. For example, cooling reduction, lethal, no level limit. That's right, there is a chance that this kind of effect will occur when strengthening equipment. This is also an important reason why Joshua dared to be bold enough to limit his level to level 1. In the future, I will get a powerful artifact, and strengthen the options without level restrictions. Use high-level artifacts at level 1, which is sour and refreshing to think about. After the previous consumption of experience points, the rest is not too much. After Josh was strengthening just now, his combat power has undergone an earth-shaking change from before. If Joshua had defeated the silver-level White Wolf King before, the chance was not great. Even if it can be won, it will be a protracted war of attrition, time-consuming, and laborious. It's completely different now. I hope the White Wolf King will not die too fast. One arrow 20 times plus damage, wouldn't it be cool on the spot? After all, this is the overlord of Novice Village. Wouldn't it be too shameful if it were to be killed by an arrow? Chapter 20. Kill the Silver Boss in a second. Boss Killer. May 5th. Joshua estimated that if his attack did not hit the weak point and did not trigger a critical strike, he would clear up most of the Blank Wolf King's health at most. Once a critical strike or weak point damage is hit, then the White Wolf King directly kills. Joshua didn't want to do this. The White Wolf King is a silver-level boss, and the 4 White Wolf guards summoned are also equivalent to ordinary bosses. After the kill, it may be able to trigger the Predator treasure chest. The number of bosses in Novice Village is limited, and each boss dies, and it will take a lot of time to refresh. Joshua didn't have much time to wait. It is a rare opportunity to encounter this kind of opportunity. Moreover, 4 of them were summoned in one go. Of course Joshua couldn't let it go, trying to maximize the benefits. Let's introduce it to live for tens of seconds. Chapter 24. The 4 scavenger wolves that had long been strengthened to the level 10 wild monsters rushed out and rushed straight towards the White Wolf King. The White Wolf King was taken aback for a moment, and then fell into a rage. It seems to regard the 4 scavenger wolves as little wolves who want to rebel and seek to seize the residence of their own king. The attack power of this product is very high. The scavenger wolves strengthened to plus 4 are a bit overwhelming. Their true level is the same as Joshua, only level 1. In a short period of time, the health value dropped by nearly 200 points, which was reduced by January 3rd. Joshua was not a summoner or priest, and did not have the ability to restore health to the summoned object, so he quickly commanded the scavenger wolf to start guerrilla tactics. Every moment, there are 1 or 2 scavenger wolves hanging behind the White Wolf King's ass. As long as he is not paying attention, Chrysanthemum will suffer a severe setback. How can the White Wolf King face such a shameless attack? Screaming out of anger, this doesn't change the result. Under the anger, the White Wolf King's body flashed, and after this howl, 4 White Wolf guards who were slightly smaller than the White Wolf King were summoned. With 4 powerful White Wolf guards, the White Wolf King's momentum has greatly increased. It's a pity that it didn't know that the moment the White Wolf guard was summoned, its life had already entered the countdown. Goodbye. Joshua looked at the right eye of the White Wolf King, and the plus 8 wind whispered into a crescent moon. The next moment, the arrow cut through the air with the sound of breaking through the air, and flew in front of the White Wolf King. The plus 16 Wind Whisper arrow not only increases the number of wind arrows, it also increases the flight speed. Arrows fly faster, which means that there are fewer opportunities to dodge and the enemy has no time to react. The White Wolf King was no exception. The arrow pierced his right eye heavily, bringing up a touch of maddening blood. In the next moment, the arrow formed by the condensed 19 winds fell into the same position accurately. Minus 529. Weakness damage. Minus 642. Ignore defense. The intensive damage numbers are beating continuously, a total of 20 beats, and you can see that the White Wolf King's blood bar is instantly cleared. The final damage figure is settled, and the total damage exceeds 1W2. This is the damage dealt by level 1 players. Whoever sees this injury will be shocked and stunned. Even though Zhou had foreseen the damage he might hit, he was still shocked. Ding, congratulations on killing the White Wolf King. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Because you kill monsters at level 9 and gain 90% extra experience bonus, you gain an extra 4,500 points experience. Ding, you have caused more than 50% damage to the boss in 3 seconds, the level is not lower than your boss, you trigger a special event and get a special title, Boss Killer. Boss Killer, Rare. Type, Title. Strength plus 5. Constitution plus 5. Agility plus 5. Spirit plus 5. Effect, Boss Killer. When you attack the boss, 10% of the damage caused is converted into real damage. This effect has priority. Effect, Promotion. When you use a special method to kill 10 bosses whose level exceeds yours, the title will be promoted. Description, this is a very rare special title with the potential to grow and is very special. Good stuff. It is very difficult to obtain the title, especially this special type of title is rare. The title of Boss Killer needs to cause 50% damage to a boss whose level is not lower than one's own within 3 seconds. The trigger conditions are a bit harsh, and many players will never be able to achieve this condition. Zhou had received this title in his previous life, and he understood that this title was very precious and possessed unlimited potential for evolution. The higher the upgrade, the higher the promotion conditions. If Zhou remembers correctly, the next upgrade requirement is to use this method to kill 10 bosses with at least silver rank. However, this is not difficult for Zhou. Quickly equipped with a new title. The 4 White Wolf guards just summoned by the White Wolf King are all a little confused. What's the situation? The king was alive and well before, and his state was almost at full value. Why did he suddenly get cold? Their IQs don't allow them to think on their own, they just huddle together and fight with 4 scavenger wolves. Zhou could easily kill the White Wolf King in seconds, and it was a piece of cake to eliminate the White Wolf Guard whose attributes were far inferior to that of the White Wolf King. In a short time, the mountain became empty again. Haha, silver rank loot treasure chest. I'm here. Chapter 21 Silver Predator Treasure Chest. Novice Village Iba. 1/5. Zhou glanced briefly at the treasure dropped by the White Wolf King, several pieces of LV-10 silver level equipment. Currently Zhou is not rare in silver equipment, and even most gold equipment will not be in his eyes. Unless special equipment such as golden backpack, blood origin movement, Zhou would spend a lot of experience points to strengthen it. He also didn't want to spend a lot of experience to try to evolve into unlimited levels. This equipment can only be sold. Zhou looked at the silver rank predator treasure chest dropped by the White Wolf King. The 4 White Wolf guards it summoned also dropped predator treasure chests, but all of them were of normal level. Chapter 25. Predator's Treasure Box, Silver. Type, Treasure Chest, Exclusive Person, Hunting Angel, others cannot open it. Effect, open the Predator Treasure Chest, you can get 4 free attribute points and a random silver quality treasure. The foundation of the silver rank Predator Treasure Chest is much stronger than that of the Black Iron rank. Zhou immediately began to use experience points to strengthen. Ding, do you consume 400 experience points to strengthen the Predator Treasure Box, Silver? Ding, do you consume 800 experience points to strengthen the Predator Treasure Box, Silver, +2? The cost of the silver level Predator Treasure Chest is much higher than that of it. Just strengthening it to +4 consumes 6,000 experience points. Ding, the Predator Treasure Chest, Silver, Enhancement +4, you get an additional enhancement option. 1. Free attribute points +15. 2. The follow-up enhancement of the Predator's Treasure Chest, the experience value needs -50%. 3. add 3 additional treasures and improve their quality. Hey, the 2 option is quite good. Joshua did not hesitate, and decisively chose the 2 option. Continue to strengthen. There are still some experience points on hand, plus the experience value requirement minus 50%, you can try to strengthen the Predator treasure chest to a higher level. Ding, do you consume 3,200 experience points, minus 50%, and strengthen the Predator treasure box, silver, plus 5. Ding, do you consume 6,400 experience points, minus 50%, and strengthen the Predator treasure box, silver, plus 6. Joshua wants to strengthen the Predator's treasure box plus 7, silver, and the amount of experience needed for a single consumption is as high as 12800. After the previous consecutive consumption, the experience value on hand has been consumed 7 or 888, not enough to support the strengthened Predator treasure chest plus 7. Predator's treasure box plus 6, silver. Type, treasure chest, exclusive person, hunting angel, others cannot open it. Effect, open the Predator treasure chest, you can get 82 free attribute points and 7 random silver quality treasures. 82 free attribute points. Has far exceeded the previous plus 8 Predator treasure chest. The higher the rank gap of the Predator treasure chest, the higher the difference in attribute points. The early stage is not obvious, the more terrifying the gap becomes in the later stage. According to Joshua's estimation, the Silver Predator's treasure chest is strengthened to plus 8, which can increase at least 50 or 60 free attribute points. This is still plus 8, and if it is strengthened to a higher level, the gap can even be several times higher. As for the input of experience points, Joshua didn't care. There are too many ways to gain experience in the game. There are very few ways to obtain points for strengthening their own attributes. The ability to exchange experience points for attribute points, and it is still a not low number, will definitely drive people crazy. Joshua once saw a special consumption fruit that can increase free attribute points, and sold at a sky-high price of millions of gold coins in auctions. According to the exchange price of game coins and gold coins at that time, it was equivalent to tens of millions of soft sister coins. There is still no market. Even if you are willing to spend money, it is difficult to buy. The increased attribute points of this kind of fruit are only around 10 points, which is far inferior to Joshua's current silver-level Predator treasure chest that strengthens plus 6. Joshua was not in a hurry to open this Predator treasure chest. The maximum duration of the Predator's chest is 24 hours. Just open the Predator treasure chest within 24 hours. Of course, Joshua opened the ordinary treasure chest quickly to increase his strength. This silver-level Predator treasure chest has received a super rare enhancement, and the follow-up experience value needs minus 50%. This is an extremely rare option. Of course, Joshua must maximize his profits and strive to maximize the silver-level Predator treasure chest. Joshua wanted to try, to what extent he could strengthen the Predator's treasure chest within 24 hours. Temporarily put away the plus 6 silver Predator treasure chest, Joshua began to strengthen the other 4 ordinary Predator treasure chests. Strengthen the 4 ordinary Predator treasure chests to plus 5 in one bite, and consume all the experience points on hand. The 4 Predator treasure chests increased Joshua's 4 attributes by 22 points, and his combat power was greatly increased. Today, Joshua's combat power is too terrifying to imagine, and ordinary players don't even have the qualifications to hurt him. He can be called a novice village tyrant. The surrounding monsters were almost cleaned up. Joshua estimated that his current strength was almost enough to solve the Black Mage Rad's task. He took out the Black Demon Land teleportation scroll and gently crushed it. Chapter 22 Enhancing the Teleport Scroll of the Dark Land. February 5th. Ding, are you sure to use the Dark Land teleportation scroll? This item is a one-time consumable and cannot be cancelled after use. Warning, the destination of the teleportation scroll you will open is extremely dangerous. The player level is too low and it is not recommended to enter. Joshua held the teleportation scroll of the Dark Devil Land, and did not use it directly. He is thinking about a problem. That is, do you want to evolve this teleporting scroll? What will happen after evolution? Joshua had always followed the rules in his last life, and most of his experience enhancements were used in equipment and skills. Later, he was imprisoned by the Temple of Heaven, and he had no chance to experiment with this kind of thing. This time, he decided to open the layers of shackles and no longer restrain himself. Chapter 26. What about failed reinforcement? Is Joshua still afraid now? His combat power far surpasses ordinary players in many levels, and there are not many things that can threaten him in Novice Village. Well, except for the hidden dark magician Rad. It won't take long for Jojua's combat power to surpass the black mage Rad by a lot. Ordinary dungeons are aimed at novice players, even if it is difficult. Is it challenging for you? He has always believed in one sentence: the greater the risk, the higher the return. Undoubtedly, after the evolution of the Dark Devil Land teleportation scroll, the risk factor is much higher, and the harvest will be even more lucrative. Jojua has never been a person who looks forward and backward. Since you have decided to do something, you will not hesitate. Ding, do you consume 100 experience points to use experience enhancements on the Dark Land teleportation scroll? Sure. Ding, congratulations on your successful experience strengthening. Although he didn't have much experience in his hand, he barely strengthened the Black Devil's Land teleportation scroll to +3. Dark Land teleportation scroll +3, special. Type, consumables. Effect, after using it, enter the dungeon of the Brave level Dark Demon Land, and the income gained will increase by 30%. Good. The effect far exceeded my expectations. What increases is the difficulty and benefits of the copy. If you don't have the strength, you will die if you go in. On the contrary, if the strength is strong, the benefits of this special item will become more substantial. Use. The next moment, a black light gate appeared out of thin air. The gate was dim and dim, as if it had the magic power to devour the soul. This is a special dungeon map, and it is also a one-time dungeon. After entering this time, it will be difficult to enter next time. Ding, this copy is extremely dangerous, please choose carefully. The system prompt sounded again. Jojua ignored him and strode into the dungeon. There was a sense of turning around, followed by a sense of weightlessness, and the body seemed to be out of control. It is not the first time that Jojua has used teleportation props, and he is not panicked. This lasting effect is not long, at most 3 seconds. When he came back to his senses, he had already appeared on a desolate black land. The earth was dark, exuding a strange atmosphere. The surrounding trees are few and most of them are extremely dry and no leaves are visible. Looking around, there is a faint black mist in the air. Ding, you enter the land of the Dark Demon. Affected by the aura of darkness, the hit rate is -30%, and all your recovery effects are -30%. Hit rate dropped. This is not good news. Especially when Jojua's current strongest output method is bow and arrow instead of summoning objects. Jojua quickly suppressed the negative emotions in his heart, and the 4 scavenger wolves were distributed in 4 directions, strictly guarding. All the way forward, the weird thing is that a monster has not been encountered. Soon, Jojua saw the purpose of his trip, the black magic grass. The Black Devil's grass grows on the black soil. Jojua walked over and raised his hand to pull up a black magic grass. Together with it, he brought up a pile of mud, exposing the pale human bones under the black mud. Ordinary people are absolutely terrified when they see this scene. Jojua has been fighting for a long time, and he has seen too many similar things. He has gone deep into the demon abyss and seen countless terrifying monsters. I personally experienced a copy of the game and reality that is truly terrifying. After the game merges with reality, players have gained a powerful force that is not available in reality. They thought it was a carnival, the beginning of a new generation, but they did not expect it to be the beginning of a nightmare. By then, the player has lost the greatest capital. The right to be reborn after death. Countless monsters appeared like a tide, invading every corner of the real world. Countless people had no resistance under the tide of monsters. Countless people died tragically, and many people were directly swallowed by demons. That is truly terrible, unforgettable for a lifetime. Compared with the fusion of games and reality, the scene in front of you is nothing short of pediatrics. Although Jojua thought he was not a savior, he was a part of mankind after all. After the game merges with reality, it is a disaster, a natural disaster that no one can avoid. Since God had given him a chance to come back, Jojua would definitely take it well. He will never let history repeat itself. The solution is simple and rude. That is to kill the gods. Labor and capital must kill the gods at level 1. Chapter 23, Epic Boss Dark Witch. March 5th. Chapter 27. Jojua just pulled out the black magic grass, which seemed to cause a chain reaction. The earth shook, and black magic insects burrowed out of the ground. The black compound eyes looked at Jojua, as if staring at the little thief stealing their belongings. The next moment, the black demon worm let out a neigh and rushed towards Joshua. Unknown monsters make people feel scared and terrified. Black Demon, Elite. Level, LV10. Attack power, 88. Health value, 3000/3000. Defense, 40. Movement speed, 22. Skills, Devouring Demon, Power of Insect Swarm, Gnawing, Venom Pollution. Individual attributes far surpass that of White Wolf, and the combat power is not weak. The most important thing is the large number. Joshua grabbed the black devil weed, and the number of black devil insects spurred within the area was at least 100. 100 black demon worms swarmed, and the blackness was crushed, which made people extremely stressed. It is a nightmare for so many elite-level black monsters to be placed in the novice village. At present, no player has the powerful AoE clearing ability. So many monsters are swarming, even if it is LV10, a knight with bronze equipment can't hold it for 3 seconds. This copy is simply abnormal. Joshua's expression remained unchanged, and he ordered the 4 scavenger wolves to retreat. They obviously couldn't withstand the attacks of so many black demon insects. Joshua didn't want them to die here. Dark Trap. This is a rare AoE skill in the early stage. The explosion range is limited and can only cover more than a dozen black demon insects. With an explosion, the black demon insect trap who rushed first was in the darkness and chaos. Shoot quickly. Joshua started to back up, pulling the distance between the two. Falling towards the black demon insect in the front. Miss. I have to say that if a person is unlucky, drinking cold water will stuff his teeth. After the first attack dodged, he also dodged with the subsequent 9 attacks. The black worms approached quickly, but fortunately, the wilderness rogue provided Joshua with a super high movement speed bonus. The 4 scavenger wolves slipped first, but Joshua came first, and actually ran ahead of them. Continue. This time, luck broke out. The arrows flew down the meteor, and all fell on a black demon insect. With the outburst of Joshua's damage, even if he didn't hit weak points, one attack could take away at least 6,000 plus damage. The arrow produced a penetrating effect and continued to fly straight towards the rear. In an instant, in a straight line, at least 10 black demon insects shot together into a hornet's nest. Ding! Congratulations on killing the black demon insect. You gain 200 experience points. Because you kill monsters at level 9, you get an additional 90% experience bonus, and you get 180 extra experience points. Ding! Congratulations on killing the black demon insect. You gain 200 experience points. Because you kill monsters at level 9, you get an additional 90% experience bonus, and you get 180 extra experience points. The experience value of the 10th level elite black demon insect is nearly double that of the ordinary 10th level white wolf. In just an instant, it increased 3,600 experience points. What a treasure! Joshua looked at the remaining black demon insects, and the remaining black demon insects were all experiences in his eyes. The whisper of the wind was full, and it shot at the black demon bug. After the arrow passed, no black demon bug could withstand a round of offensive. Chase. They couldn't catch up with Joshua, and they didn't even have the qualifications to hurt Joshua. The number is rapidly decreasing. 5 minutes later, Joshua stopped, and there were corpses all over the floor. There is a thick layer of copper coins on the ground. The explosive rate of elite-level monsters is much higher than that of ordinary monsters. Each black demon bug can bring at least 10 copper coins to Joshua, and some even drop black iron-level equipment. The 4 scavenger wolves that have been beating soy sauce finally have a place to use them, devouring the corpses of the black demon insects greatly. Joshua collected the spoils, and the black magic weeds were put in the bag. After all the surroundings were cleaned up, a total of 56 black magic weeds were harvested. He didn't know how many black magic coins a black magic grass could bring to him. Since he came to this instance, of course he had to explore it. The dungeon of the Dark Devil's Land was much larger than Joshua had imagined. After 3 minutes of moving in one direction, he saw a dark dense forest area from a distance. Chapter 28. There was a salsa sound from inside, and there seemed to be something. Joshua leaned over to take a look, only to find that it was a woman who seemed to be catching something. She has a slender background, with long black hair draped down to her knees. As if feeling the attention of other people's eyes, she turned her head, a pair of purple eyes staring at Joshua. "Ha, human." There was a little laziness in her voice, and a little doubt. Then, the purple-black lips were gently pressed, revealing a different kind of magic. Joshua was completely different. The moment he saw the other person's appearance, he was completely stunned, his face changed drastically, and he quickly backed away. Dark Witch. That's right. This is the Dark Witch. Joshua had seen this dark creature in his previous life, possessing great wisdom and strength. Regardless of her beauty, she never blinks when she kills people. In addition to her beauty, it is her strength. The Dark Witch seems to be an epic boss. The minimum level of an epic boss is LV 50. Chapter 24 Destroy Novice Village. Potion of Frost Troll Blood. April 5th. Damn it. Why is there an epic boss here? The sudden emergence of the Dark Witch completely disrupted Joshua's plan, but he didn't panic. I haven't died today. Even if I died, I would lose a few pieces of equipment at most without much loss. Thinking of this, he calmed down a lot. You seem to know who I am. The Dark Witch's figure is like a ghost, and a flash has come to Joshua's side. The purple eyes looked at Joshua with interest, as if rejoicing with a toy. Joshua didn't reply, and an investigator was thrown over. As expected, what I got was a series of question marks. You still have not answered my question. You are so weak, how can you come here? Joshua's level is only 1, in the eyes of NPCs and bosses, it is no different from the weakest slime. It is indeed incredible that this kind of strength can come here. I was commissioned by a black magician to collect the black magic grass for him. Hearing the words black mage, the Dark Witch smiled brighter. It turned out to be that old guy. Yes, you seem to be trusted by him. The purpose of preparing the black magic grass is to set up the altar and lead me to destroy this village. This is a reserve of new blood for the power of light, and it must be destroyed. Ding, you trigger the follow-up task of collecting the black magic grass, destroy Novice Village. The content of the task, you collect the black magic grass, give it to the black magician Rad, help build the altar, and summon the Dark Witch Didira to destroy the Novice Village quest rewards. 10,000 experience points, 80 silver coins, 5 potential points, and an optional gold level equipment. Warning, when you destroy the Novice Village, you will join the Dark Camp and be chased by lawful kindness and lawful neutrality. You will not be able to receive quests from the NPCs of these two camps. Joshua was full of black lines. He doesn't have the slightest affection for the light forces. In Joshua's eyes, there is no difference between the dark and light forces. They are both murderers who invade and destroy mankind after the game and reality merge. For example, the Birdman who killed Joshua in the previous life is the of the light system. The destruction of Novice Village was not a big deal to Joshua. Being chased by lawful kindness and lawful neutrality, and being unable to accept the tasks of both, is very uncomfortable. As a rebirth, Joshua knows the whereabouts of many treasures and how to obtain them. There are many artifacts among them. Once the Novice Village is destroyed, it means that many treasures have been completely missed, which cannot be accepted by Joshua. To be precise, destroying the Novice Village to get 10,000 experience points and a gold level equipment is not worthy of Joshua's choice. The risks taken do not match the benefits received. As long as you are willing to cooperate with our plan, I will give you a special reward. The power of human beings is too weak, but the power of the demons is truly powerful. I can give you an extra potion of special blood to replace your human blood. Pedigree. Joshua's face was full of heartbeats, and he didn't hide the greed on his face. Many people say that the Mozu is the most deceptive. How do I know if your words are true or false? Maybe they will be treated as an abandoned child. After speaking, his face was deliberately scared. If you are willing to give me the blood potion, I will do my best to help the adults complete the plan. The Dark Witch looked disdainful, and said in her heart, human beings are really greedy. This is good, the possibility of completing the task will be greatly improved. As for a blood potion, if the plan is completed beautifully, the human being transformed into a demon is his own. Chapter 29. The plan is not very good, just think of a way to draw blood power. The Mozu never treats its own people wrongly. This is what I promised. After the Dark Witch finished speaking, a bottle of potion was thrown towards Joshua. Joshua didn't hesitate to look at it with the medicine in his hand. Elixir of Frost Troll Blood, excellent. Type, blood potion. Effect, after using it, you will gain the blood of the Frost Troll. Frost Troll Blood. Effect 1, Blood from, Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, damage caused by frost plus 10%. Effect 2, Frost Conversion, 50% of the damage caused by the attack will be converted into frost damage. Active Effect 3, Huge, increase in size and health by 30%, and cause 30% additional crushing damage to targets whose strength is lower than their own. The duration is 300 seconds and the cooling time is 2 hours. Joshua glanced at the Frost Troll Blood Potion. Bloodline potions are very rare. After use, Joshua will replace most of the human bloodlines, and some frost trolls will appear. It can be said that from then on, Joshua is no longer a human race. This thing is a bit tasteless. Lao Zite is a hunter, the blood medicine you gave me is obviously a melee type. Anything else? Joshua asked tentatively. The Dark Witch Diddla looked bad, as if she was saying that it would be good to be able to give you the potion of the demon blood. Do you still pick 3 or 4? If it wasn't for human beings and still worthy of use, the Dark Witch Diddla would have to take it out of all likelihood. The bloodline potion is very precious. I only have this bloodline potion. If you can help me complete the plan smoothly, I will give you the bloodline potion you want. Chapter 25 Labor and Management Can't Kill You, Take Your Surname. May 5th. Don't think of me as a fool. If you dare to play with me, I will let you know what pain is. Joshua saw the impatience of the Dark Witch Diddla, and seemed to be unable to help it. Until this moment, Joshua vaguely understood why the player in the previous life had turned into the Dark Camp. This task is a pit. When you enter the Dark Devil's land, you will encounter the Dark Witch Diddla, the lure of blood potions, the threat of powerful bosses, and you can't accept the mission. Joshua carefully recalled the memory in his mind, suddenly alert. He just thought of a vital thing. Although the player joined the Dark Camp in the previous life, there was no news of the destruction of Novice Village. Does it mean that there is still hidden in the dark ground that is stronger than the Dark Witch Diddla? It was this unknown existence that destroyed the Dark Witch Diddla and avoided the destruction of Novice Village. Thinking of this, Joshua had a numb scalp, always feeling like he had fallen into a big pit. Your sister? What incident was involved in this? Joshua thought carefully about the memory in his mind, recalling things related to it. Every epic NPC in Eternal is a well-known big person, and their every move will be paid attention to. During this period of time, what NPCs are unclear about. Joshua thought of something, and his smile gradually eased. This time, I might be able to earn a lot of benefits. I accept the task. The smile on the Dark Witch Diddla's face became bright and magical. As soon as he raised his hand, the black mark fell on Joshua's chest. Ding, you are under the spell of the Dark Witch Diddla. Diddla detonates the mark remotely, which will cause you 10,000 dark damage. Depend on this vicious witch. Joshua couldn't help cursing in his heart. Your choice is very satisfying to me. This is the core of the altar, the heart of darkness. Bring this thing to Rad, and by then, it will attract my greatest strength. Although the black magic grass is important, the most important material to attract the Dark Witch Diddla is the Heart of Darkness. Ding, please take the Heart of Darkness back to Black Mage Rad, you will get an extra 100% task reward. The Dark Witch Diddla took control of Joshua and ignored Joshua. Joshua went back in no hurry. There must be a boss in the dungeon of the Dark Demon Land. How could Joshua be willing to leave without killing the boss? What's more, the monsters here are all elite-level bosses with rich experience, and Joshua is reluctant to leave when he can't leave the Novice Village yet. Striding into the depths of the dark dense forest area, searching for the black magic grass, one black magic insect reappeared. Joshua was brewed by the method, and once again solved 100 black demon insects, and gained another 36,000 experience points. The experience value on hand has reached 70,000 plus. Continue. Chapter 30. Next, Joshua found the third wave of black demon insects and cleaned it up again. This time, it seemed to be the last black demon. After all the black demon insects were solved, a huge neigh came from a distance, and a giant black demon insect that was dozens of times larger than the ordinary black demon insect came out. It has a little black magic pattern on its body, revealing a ferocious aura. The king of the black demon, Silver. Level, LV 10. Attack, 140. Defense, 85. Health value, 12,000/12,000. Movement speed, 20. Skills: Poisonous gas gushing, summoning black insects, impact, carapace strengthening. Special skills: Body of the Insect King, life limit plus 4,000 points, physical damage received minus 20%. Ji Zong, the king of the black demon insect, escapes into the earth, restores 2,000 points of health, and is in an unselectable state for 5 seconds. This product is different from the White Wolf King. It is a monster of anti-high blood and thick type. It fought the White Wolf King, and the winner was definitely the Black Demon Insect King. Joshua saw the poisonous gas surging around the Black Demon Insect King from a distance. As soon as he entered, he heard a cold reminder in his ear. Ding, you are attacked by the Black Devil's poison, minus 20 health points per second for 15 seconds. The Black Demon Insect King seemed to feel that Joshua possessed the same kind of aura, yelled, and the huge body slammed straight into it. However, Joshua's speed was faster, as if the breeze was passing by. Before the Black Demon Insect King collided with him, he had already drifted away. Hi! One blow failed. The Black Demon Insect King began to summon the Black Demon Insect, and the black light flashed, and 30 Black Demon Insects were summoned. Good. What a good boss. I can't solve it prematurely, let it summon monsters a few times. With a bright smile on Joshua's face, he whispered to the wind and prepared to attack. The smile hadn't fully bloomed yet, it was already solidified on his face. A black demon hand fell, and the Black Demon Insect and the Black Demon Insect King all turned into ashes. Your strength is too weak, you will die in the hands of this monster. Don't thank me, completing the task is the best return to me. The Dark Witch Diddla raised her head, her face haughty. Joshua was dumbfounded. There seemed to be 10,000 grassmud horses passing by in my heart. You grab my boss. Everyone who snatches my boss will die. This beam is big. If labor and capital don't kill you, take your surname. Chapter 26 Free Attribute Point plus 204. Plus 9 Silver Predator Treasure Chest. If you lose a silver level boss, take your epic level boss as compensation. Joshua didn't rush to do it. His current strength does not allow him. He is not an opponent of an epic boss with a level of at least LV 50. To solve this problem, we must rely on external forces. This time will not be too long. Thank you, sir, for your shot. Even though Joshua's teeth were itching with hatred in his heart, he still had a bright smile on his face. Hurry up and complete the task. The Dark Witch Diddla has long been anxious to destroy the novice village, and urged. The reason for helping Joshua to get rid of the boss was that he didn't want the plan to change. As you wish, I believe it won't be long before I will see you again. See you next time, it's your death date. I look forward to your performance. At the next moment, Joshua felt his body lighten, and he forcibly left the dungeon of the Dark Demon Land. Ding, because you used the Dark Land Teleportation Scroll plus 3, you get an extra 30%. This dungeon has a total of 108,000 experience points, 24 silver and 68 copper coins, 6 pieces of black iron grade equipment, 22 pieces of white equipment. You will get an additional 32,400 points of experience, 7 silver and 40 copper coins, 2 pieces of black iron grade equipment, and 7 pieces of white equipment. Hearing the reminder of the extra income, Joshua's face looked better. The 14W experience value is hard to imagine during the novice period, enough to raise the player's level from LV1 to LV10. Sure enough, the greater the risk, the higher the return. Except that she was a little frightened when she encountered the Dark Witch Diddla, she was not hurt. The 14W experience is even more significant to Joshua, which means that he can strengthen many treasures and use it to improve his strength. This time, it should be possible to strengthen the Silver Predator treasure chest to a higher level. After all, Joshua has just added a powerful kill target on his hunting list, and improving his strength is also a guarantee for dealing with danger. Ding, do you consume 12,800 experience points, minus 50%, to strengthen the Silver Predator treasure chest plus 7? Sure. Chapter 31. Ding, do you consume 25,600 experience points, minus 50%, to strengthen the Silver Predator treasure chest plus 8? Sure. Ding, congratulations on your Silver Predator treasure chest has been enhanced to plus 8. Please choose 2 from the options below as additional options. 1. Rare free attribute points plus 50. 2. Randomly add 6 kinds of treasures and increase their quality by 1 level. 3. Your next enhanced experience consumes minus 30,000 points. 4. Lucky value plus 10 points. Joshua has a special liking for attribute points. Fortunately, equipment. Unless he has equipment with special functions, only equipment of epic level and above will make Joshua be excited. Don't think too much this time, choose 1 and 4 without hesitation. Especially the lucky value, you can increase your chance of dropping treasures, and the benefits you get after killing the boss will also be greatly improved. It seems that the effect is not obvious in the early stage, but in the later stage. Killing an epic level boss, or a higher level boss, the difference in income may be an epic level equipment. The higher the lucky value, the higher the long-term profit. Ding, do you consume 51,200 experience points, minus 50%, to strengthen the Silver Predator treasure chest plus 9? Sure. Joshua wanted to strengthen the Silver Predator treasure chest by plus 10, but found that the experience value was not enough. This is really a sad story. Predator's treasure box plus 9, silver. Type, treasure chest, exclusive person, hunting angel, others cannot open it. Effect, open the Predator treasure chest, you can get 204 free attribute points and 10 random silver quality treasures. 204 free attribute points. Joshua couldn't help being shocked when he saw it. If it is calculated according to the average player leveling up to get 5 free attribute points, 204 free attribute points are equivalent to the free attribute points obtained at level 41. That's right. Opening a treasure chest is equivalent to level 41. Amazing. Joshua had a bright smile on his face. After opening this treasure box, he could close the gap in strength with the powerful monster one step closer. Not to mention anything else, after opening this treasure chest, plus the previously added attribute points, in terms of attributes alone, he will definitely not be lower than a LV50 player. This does not include the attribute values attached to the equipment. The additional attributes of a top-quality equipment are higher than the basic attributes. Among them are increased attack power, defense power, and health. It is estimated that the number of attribute points is not small. Of course, even so, Joshua estimated that after opening the plus 9 Silver Predator treasure chest, the strength should not be inferior to the LV30 Black Mage Rad. There is still a big gap between the Dark Witch Deidara, an epic boss of at least LV50. Continue to gain experience and strengthen the Predator's chest. My destiny is at my disposal, and it is beyond the mercy of others. Chapter 27 The Village Chief's Reward. February 5th. You 5 rubbish. 5 people hit 1 and died. This guy is only level 1. Can you guys be more useless? Yi Lufiqing cursed at the 5 people in front of him. 5 LV4 players failed to deal with a LV1 level machine. Still have the face to ask yourself for money? Didn't you lose yourself? Can't even beat the one go summoned by the other party. 5 people dare not say this sentence, after all, they still have to ask Jean the main money. Since Yi Luofei City failed to challenge angel hunting, the video of the battle was posted on the official forum. During the game pioneering period, players were curious about everything, especially the player's battle video, plus the gimmicky name of the video, the world's #1 hunter slaying player. The hunting angel has attracted the attention of countless people. Similarly, Yi Lufiqing, who was summoned by the hound to dig his twice to death, is also famous. Quick-eyed players used his expressions to create pictures of ghosts and animals, which are popular in the Eternity forum. How could Yi Lufiqing bear it? Video has spread so widely, even if it costs money, it is difficult to eliminate the impact. The 4 companions around him didn't wait to see him, and even Hua's Narcissus was colder towards him. Yi Lufiqing felt extremely uncomfortable. He hated the hunting angel and spent a lot of money to find 5 players to kill the hunting angel in order to justify his reputation. He wanted to let this stupid guy know the power of money and stay in Novice Village forever. Ideal is full, the reality is very skinny. The 5 masters didn't kill the hunting angel, but all 4 of them were cold. Labor and capital spent tens of thousands of dollars to invite you this kind of waste. You can't kill the hunting angel, don't think of getting another penny from labor and capital. Chapter 32. The 5 faces were ugly, but they could only endure it. This guy has the means to restore his health, and he temporarily increased his life limit before he escaped a catastrophe. As long as the boss allows me to add some money, we still have more than 20 brothers, we are guaranteed to satisfy the boss. We assure you that as long as we are in Novice Village for 1 day, he won't even want to rise to level 2. Yi Lufiqing didn't hesitate, and spent tens of thousands more, and hundreds of thousands were just sprinkling water on him. As long as he could get out of this bad breath, he didn't mind spending more money. No problem. There is a prerequisite for how many people you can convene, and each person guarantees 10,000 soft sister coins. Kill the hunting angel more than 10 times to get this money. I don't want this money, and I don't want to be taken advantage of. Do you understand this truth? Seeing Yi Luofiqing's pride, the 5 of them had bright eyes. They enter the game to search for gold, and if they can approach this gold master this time, their wealth will be flooded in the future. This matter must be done beautifully. A brother sent me a message, the hunting angel has returned to the novice village. Gather all the brothers, you can't kill him if you don't believe me today. Joshua first found Orion and handed the White Wolf King's head over. Warrior, I didn't expect you to lift the head of the White Wolf King so soon, thank you so much. My son. Holding the White Wolf King's head, the Orion can't wait to eat his meat and drink his blood. Ding, congratulations on your hiding and completing the mission. Kill the White Wolf King. You have completed the mission. No thanks, this is what I should do. Speaking of it, Joshua needs to thank him. Without the skull of a coyote, Joshua would not be able to transfer to the wilderness hunter, let alone possess the current strength. Prepaying the task reward for himself in advance also saved Joshua a lot of time. Otherwise, at the same time, he still doesn't have 1/10 of his current combat power. This is the tooth of the White Wolf King. The village chief has issued a reward for the White Wolf King. If you give the White Wolf King's tooth to the village chief, there will be additional rewards. The White Wolf King is the novice village master in the end, and the reward will of course not be so shabby. Kill a boss and get 2 mission rewards. It didn't take long for Joshua, he saw Orion was burning the pot and going to the fire. It didn't take long before the White Wolf King was afraid that he was going to enter his stomach. All the way to the location of the village chief. At this time, many players gathered around the village chief. Angel hunting. Someone exclaimed, and the eyes looking at Joshua were brilliant. The video of Joshua fighting Yi Luofiqing was uploaded on the internet, causing an uproar. Especially after the breaking news level is only level 1, it has aroused more attention. He has become a figure in Eternal. There are many players interested in him, and several people have thrown a scout at Joshua. The level display is still LV1, and the equipment, attributes, and skills are all hidden. Or LV1. Several people have weird faces. Boss, what occupation are you? How is the level still LV1? Isn't it possible to upgrade? Don't you just upgrade if you have enough experience points? Joshua looked at the soft girl who was interrogating, and the other person stared with watery eyes, full of curiosity. My profession cannot be upgraded. Anyway, if you don't plan to upgrade, you can't upgrade. Can't upgrade. What about playing the game? Several people suspected that Joshua was teasing himself. Even a person with no common sense knows that a career that cannot be upgraded is a waste, even if he is strong. However, he is still LV1, which seems to be the best proof. The hunting angel probably won't even be able to get out of Novice Village. Just ready to sell cute and plan to add Joshua as a friend, and prepare to let him bring him to upgrade the cute girl and shut up quickly. Chapter 28 The Warriors of Novice Village. Saint Vivian of the Morning. March 5th. Even if the hunting angels become more popular, they are destined to only be in the limelight for a while. They had long suspected that hunting angel had obtained a powerful hidden profession, but they didn't expect this hidden profession to be so bad. Several people who planned to be friends with Joshua left one after another. What a snob. It just so happened that Joshua didn't bother to waste time with them. If this news spreads out, I can save a lot of trouble. After being left undisturbed, Joshua found the village chief. A large number of slimes are raging outside the village, we need the help of the warriors. Chapter 33. Joshua is full of black lines, what strength he has, why do you still issue me a mission to kill slimes? This is looking down on my fat tiger. Actually, I'm here to receive a reward. Joshua flipped his hand and took out the White Wolf King's teeth and placed them in front of the village chief. The village chief was taken aback for a moment, and quickly judged that these were the teeth of the White Wolf King. Warrior. Did you do this? Your strength seems to be unable to do this kind of thing. NPC judges the player's strength standard is the level, and the level is not up to the standard, it is normal to underestimate your own strength. Replace it like a fake. The village chief was stunned for a moment, and Jing nodded in focus. In any case, the White Wolf King's teeth cannot be faked. The White Wolf King has affected the village for a long time. Thank you for solving this serious problem. You have won the respect of the village. Ding, congratulations for completing the reward of the White Wolf King. You have gained 5,000 experience points and 2 gold coins. Ding, the village mayor's opinion of you is plus 30, of course his attitude, friendly. Ding, you got the title, Warrior of Novice Village. Warriors of Novice Village, rare. Type, title. Strength plus 3. Constitution plus 3. Agility plus 3. Spirit plus 3. Bonus of Warriors, you spend minus 20% on purchasing props and items through NPC in Novice Village. This title is pretty good, but the only pity is that the 20% discount for purchasing items is restricted to this Novice Village. Otherwise, if you get it outside, the hidden income will be extremely high. All in all, Joshua is fairly satisfied. After all, the rewards are completely in vain. No matter how little Joshua is, he will not dislike it. The village chief, I want to see the Saint of Dawn, Master Vivian. The village chief was taken aback when he touched his beard, staring at Joshua strangely. How did you know this news? I have a very important thing to tell Master Vivian, which is related to the survival of the village. This sentence shocked the village chief and almost broke his beard. If Joshua didn't take out the White Wolf King's teeth, the village head would sneer at these words. The teeth of the White Wolf King proved Joshua's strength, and the opponent pointed out Vivian, the Saint of Dawn, to prove his mystery. In this way, what the other party says cannot be ignored by others. Okay, come with me. After the village chief finished speaking, he led Joshua into the house, and an enchantment appeared on the outside layer, blocking the other players who had approached him outside the door. The house looks simple and crude, but in fact there is a cavernous sky inside, and the space inside is huge. A woman in a white robe sat cross-legged in the center of the room, seemingly meditating. Feeling the arrival of outsiders, she opened her eyes, revealing pale golden eyes. I have seen the Lord Vivian, the Saint of Dawn. Joshua saluted slightly. In the previous life, he hadn't had much dealings with Vivian, and he had been restricted by the Temple of Heaven. The information and materials about Vivian are still obtained from the forum. You know me? The pale golden eyes stared at Joshua with a curious look. I wonder why His Royal Highness Vivian is here. Vivian smiled softly, giving people a sense of spring breeze. I was originally an orphan adopted by the village chief, but later discovered that it had a very high potential for Dawn's sacred power, so I was sent to Dawn Shrine. Young man, can you tell me, what exactly happened? Novice Village is endangered. The village chief was not interested in listening to the two people's courtesy. Vivian also turned her head, looking at Joshua with curiosity in her eyes. I wonder if your excellency has heard of the Dark Witch Didira. Didila's plan is to destroy the village. Don't know how valuable my intelligence is. Didila has entered the list of Joshua's kills. Of course he wants to destroy Didila's plan, and destroy it by the way. If you don't have enough strength, it's best to get a helper. The notification before the call and the notification after the call are completely different things. The former has an extra helper, and he might be eliminated as an accomplice afterwards. Vivian was able to solve Didila's plan, and his strength was only stronger than Didila. Is what you said is true? The expression in her eyes looking at Joshua changed, and she strode to Joshua. The nose sniffed Joshua's body, frowning with a touch of disgust. Chapter 34. You have a very evil aura. It seems to be Didila's breath. It seems that what you said is true. Joshua hurriedly cried and lost his face, as if he had suffered from blood mold for 8 lifetimes. I am a person who believes in the holy light. I accidentally broke into a secret realm and was controlled by Didila. Her plan is to destroy the village. She also imposed restrictions on me, begging Vivian to help me. It's not a pity for this kind of witch to die. I am willing to help His Highness Vivian to eradicate the witch and return the village to peace. Vivian looked at Joshua with a cold expression. Angel Hunter, your name is not convincing at all. Chapter 29 Bloodline Medicine Exchange. Dawn Elf Blood Potion. April 5th. It seems that His Royal Highness Vivian has great opinions on me. If you are unwilling to help, just assume that I have never been here. I thought that the saint cares about ordinary people in the village. It seems that I think too much. After Joshua finished speaking, he wanted to go. Don't think I can't help it without your help. Anyway, the Dark Witch Deidara appeared. Vivian still had to take action, and she couldn't help but choose. Warrior, thank you for the news. I am willing to apologize to you for the previous attitude. If you are willing to purify the evil aura from your body, I am willing to take action. Being not. Joshua shook his head. Once the Dark Witch Deidara and the Black Mage Rad found that their mark disappeared, they would definitely be on guard. What if they didn't dare to show up? At least, it can't be lifted without summoning Deidara, the Dark Witch. I told His Royal Highness Vivian about this news. I have done a great job, so I can't pay too much for it. The village chief and Vivian, the Saint of Dawn, looked at Joshua with weird eyes. If this matter hasn't been seen yet, you just ask us for benefits. Does it fit? Joshua didn't seem to see their eyes. Although the dark forces are cruel, they also know to treat their own people kindly. In order for me to cooperate, they took out the demon blood potion. Isn't there any indication in the Temple of Dawn? It really disappoints me. Joshua spoke and took out the Frost Troll blood potion from the Dark Witch Deidara. This thing was a bit tasteless to Joshua, and it was taken out to prove to Vivian that it would get more benefits. What an evil thing. If you take it, you will fall into darkness completely. Vivian looked at Joshua in awe. There is no doubt that the Frost Troll blood potion is a precious thing, at least, it is extremely precious to the weak adventurer in front of him. Once used, you can get extremely powerful power. His ability to resist the temptation and still bring it in front of him is enough to prove that this person has a bright heart. Vivian became more ashamed of her previous attitude. Once this evil potion is circulated, it will create a demon and cause turmoil. I don't want him to spread. Let's do it. I have a bloodline potion in my hand, which is more precious than the Frost Troll bloodline potion in your hand. I want to use it in exchange. After speaking, Vivian showed Joshua the blood medicine she had. Elixir of Dawn Elf Blood, extraordinary. Type, blood potion. Effect, after using it, you will gain the blood of Dawn Elf. Dawn Elf Blood. Effect 1, blood from, strength plus 15, constitution plus 10, agility plus 15, spirit plus 10. Effect 2, Dawn Transformation, 50% of the damage caused by the attack will be converted into Dawn damage, and the power of Dawn will cause damage to all evil targets plus 50%. Effect 3, Glory of Dawn, when you are in the sun, all damage you receive is minus 20%, and your movement speed is plus 30%. Active Effect 4, Arrow of Dawn, summon a holy arrow condensed by the light of dawn, causing 300% damage to the target. The skill cooldown time is 2 hours. Joshua glanced at the Dawn Elf Blood Potion, which was far stronger than the Frost Troll Potion. And it's more suitable for you. Exchanging the bloodlines of superb quality for the bloodlines of the extraordinary ranks, making a lot of money. Exchange. Joshua didn't hesitate at all, but fearing that Vivian would regret it, he handed over the medicine of Frost Troll bloodline. Ding, the exchange is successful. Good. Only this exchange, Joshua came here without a loss. I tell you such precious information, is there any benefit? Vivian couldn't help but was stunned, and the slight affection that had just risen to Joshua disappeared in an instant. Chapter 35. What a greedy guy. Is it not enough to exchange the Frost Troll blood potion to the Dawn Elf blood potion? This has already made a lot of money, enough to be regarded as compensation. He actually wanted more. What else do you want? Vivian looked bad, and her voice became colder. Skills, do you have to hide from the sky? Never heard of that. What about unlimited gemstones? You are too much. Don't say I don't have this kind of fetish, and I won't be able to give it to you. After all, Vivian still kept Joshua's greed low, and when she heard of the unlimited gemstone, she instantly exploded her hair. Well, the level unlimited gem is indeed a fetish. Joshua also wanted to use Vivian's attitude to see if she knew the whereabouts of the unrestricted gems. Where is the equipment essence extraction stone? This is to prepare in advance for new equipment in the future. He didn't plan to use the whispers of the wind for a lifetime to prepare in advance. No. What Joshua said were not ordinary things, which were extremely difficult to obtain. It seems I overestimated you. Vivian is so angry, I haven't said that your lion speaks loudly. Then take me out of Novice Village. Don't say you can't even do this little thing. Chapter 30. The Poor and Rich. May 5th. Take you out of Novice Village. Vivian, the Saint of Dawn, had a strange face. Doesn't the strength of the warriors meet a certain standard and they can leave automatically? My level can't be improved, I can't leave here. Joshua didn't plan to upgrade his level, just as he couldn't upgrade. The Saint of Dawn. Vivian looked at Joshua with sympathy in her eyes. You can't do it, can you? It's not too difficult. Joshua smiled when she heard the morning sage Vivian agree to come down. In this way, he doesn't need to look for a special teleporting scroll to leave Novice Village. Where is Didala now? It hasn't been summoned yet. This is the dark demon heart used for summoning. That said, you are the culprit who summoned the dark witch Didira. Why are you here to cheat rewards? Avoiding this trouble is very simple. Destroy the dark devil's heart that the dark witch used as the main sacrifice, and the trouble will be resolved naturally. Hand it over and destroy it. Vivian, the Saint of Dawn, lost her breath. Do you want to destroy the forces of darkness? Every time a powerful dark force dies, it is their biggest blow. The enemy is in the light, we are in the dark. The initiative is in our hands, and there is enough time to prepare. Don't you want to get rid of the dark witch Didira? If this scourge is not solved, even if the village is spared this time, what about the next time? What about other villages? I have to say that Joshua's words are very persuasive. With a few simple words, Vivian nodded constantly. As the Saint of Dawn, hate, if there is a fight against the dark forces and an epic powerhouse is solved, such an opportunity will never be missed. Vivian nodded solemnly and murmured, how do I know if you will join Dark Witch Didira to kill me? Well, the Dark Devil's heart is temporarily handed over to me for safekeeping, and I have to seek help from the Temple of Dawn. Resolve this matter, I will take you out of Novice Village. This is not in line with Joshua's expectation. Vivian, the Saint of Dawn, is too courageous. It's better to be cautious. About how long? It depends on the strongman who will be sent by the Temple of Dawn, as fast as 1 day, or as slow as 3 days, and will give you an answer within 3 days. Joshua understood that if she didn't agree, Vivian, the Saint of Dawn, might suspect that she had a ghost. 3 days late is 3 days. Chapter 36. I took advantage of the 3 days to improve my strength. 3 days are not long, nor short. If you can't say it, you will have the strength to solve the Dark Witch Didira by then. During this time, he can also pit the golden boss of the Temple of War. Before calling, I hope you won't bother. Ding, congratulations on triggering a special mission to help Vivian kill the Dark Witch Didira. Mission time, within 3 days. Mission reward, 50,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, and 5 potential points. Special mission rewards, free attributes 0.5. Accept. Joshua took the dark demon heart, thinking about whether this thing can be strengthened. Forget it, if you summon a demon that can't be solved, you will be in serious trouble, so it's better not to die. He threw the dark demon heart to Vivian. Joshua looked at the time he couldn't see earlier, and decided to go offline. The online time is not short today, so I should take a good rest. This is the fault of the self-made helmet, the endurance is a little bit worse. What if you have bad luck in this life and explode ahead of time? This leads to joy and sorrow. In order to survive, Joshua decisively went offline. Sure, people are inside. The village chief also followed in. There are still many players around who can't hand over tasks. The hunting angel may have triggered an incredible hidden mission. The people invited by Yilufiching gathered outside the village, the number was at least 40. As the saying goes, money can make ghosts push away. With such a high price, of course they have to do their best to please the benefactor. In order to make Joshua disappeared, several anchors were invited to record the moment when the hunting angel was tortured and killed. All is ready except for the opportunity. The village chief has appeared. Seeing the village chief appeared, everyone suddenly seemed to be beaten with blood. Unfortunately, only the village chief appeared. What about angel hunting? Where did this guy go? Everyone looked around, but they didn't see the trail of the hunting angel, with a dumbfounded look. Maybe the hidden mission is not over yet. Or entered a certain copy. The rich second generation can change their faces as quickly as turning a book. If we can't kill the hunting angel as soon as possible, we may not get paid. Wait. He won't come out if you don't believe me. More than 40 players are waiting here quietly without upgrading. One wait is 1 night, and never see the hunting angel. Joshua didn't know that there were more than 40 heroes in Shinsho village waiting for him in the cold wind. Just off the assembly line, my stomach began to growl. I haven't eaten all day. I took a look at my dilapidated wallet. Let's continue instant noodles. Poor him, the gold coins and equipment in the Eternal game can sell at least tens of millions. In reality, he can only be forced to eat instant noodles. Poor rich man. Just stick to it for another month. When the game currency and real currency exchange are open, Joshua will be able to use official channels to exchange gold coins into soft sister coins. At that time, I was not short of money to spend. Chapter 31 Hua Family Narcissus. This world is so small. 1/5. Joshua, how is your gaming helmet? Just ready to eat instant noodles, my good friend Yang Hua called. He was the one who provided Joshua with materials and production manuals. Without him, Joshua would not be able to get a game helmet at such a cheap price. It is even more impossible to obtain the unknown ability of chaos. Thank you Yang Hua for everything. He had a very good relationship with him until he signed a contract with the Celestial Temple and was restricted by the Celestial Temple. The Temple of Heaven seemed to know through a special way that the game and reality would merge, and he attached great importance to Joshua. Strictly cut off everything between him and the outside world, otherwise, the safety of people around him may be endangered. In order to prevent injury to those close to him, Joshua severed contact with Yang Hua. He was also regarded as a person who even his friends abandoned after being rich. This made Joshua feel owed to Yang Hua for a time. Thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to enter Eternal. Really? Are you free tonight? Let's start a black team together. A laugh came from the microphone. Chapter 37. Recently, I have been busy at work. I only have a little time in the evening. I can count on you, a master, to upgrade me. Recently, the Eternity game is getting underway. As a staff member, it is also the busiest time. Every day, 99 and 60 only have a little free time at night. If it is another request, as long as it is not excessive, Joshua will definitely answer. Let yourself take him to upgrade. This will expose his identity in reality, which is inconsistent with Joshua's plan. The official server of Eternal is special and cannot reveal your own identity information. Identity leaks can only be caused by a problem with oneself. This problem is serious. Some organizations are so powerful that normal people cannot imagine them. As long as you have made a transaction with the player, you will be locked out. In his previous life, Joshua had seen many players provoke people whom he could not provoke, and mysteriously disappeared. Otherwise, the gold coins in your hand must be replaced with soft sister coins when they are most valuable now. Isn't it good to use them to improve your life? The Heavenly God Temple is immortal with himself, and to live a lifetime again, Joshua will definitely destroy the Heavenly God Temple. The pain they once inflicted on themselves will be doubled back. This is a behemoth that ordinary people cannot provoke. In reality, I have no resistance. Yang Hua knew that his identity would not benefit him at all, and Joshua didn't want to test the feelings between his friends and put his own destiny in the hands of others. So, the best way is to not tell anyone the identity in the game. This is the safest way. You also know that I haven't had a job recently, so I can only make money in the Eternal game, and I am busy with my livelihood, otherwise the rent for next month will not be paid. I recently went to a benefactor, and I have to work hard. When I get through this difficult situation, I will definitely invite you to dinner. Joshua had no choice but to tell a white lie. Come on, you should save more money. There are opportunities to invite me to dinner. Yang Hua understands that Joshua's current situation is still important for making money. Don't you, as a worker, also struggle for food, clothing, and shelter? Let me invite you to dinner. At night at the old time, at the old place, the beer crayfish walked up. The two made an appointment, and Joshua put down the instant noodles he had prepared. I also eat instant noodles, and I will eat big people with my stomach for a while. Yang Hua is in the Eternal Game Company, and his annual income is not low, starting at 500,000. For Joshua, he is definitely a big family. Time passed quickly, and it was 9 o'clock in the evening without knowing it. When Joshua rushed to the place where they were meeting together, he realized that he was not alone waiting for him. In addition to Yang Hua, there is also a young girl who is stylishly dressed. You are still on time as always. Yang Hua saw Zhou with a smile on his face. There is no way. To work for the boss, you must prepare in advance. This is a habit. Zhou looked at the stylishly dressed girl. The other party has long black and beautiful hair and a sea of air, a little baby fat on his face, and is wearing a light pink dress. Seeing Zhou Wang's gaze, she smiled sweetly and greeted her kindly. Long time no see, Zhou. Long time no see, Yang Shan. The woman is Yang Hua's younger sister, Yang Shan. Why are you here? Zhou was a little puzzled. This was not consistent with his previous life. In the previous life, Yang Shan did not come with him. The city she lives in is Yangcheng, not close to the devil. Could it be the chain reaction brought about by his own rebirth? Or do you mean that you are reborn and return to a different parallel time and space? Thinking of this, Zhou frowned slightly. This expression caused Yang Shan to be dissatisfied, and pouted. It seems that some people don't welcome me. Even though she said that, she didn't mean to leave at all. Zhou understands that the one who can't provoke the most is women. They are very grudges. What's more, she has a good relationship with Yang Hua and Yang Shan, and doesn't want to make any misunderstandings. I heard that you are playing Eternal now. I have a Baifume girlfriend who is also playing Eternal. She is planning to establish a trade union. There may be some help. Her ID is was Narcissus. You can add my name to your friend times. By the way, you are not allowed to make her mind. There are many men who pursue her. Was Narcissus? This world is so small. Chapter 32 Life is short, just have fun in time. February 5th. Sister, you don't have to worry about it. Zhou has already approached the Gold Master in advance. What is the name of the ID? Yang Hua frowned, thinking hard, did not think of ID. Chapter 38. Zhou heard a cold sweat on his forehead. He wanted to report Yi Lufiqing's ID at the time, but now he is a little lucky. Who knows if Yang Shan has heard of this ID and found the problem. Sure enough, tell a lie, and more lies are needed to make it happen. Of course, Zhou didn't expect this world to be so small. No wonder someone said that through 6 people, you can know anyone in the world. That's good. When you have time, the great remember to take me to upgrade. Yang Shan smiled softly, but did not continue to say more. Obviously, she seemed to have received information from Yang Hua long ago and did not continue to say more. After eating a meal for more than 2 hours, several people chatted about their past experiences. The focus is on Zhou. The fact that he was refused to be taken care of by the female boss became even more interesting at the dinner table. You really have a backbone. I heard that this female boss is divorced, with a net worth of billions. If you get on your lap, it will take less time to fight for a lifetime. Change to me, definitely agree. Women's Junior, hold bricks, and Women's College 30, give it to Jiangshan. Women's College 300, send elixir. Yang Hua looked at Zhou with a look of envy, and could not wait to replace him. Working hard every day, 96, with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan, it seems that life is good, and the future is promising. But my hair is getting thinner and thinner every day, and I don't have much free time every day. How can I be considered happy? He wanted to go on a trip that just walked away. However, the pressure of society prevented him from doing whatever he wanted. Yang Hua's foot was stepped on, and he took a breath of pain. You don't need to think about it and know that it is a masterpiece by your younger sister Yang Shan. There was a strong smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. Do you think Zhou is like you? People have their own ideals, how can they be like you? How could Yang Hua not understand his sister's thoughts? After eating, Yang Hua took advantage of the free time to go to the toilet, and moved to Zhou's side. You also know my sister's mind. I heard that I was far away from you, so I drove from Yangqing to the Magic City. Don't let her down. It's hardest to live up to the grace of a beautiful person, and Yang Shan also knows what she wants. But I'm still worried about food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, so I'm not in the mood to talk about a girlfriend. Does it depend on women for relief? Become a little white face in the eyes of others. If he really wanted to do this, he would not refuse to be supported by the female boss. After all, Zhou is still a man of spine. In the previous life, because of her male chauvinism, she did not come with Yang Shan. Coupled with being imprisoned by the Temple of Heaven, he completely turned his face with the Yang family brothers and sisters. I remember the last time Yang Hua called, saying that Yang Shan couldn't let it go, and she washed her face with tears every day. Regrets have been left in the previous life. Is it possible to repeat the same mistakes in this life? Or wait until she marries as a woman, and I can only regret it one day and night. Life is too short, and have fun in time. I know. You can leave the light bulb first. Yang Hua. What the hell? In terms of relationship, I am your good friend. Even if this happens, I'm still your elder brother, you guy with the opposite and innocent. Yang Hua slandered in his heart, but he still lied about it. Don't bully my sister. By the way, you have an early son. What is your logic? This pair of brothers and sisters pitted against each other, and they were really brothers and sisters. Remember to pay the bill. You are vicious. Soaking my sister and asking me to spend money. After Yang Hua finished speaking, he happily went to pay the bill. Where is my brother? When Yang Shan saw Zhou Zhuo alone, her face was suspicious. He has something, go back first. Do you have time tonight? Go out and chat. Yang Shan showed an unconcealable little excitement on her face, and took the initiative to hold Zhou Zhuo's hand, without saying anything. She is a very smart woman. Faintly sensing Zhou Zhuo's emotional changes, she took the initiative to attack. Zhou Zhuo was not a hesitant person. The two understood each other's intentions, and the next thing was a matter of course. Chapter 39. Early the next morning, Zhou Zhuo woke up from the big hotel bed and looked at Yang Shan, who was still asleep, but did not wake her up. Saved a breakfast. Lunch to be precise. In the end, it was too crazy yesterday and it was a bit late to toss. Leaving a note, Zhou Zhuo returned to his basement. I'm not used to it. It is easy to change from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to change from luxury to frugality. Even though he was imprisoned by the Temple of Heaven, he did not treat him badly in terms of consumption, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Zhou Zhuo complained about his imprisonment and spent his money desperately. Now he has developed a habit of spending money lavishly. It was a bit uncomfortable to enter the basement filled with musty and dampness again. Hold on for another month. 1 month later, it will be the day when the game and real currency exchange will be opened. With your own gold mining speed, it won't be too difficult to earn several million soft sister coins in a month. At that time, you will be able to improve your life. Work hard to make money. A better tomorrow is beckoning to me. Chapter 33 Killing with a Knife. March 5th. Hunting Angel is finally online. As soon as Zhou Zhuo went online, he heard screams of surprise and joy in his ears. What the hell? Who is expecting me to go online? Zhou Zhuo had some doubts in his heart. He opened his eyes and looked at him with dozens of pairs of eyes in front of him, with eagerness in his eyes. If these were all pretty girls, Zhou Zhuo might still be happy. But it's all big guys. When did I start attracting men to like? This is not a good sign. Are you looking for something to do with me? Zhou Zhuo had a vague guess in his heart, and said indifferently. Hunting angels, right? I heard that you are the #1 hunter. How many of our brothers have long admired names? I'm not as famous as Meeting. You killed our 5 brothers, we are here to find a place. Dare to come out and make gestures. Things really didn't go beyond Zhou Zhuo's expectations. These guys really came to find fault. I don't want to talk to Go Duo, call out your master. Zhou Zhuo didn't bother to pay attention to these guys. Even if he killed these people, he wouldn't hurt Yi Luofei at all. On the contrary, he would waste his time drastically. He would not do such meaningless things. So, don't you dare. It doesn't matter if you agree or not, I'm afraid you will stay in Novice Village in the future. As long as you dare to go out, it is your death date. After speaking, dozens of people stared directly at Zhou Zhuo, paying close attention to his every move. Zhou Zhuo had a toothache, and these guys really had nothing to do. I have to say that this trick is really disgusting. He doesn't have so much time to play with these guys. It's no good to slaughter these guys, on the contrary, killing too many people will make you famous, and it will not be worth the loss. Correct. Zhou Zhuo just thought of something, maybe he can use it. Try it, there is nothing to lose anyway. Thinking of this, he turned his head and entered the village head's house again, and came to Vivian, the Saint of Dawn. Master Saint, I found some people sneaky and seem to be dark believers. I suspect that the Dark Witch Didion has another plan and has to guard against it. Vivian's face changed slightly when she heard Jojua's words. Do you really say this is true? Jojua shook his head and said, I just doubt it, not sure whether it is true. Be careful to make one yen ship. If a small mistake turns a village into ruins, countless innocent people die tragically. I don't want to take this risk, let alone take it. Of course, I am not killing innocent people indiscriminately. After all, this is something that cannot be confirmed. I have a suggestion. It is best to restrict these suspected people, at least not allowing them to move freely until the summons of Deidara, the destroyed Dark Witch, or other dark monsters. Just a few days of restrictions on freedom can avoid a lot of trouble, so why not do it? Jojua was very eloquent. He was not quite sure that the other party was the Dark Witch Deidara's person, and this was also to prevent Vivian, the Saint of Dawn, from having a means of identification. Using suspicion, coupled with endangering the safety of the village and the lives of innocent people, guide Lillian's thinking and do it towards her goal. Chapter 40. How do I know if you want to borrow my hand to eradicate alienation? Vivian was not a fool either. She expressed her doubts. She always thought that Jojua had bad intentions. Who knows if I want to borrow my hand this time? I'm not asking you to remove them, I just restrict them. Perhaps I thought too much. If something goes wrong, I hope Master Vivian can keep his mind. Vivian was angry about it. The implication of this sentence was that something went wrong and it was my responsibility. The problem has been told to you, no wonder you don't pay attention to others. Jojua threw all the problems and responsibilities to Vivian. What a cunning fellow. Tell me who they are. I restrict these people. Vivian glared at Jojua bitterly and nodded. Jojua was calm on the surface, but he was happy in his heart. It really succeeded. And these guys outside who want to fight against themselves are all dead. Follow me. Jojua walked in front, Vivian followed behind, and the two left the house. Angel hunting, you can't hide it. You can't hide past the first day of junior high school, but you can't hide from the 15th day. Jojua's face was cold, and he said calmly, what's the difference between you doing this and the devil? Help him be abused. There is still room for recovery now, don't sink deeper and deeper. I give you a chance to leave here now, away from the place of right and wrong. This is the right way. The right way, your mother. Whatever you think, when we are the magic way, it's your death date anyway. They clamored. Jojua didn't dare to come out, the more excited these people became. Think that the hunting angel is afraid of them. Coupled with the whole night of waiting last night, these people are already full of anger. Jojua turned his head to look at Vivian, and said helplessly, I have persuaded them, but it's a pity that I got too deeply into the devil. I'll leave it to you, I hope not to ruin the plan. Vivian sneered coldly and didn't speak. You should come with me. Don't resist. Chapter 34 Jojua's Underworld means. The pit is blown up. April 5th. Who are you? The girl is pretty. Give me a smile. I thought the hunting angel was very awesome, but I didn't expect to still hold NPC to eat soft food. Although these people were at odds, they were surprised by the beauty of Vivian, the Saint of Dawn. Vivian's face was not so good-looking, and with a beckon, a cage was formed in the void. Move. Ding, you trigger a special task trial. You will enter the trial dungeon and start a 3-day trial, you cannot leave during the period. The task reward, experience value, 100 points, 1 copper coin. All the people who received the news were dumbfounded. What's the situation? How did the trial task be triggered? Still 3 days. Can't leave the copy. The task reward is so low. What the is this? Without waiting for them to react, the transmission light lit up. The people who clamored to solve the angel hunting before were all teleported to the special dungeon. Within 3 days, only when you are offline is your chance to rest. Otherwise, as soon as it goes online, people will enter the trial dungeon. Angel hunting, I'll seduce you, uncle. Don't use this kind of underworld means if you have the ability, let's go out and fight with integrity. These people are all furious. I waited all night last night and waited until noon for the hunting angel to go online. As a result, as soon as he met, he didn't know what means he would use to send it to the Guffet trial dungeon. The monsters rushed over one after another, never stopping. The news is that they spend gold coins to speak on the regional channel. The instigators of everything have long forgotten them. The reason Jojua didn't make a move was because he was afraid of endless trouble. At the same time, is it not good to gain experience from killing monsters by yourself, and use it to strengthen equipment? However, the evil head Yiluofe City still had to clean up. Chapter 41. Open the friend list. There is only one friend who is undefeated from God of War. Should add a friend. After speaking, he entered Yiluofiqing's ID and sent a friend request. Yiluofiqing happened to be online at the moment, seeing the friend application sent by the hunting angel with a dazed expression on his face. Is labor and management familiar with you? You actually add me as a friend. Could it be this guy who wants to be subdued? Yiluofei's mood improved a lot when he thought of the hateful hunting angel lowering his arrogant head. He has to concoct the hunting angel well, and it is best to record his begging for mercy and send it to the official, in order to wash away his notoriety. Thinking of this, Yiluofiqing passed the friend application. Mu Qingyu, do you want to die or live? Yiluofiqing saw the message sent in the chat box, and he was completely dazed. The hunting angel called out his name. Damn it. How could this guy know his name? Could it be that he traded with other players, and this guy discovered his true identity? It is certainly not ordinary people who can do this and dare to threaten oneself. Damn it. Who is this guy? An inexplicable fear in Yiluofiqing's heart originated from the fact that the hunting angel knew his identity in reality, and he didn't know anything about the hunting angel. The disputes in the game seemed to spread to the real world. He was unhappy with the hunting angel in order to please the Hua family Narcissus. Later, because the video was posted on the Eternal forum, it became a laughingstock of others and wanted to get back to the scene. It doesn't mean that I really want to kill the people in reality. But the hunting angel that he provoked didn't intend to do this. He spoke out his true identity, and then asked whether he wanted to die or live. Whoever faces this kind of scene will feel shocked. Yiluofiqing had been accustomed to going smoothly, and this was the first time he encountered this situation. He subconsciously regarded the hunting angel as a big man. If you have something to say, it's just a small fight between us, there is no need to rise to personal safety. I admit that my previous attitude was too bad, and I apologize to you. In order to express my deep apologies, I am willing to compensate you 1 million soft sister coins. This number is not too much, I hope you can forgive me. 1 million may be a huge sum of money for ordinary people, but not a lot of money for a rich second generation like Yiluofiqing. His pocket money for a month is more than this amount. Only part of the equity given by the old man can earn tens of millions of dividends every year. The purpose of putting out 1 million is to test the water, whether it can test the true identity of the other party. If you scare yourself, he vomited twice as much as he ate. If the other party can't afford it, it is not a loss to buy a piece of 1 million. Move forward and backward freely. Are you sending a beggar? I look down on your little money, don't think I don't know what you think. 1 million soft sister coins, Joshua is of course beloved. It's a pity that he understands that this money cannot be eaten in his mouth. Otherwise, it will be exposed. I am not a grudge, as long as you do me a little favor, this matter will be exposed. I was blacklisted by the pharmacist for a task and cannot receive the task reward. You send these kinds of herbs to the pharmacist raider, and give me the task reward, even if this matter is revealed. Chapter 35 Spicy Chicken Darkness Hidden Occupation is really a baby. May 5th. Send medicinal herbs. Yiluofiqing still didn't know that all the cheap thugs he had invited were locked in the small black house, and it would take 3 days to come out. It's better to send me a herb than to come to my door with unknown troubles in reality. Hunting angels don't want 1 million, it is very likely that they really don't like this little money. Most people don't like taking risks, and prefer to control things within their own control. Compared to guarding against an actual assassination, it's far less easy to send me a herb. Yiluofiqing did not hesitate to choose the latter. Even if there are any traps inside, the big deal is to escape by yourself. Is it possible to endanger yourself in the eternity game and fail in reality? Okay, leave this to me. I will do this thing beautifully. Chapter 42. For fear of Joshua's repentance, Yiluofiqing hastily agreed. The position of the head of the novice village, I will wait for you at most for 5 minutes. Expires at your own risk. Joshua sent the last message coldly, waiting for the result. Kill Yiluofiqing. The maximum level drops 1 or 2 levels, which is time-consuming and laborious, and will not cause too much impact on Yiluofe City. It will only make him want to trouble himself more and more. This is the game world, not the real world. Joshua didn't have time to fight with Yi Luofiqing. So I thought of a better way, which is to influence the life of Yi Luofiqing game. Yi Luofei has already chosen the future for Yi Luofei City. Let's stay in the dark camp honestly. In this way, if you kill him in the future, you can still get extra rewards from the camp. It's not beautiful. Since Yi Luofiqing's legs were pitted, there was no reason to let this master go. I'll be there soon. Yi Luofiqing, how dare to waste time, rushing towards the destination quickly. Joshua waited less than 2 minutes and saw Yi Luofei City rushing. When I saw Joshua again, Yi Luofiqing had no initial arrogance, and his smile was full. His attitude towards Joshua was a kind of politeness. Lord Hunting Angel, it was a misunderstanding before, I solemnly apologize to you. The past is over. You can correct it if you know your mistakes. Joshua also showed a generous appearance. The two talked happily. The players passing by recognized the identities of the two of them. Yesterday they also fought to death, as if they were enemies of life and death. Today seems to be my best friend. This world is really invisible. Joshua had gone through wind and rain for so many years, how could it be that Yi Luofiqing let him go because he bowed his head for a while? The face of the other party was full of smiles, which was also the reason why Joshua's origin and details were not clear. As long as you know Joshua's true identity, you will definitely get back to the field with greater efforts. Yi Luofiqing made trouble for himself over and over again. Joshua was not a saint who smiled at his grudges. He advocates repaying gratitude and revenge. Okay, I won't be too polite with you. This is the black devil's weed. Just leave it to Apothecary Rad. No problem, I must do it beautifully for you. Yi Luofiqing took a black magic grass and patted his chest. Joshua watched him away and entered the pharmacy. Not long after, a black enchantment took shape and disappeared in a flash, and the pharmacist and Yi Luofiqing disappeared. It's done. A bright smile appeared on Joshua's face. He waited outside for 5 minutes. Yi Luofiqing walked out of the pharmacy with a smile, and his face was full of joy. I really made a lot of money this time. Actually got a hidden class, Dark Knight. Will this thing be returned to the Hunting Angel? Certainly not. Since the launch of Eternity, there have been few hidden occupations, and every hidden occupation can be sold at a sky-high price, even with money. Yi Luofiqing once asked for a hidden career scroll with a lot of money, and offered hundreds of thousands of high prices, but no one has responded yet. This shows how rare it is to hide occupations. As for you Hunting Angel's question, it's okay to kill him without admitting it. In order to prevent the hidden career scroll from being robbed, Yi Luofiqing took the lead to learn before leaving the pharmacy. Don't give Joshua a chance to return. This fool. Yi Luofiqing thought that the Hunting Angel wanted to pit himself, but never expected, but he pitted him. The superficial drama is still to be performed. Lord Hunting Angel, I'm really sorry, I never expected that after the task was handed over, the direct reward would become a hidden job. I'm really sorry. I am willing to compensate you. 2 million soft sister coins, please be sure to accept it. Joshua was unmoved. Hidden occupations are good for ordinary players, and very common to him. Joshua has at least hundreds of ways to obtain hidden occupations. There are also many hidden professions that are no less precious than wilderness hunters. He has hundreds of black magic weeds in his hand, and he can create hundreds of similar dark-type hidden professions. The hidden professions in the hands of the Black Mage Raider are all spicy chickens, and they will turn into the dark camp, which is very tasteless and not of high value. Even if the knowledgeable players learn this hidden career scroll for free, they dare not learn it and avoid it. Chapter 43. Unknowingly, Yi Luofiqing became a treasure. So, you are already a dark profession. Yi Luofiqing nodded. Without waiting to continue speaking, Joshua's bow and arrows were full, and the arrows fell towards Yi Luofiqing's head. Chapter 36. Abolition of a person is as simple as that. Cooperation with the Temple of War. Yi Luofiqing didn't panic at all, but laughed. This is the novice village safety zone. Do you think you can hurt me? I'm really afraid you won't make it. If it is an ordinary player, the novice village safe area cannot hurt the opponent. Yi Luofei City is a dark camp. Do you still want shelter in the novice village of the light camp? You really think too much. The arrow fell, and 20 consecutive damage numbers jumped out. Hit 6,000 plus damage in one breath. Such an astonishing number of damage is far beyond the LV5 knights can stop, even if transferred to the Dark Knight. How can it be? The safe area of Novice Village cannot cause harm to players, which is a recognized thing. Otherwise, the reinforcements invited by Yi Lufiqing had already acted on Zhou Zhuo in Xinshu Village, and would not wait until now. Yi Lufiqing still had an unbelievable look in his eyes until he died. How could he die in the safety zone of Xinshu Village? What is the situation? Ding, congratulations on killing the Dark Camp players, you have gained 100 experience points and 1 Light Camp point. Good. With joy on Zhou Zhuo's face, he strode to the resurrection point of Xinshu Village and waited for a few seconds. Yi Lufiqing came back to life, still with incredible expression on his face. Seeing Zhou Zhuo coming, there was a look of horror on his face. How can it be? How did you do it? It is a recognized thing that there is no way to fight in the safety zone of Novice Village. Player battles will also appear outside the safe zone. What happened today subverted Yi Lufiqing's imagination. Was he killed in the safe zone? The hunting angel completely broke the established rules. It's better for you to die. Zhou Zhuo didn't have the idea of answering the enemy's doubts. He drew his bow and shot arrows. 20 arrows fell, killing Yi Luofei City again. Fuck. Fortunately, this time, Yi Luofei City's level dropped by 1 level. Not long after he was resurrected, Zhou Zhuo killed again. The players were stunned by Zhou Zhuo's operation and marveled at the ability of the Novice Village safe area to kill. Yi Luofei City level dropped 2 consecutive levels, almost vomiting blood with anger. He is not a fool, and he understands that this must be related to the hidden job he got when he sent the black magic grass. Until this moment, the intestines are all regretful. Boom. The arrow fell, Yi Lufiqing died for the 4th time, and Yi Lufiqing, who had an explosive mentality, was decisively offline. Yi Lufiqing was completely abolished. After switching to the Dark Camp, there are rats crossing the street, and everyone shouts and beats. The identity binding of the eternal game, even if you use other game helmets, or the game cabin, you still enter the account you own. Unlike other games, you can create multiple accounts, it is impossible to delete the account and repractice. What? Spicy chicken game, don't you play anymore? Ordinary games, if you stop playing, others can't control you, but it is the loss of the game company. You stop playing the eternal game. When the game merges with reality, everyone has a powerful and extraordinary power, but you don't have it. You are the bottom of the society. In that chaotic era, what is the use of money in reality? Even if the money is still useful, the question is, can you keep it? Zhou Zhuo ignored everyone's gaze, did not go to the pharmacy, and walked out of the safe area. Chapter 44. The players have seen the grand killings in the Zhou Zhuo safe area, how dare to provoke this evil star, and one after another consciously gave way. Killing in the safe zone, 6,000 plus damage exploded in one breath, and the hunting angel became popular again and became a man of eternity. Zhou Zhuo was fighting monsters outside, and the god of war found himself undefeated. Hunting angel, your strength is far beyond our estimate, the Temple of War has raised its evaluation of you. Our organization is willing to offer a 3 million contract. I hope you can give it serious consideration. A 3 million contract. It really impresses ordinary people. It's a pity that it's a deed. The Temple of War god is really big, and I'm very moved by it. God of War's undefeated face was overjoyed, and said anxiously, so, did you agree? The organization is curious about hunting angels. The level is still LV1, but he can have such an amazing combat power. Secondly, hunting angels can kill players in the safe zone. According to a secret message just received, the hunting angel sent all the players who Yi Lufiqing had invited to deal with him into the trial dungeon, and could not leave within 3 days. All kinds of data show that hunting angels hold secrets that are unknown. Know how to use the rules of this world. The organization is very interested in this secret and wants to master it. I am used to being alone, and I don't want to restrict my freedom for the sake of money. Some cooperation is fine. I still have a lot of equipment to deal with, I can sell it to you first, and only accept gold coins. If you encounter a boss that is difficult to deal with, I can help out, and you will pay out gold coins. If you cooperate happily, I still have several hidden occupations in my hands. I don't know if you are interested. Chapter 37. One hole, many holes. Temple of Pit War. February 5th. The undefeated god of war responded to the first two news in general, only when he heard the words hidden profession, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. There are not many hidden occupations in the eternal game, and the difficulty of obtaining it is not low. The Temple of War has been acquiring hidden career scrolls at a high price, but it hasn't gained anything yet. Really? We need to appraise the hidden career scrolls so that we can judge the price. Let's talk about the sale of equipment first. Joshua didn't talk about hiding career scrolls for the first time, but first talked about selling equipment. They demand something from themselves, and the price of the equipment will be relatively higher. This is human psychology. What's more, it's still hard to find hidden career scrolls. Say it in advance. I only accept gold coins. You'd better prepare gold coins in advance. You don't need equipment. Before the god of war was finished speaking, Joshua was holding a piece of silver shining equipment in his hand. Silver equipment. The god of war could not help being shocked. Silver level equipment can only appear on bosses that hunt the silver level and above, and the number is very rare. So far there is no one. It is undeniable that god of war is invincible. He had just done a special hidden mission, and finally he had to summon a gold boss and kill him, which was difficult to complete. He didn't want to ask for foreign aid. He lacked combat power and urgently needed equipment that could improve combat power. After seeing the attributes of the silver level equipment, god of war was unbeaten and said simply, "How many gold coins?" Let's quote a price. 1,000 gold coins. It is equivalent to 100,000 yuan of soft sister coin, which is really not expensive for the unbeaten god of war. The problem is that it is really not an easy task to acquire 1,000 gold coins while the player is still using copper and silver coins. If you can't even eat this piece of equipment, there is no need to talk about subsequent transactions. Joshua spread out his hands. 3 silver-grade rays of light appeared in his palm. Besides, there were more than 20 bronze rays of light. So much equipment. God of War was shocked by his undefeated. After seeing the effect of the equipment, I was determined to take it down. I can eat all of these equipment. Can the price be discounted? As a veteran player, Joshua once used the Eternal game to make a living, and his assessment of equipment prices was very accurate. A total of 9,831 gold coins. Since you have eaten all so many equipment, I will wipe away the bits and give me 9,830 gold coins. The corners of God of War's undefeated mouth twitched slightly. I thought you were going to erase a fraction of the 31 gold coins. This price is still above the psychological expectations of God of War. No problem. I'll let you know, and I'll deliver the gold coins in a while. The first deal was negotiated, and the guest and the host enjoyed it. As for equipment and rivals. Chapter 45. Sorry, even if the God of War is undefeated, even if he puts on the gold equipment of LV-10 in his body, Joshua still kills with one arrow. The truly awesome equipment is enhanced equipment, which will never be sold. On the contrary, it is better to sell the equipment that you can't use and exchange it for gold coins than to smash the equipment in your own hands. Unless very precious top-level equipment, otherwise, equipment does not maintain its value, but will decline with the player's level. Can the silver equipment of LV-10 be sold at a high price until the player's level reaches LV-15, LV-20, and LV-10? I am afraid that the price is at most only 1/3 of the current price, or even lower. Joshua didn't have time to deal with these equipment a little bit, so packaging and selling was the best choice. Does the Temple of War not consider asking for foreign aid? If you have troubles that are difficult to solve, you can spend money to ask me to do it. God of War undefeated and refused very decisively. The Temple of War is full of talents. Even if you encounter a little trouble, you can handle it yourself. Joshua's idea of trying to play the golden boss with the Temple of War is going to fail. I really thought I couldn't help it. In the previous life, the Temple of War had spent a lot of money, and barely solved the golden boss, and got a lot of rewards. Of course, it was a past life, not this life. If you get powerful equipment, don't even think about it. An imperceptible smirk appeared on Joshua's face. God of War had just obtained a batch of equipment and thought he could solve the golden boss, but he didn't notice Joshua's abnormality. Can we talk about hidden occupations? It's best to let us see the effect first. The Temple of War will send professionals to judge its price, and it will definitely not let you lose. If you are not at ease, we can also notarize. Joshua smiled. Notarization is unnecessary. The hidden profession I'm talking about is special. I have a kind of props that can trigger hidden tasks and get hidden occupations that fit the player. The price is really hard to judge. Task. Hidden career that fits. In this way, the value will be higher. The only uncertainty is to hide the quality of the profession. The undefeated expression of the God of War was uncertain, and he hesitated for a while and said, "The hidden professional props of the God of War you mentioned are going to be, you make a price. You also know that hidden careers are hard to find. The Temple of War is congenial with me, 10,000 gold coins, I will make friends with the Temple of War." Chapter 38. Before destroying the enemy, drain their money first. March 5th. We can't determine the true value of the hidden occupation you mentioned. We can only pay a deposit of 50% at most, and pay the other 50% after confirming the value. Hidden occupations are different from over-equipment in the early stage, which can affect the player's life. The richer people are, the more they hope to get a powerful hidden career. The combat power of the same level far exceeds that of ordinary occupations. The more to the later stage, the greater the gap. If the angel hunting is true, it fits the type of profession. The price of 10,000 gold coins is really not expensive. At least, the Temple of War is happy to spend the money to buy it. Good. Joshua agreed without hesitation. Anyway, sell it first. Even if the Temple of War did not want to pay the bill, Joshua made a lot of 5,000 gold coins. If the God of War can be undefeated and use the Black Devil's Weed, it would be even better. The Temple of War wanted to turn a face with himself. Joshua found an excuse to deal with the Temple of War. 14,880 gold coins are not a small amount. It takes more time to prepare. Taking advantage of his free opportunity, God of War was undefeated and knocked on the side, wanting to explore Joshua's bottom. Many players guess that you have chosen a special profession and cannot be upgraded. Is this true? Joshua didn't hide it, and nodded. I've been fooled by this hidden profession. Even though I have gained amazing combat power, the price is that I can't upgrade. It's really a big loss. The only benefit is that you can sell more premium equipment in the early stage. His level is still LV1, the facts are far more convincing than words. What a pity. God of War is indeed a bit sorry for being undefeated. If the hunting angel's level is not restricted, the contract price offered by the Temple of War is much more than this. Although his performance was amazing, he got LV10 silver level equipment at the player level of LV5, and he was able to explode with amazing combat power. Unfortunately, the inability to upgrade means that the attributes will be suppressed, high-level equipment cannot be worn, and it will soon be out of the ordinary. Of course, for the mysterious organization behind the Temple of War, the hunting angels have much information they want. The two chatted for a while, and the God of War undefeated accepted all kinds of emails. Novice villages cannot communicate with each other, and players can send items by mail. Chapter 46. It is difficult to rely on Joshua's number 1027 novice village to collect 14,000 plus gold coins. Joshua knew something about the Temple of War. There was a mysterious force behind the opponent and the goldsmithing studio responsible for logistics. Collecting gold coins was much easier than ordinary local players. Changing to an ordinary local tyrant, he couldn't buy the gold coins Joshua wanted for a long time. This is also the reason why Joshua cooperated with the Temple of War. The enemy is also valuable. Before destroying them, squeeze the money in your pockets. This is the gold coin you want. God of War undefeated directly took out 15,000 gold coins to trade with Joshua. Joshua traded dozens of pieces of equipment with the black magic grass. Happy cooperation. I hope we will continue to cooperate if we have the opportunity. After getting what he wanted, God of War undefeated politely said a few words, turned his head and left. You will regret saying this. Joshua continued to fight monsters and upgrade. The silver level treasure chest is running out of time, and Joshua estimates that it will be strengthened to +10 at most. In the future, the experience value that needs to be consumed is too high, and Joshua can't stand it. Without the Dungeon of the Dark Demon's Land, the speed and efficiency of obtaining experience points from the outside world was too low. It took nearly 2 hours before Joshua had enough experience points for strengthening. Ding, do you consume 102,400 experience points, minus 50%, to strengthen the Silver Predator treasure chest to +10? Sure. Stare, congratulations on your success in strengthening. Predator's treasure box +10, silver. Type, treasure chest, exclusive person, Hunting Angel, others cannot open it. Effect, open the Predator treasure chest, you can get 234 free attribute points, and 11 kinds of random silver quality treasures. Okay, if you don't open the Predator treasure chest, it will disappear. Ding, congratulations on opening the Predator treasure box plus 10. You have gained 234 free attribute points. Ding, you get the piercing dagger, silver, the snake trap, rare, the steel sword, silver, the potential orb. After obtaining a large amount of treasures in one go, Joshua smiled. First, there are 234 free attribute points. After hesitating for a moment, Joshua decided to use 200 free attribute points to increase agility, and 34 free attribute points to increase strength. Agility is related to many things, such as dodge, crit, and movement speed. Very important for hunters. Especially when he will face the Dark Witch Didira next, without super high dodge and movement speed, only one attack from the other party, Joshua is absolutely cool. Otherwise, these free attribute points are used to increase strength, and it is impossible to lose Didila in seconds. On the contrary, it is better to increase the movement speed, and cooperate with the Wilderness Rogue, the speed will be extremely astonishing. Coupled with the Wind Whisper arrow's effect of reducing the target's movement speed, he can fly the kite happily. Chapter 39 Potential Orb. Improve your skill level. April 5th. Viper Trap, excellent. Type, skill. Limited occupation, hunter, and related hidden occupations. Requirement level, LV10. Effect, it consumes 50 points of mana to set a trap. When the target enters the trap, a Viper, LV10 Elite, is called to attack the target. The maximum existence time of the poisonous snake is 30 seconds, the skill cooldown time is 300 seconds, and the trap existence time is 30 minutes, the same. Kind of traps exist at most 10. This skill is good, and it is also a skill I want to learn. It's a pity that the level of demand that follows hurts him deeply. Joshua could only put away the skill book of the poisonous snake trap temporarily, and wait for a solution later. As for strengthening +4 and +8, there is no level limit for evolution, and the probability is a bit low. If you strengthen to more than +8, you still can't learn, you can only watch, wouldn't it be even more annoying? Let it eat ashes first. Of course, it was only temporarily ashamed. Joshua knew several solutions, but it was a pity that Shinsho Village couldn't do it, so he had to leave Shinsho Village to think about it. Potential Orb, excellent. Type, consumables. Effect, after use, increase 3 potential points. Description, very rare potential orb, after using it, you can get 3 potential points. Potential points, like attribute points, are things that players need very much. Free attribute points are used to increase 4-dimensional attributes, and potential points are used to improve skill levels. Most of the potential points can be obtained by completing main missions and special hidden tasks. There is also a small probability of killing boss-level monsters. He opened the silver-level treasure chest, but he opened the potential orb. This kind of thing must be used after strengthening to maximize the effect. Ding, do you consume 400 experience points to strengthen the potential orb? Sure. Ding, potential orb enhancement +4, you get an additional enhancement option. 1. Potential point +5. Chapter 47. 2. The first skill you use to increase your potential points will cost -5% permanently. 3. The first skill potential point you use to increase the potential point consumes -5% permanently. Joshua looked at the 3 options, his eyes hovering at 1 and 3. In the long run, the effect of 3 is better. Unfortunately, 5% is still a bit low, and the initial effect is not obvious, only the use of super high-level skills is cost-effective. At present, there is no high skill on hand, and it is far less cost-effective than direct 5 potential points, and the effect is even more immediate. Choose one. Strengthen to +6 in one breath, and the experience points on hand were used up again. Potential orb +6, excellent. Type, consumables. Effect, after use, increase 50 potential points. Joshua didn't hesitate to use it. Ding, you get 50 potential points. Added 50 potential points, plus Joshua's original 13 potential points, the potential points on hand reached 63 points. Can be used to improve skills. Joshua swept through several skills he possessed. They are Animal Companions, Scavenger Wolf +4, Dark Trap +4, Magic Arrow Making +4 and Rapid Shooting. Passive skills cannot be upgraded. Joshua glanced at these skills. The scavenger wolves are currently completely used by Joshua as a meat shield. Their level is limited to Joshua's level, and the effect of upgrading is not very large. Fortunately, the scavenger wolf has a talent for devouring, otherwise, this skill is completely tasteless. The second is the dark trap. This skill is quite good, but as the strength increases, the power has been a little behind. The last one is the necessary skills for hunters to make arrows. Your own magic arrows also have real damage and unlimited potential. Joshua has no doubt that the first skill to improve is magic arrow making. Ding, do you consume 3 potential points to increase the magic arrow crafting to LV2? Sure. Ding, do you consume 6 potential points to increase the magic arrow crafting to LV3? Sure. Consume 30 potential points, the magic arrow production has been upgraded to LV5. Magic arrow making +4. Skills for wilderness predators. Level, LV5. Effect, consume 3 points of magic power to make 7 magic arrows. Each magic arrow adds 16 additional real damage. Cooling time, none. The second enhancement is the dark trap and animal companion, the scavenger wolf. The former was promoted to LV3, and the latter was only promoted to LV2 due to lack of potential points. Dark trap +4. Skills for wilderness predators. Level, LV5. Effect, 50 points of mana are consumed to make a 21 by 21 yard trap. After the target steps on the trap, all targets in the trap receive 328 dark damage and 9 seconds of dark chaos effect. The effect has priority, and the dispelling effect below the priority is not available. Expelling, the duration of the trap is 600 seconds, the number of traps with the same name cannot exceed 10 at the same time, and the skill cooldown time is 30 seconds. Animal companion, the scavenger wolf is only upgraded to LV2, which has the worst effect. It only improves the basic attributes of the scavenger wolf, and the effect of improving combat power is not obvious. To be precise, the effect will be fully manifested only when the level of the scavenger wolf increases. Unfortunately, Joshua did not upgrade. This is also the one with the least benefit after the skill level is increased. Chapter 40, a series of epic rewards. Boss summons the scroll. Before the time had come, Joshua could not go to the black mage Rad to hand over the task, and he could not leave the novice village. Can only continue to fight monsters. Novice village seems to have a serial mission, and the rewards are pretty good. The reward for this task is not high, most players try to do a few tasks and then give up. It seems that this mission has no limits, and the player has a good temper, and did 100 circles in one breath. As a result, the mission has not ended yet, and the player almost exploded with anger. Because he spent more than 3 months on this task. In order to get the reward of the serial task, staying in Novice Village for such a long time is commendable for perseverance. In the end, he continued to persevere until the 108th ring continued to complete the task. The hard work paid off, and the only reward was obtained, a powerful piece of epic equipment. The epic equipment is good, and Joshua is also very excited. The thought of spending at least 2 or 3 months to complete 108 tasks, he didn't waste so much time. Of course, this guy did a summary afterwards. In addition to the only epic equipment reward in the end, the rewards of this cyclic task are still good. Especially every time the 9th ring task reward is very rich, the 9th ring reward is a boss summoning scroll. The refresh rate of ordinary monsters is pretty sloppy, and the refresh rate of boss-level monsters is much slower, only refreshing once every 24 hours. Today's boss has been resolved, it is too uncomfortable to have no boss to kill. Chapter 48. Boss Summoning Scroll is just for ordinary players to summon an ordinary boss, but it is more than that for Joshua. Use experience enhancement to improve the boss summoning scroll. Is it possible to summon a powerful boss in the early stage? In this way, the boss summoning scroll is Joshua's inevitable treasure. According to memory, Joshua came to a small wooden house outside the valley. An old man was cooking medicine, and the strong herbal smell came from inside, which was very choking. The old man who cooks medicine is the NPC for serial tasks. Hello, I'm from a village. I got some news from the village chief. I want to ask if you can help. Hearing these words, the frowning old man stretched his brows slightly. What a kind young man, it just so happens that I have one thing I need your help. My son just went to Snake Valley to collect medicine. He has been there for a day and night, and he hasn't fallen yet. Can you go to Snake Valley to see? Ding, congratulations on triggering the quest, the whereabouts of Ding Lao San, the content of the task. Enter the Snake Valley to find the whereabouts of Ding Lao San, the task reward, 50 experience points, 2 copper coins. The task reward is really low. Summon the scroll for the boss, endure it. Relax, leave this to me. Joshua patted his chest and agreed. He is a very serious person, and he agreed and headed towards Snake Valley for the first time. Remember that the player who wrote the strategy said that the moment the task is received, the serial task will begin. Going to Snake Valley early to save Ding Lao San's life may cause a different chain of tasks. Unfortunately, the players who wrote the strategy missed it. When I summarized the 108th ring mission, I realized that it was wrong and made a special sentence. Perhaps to save Ding Lao San, the serial mission would not require 108 rings. There is no need to run the 108th ring to complete the task, and get epic equipment rewards. The task is still very fragrant. Hearing people's persuasion to eat a full meal, Joshua didn't think much, and rushed towards Snake Valley for the first time. Snake Valley is inaccessible, and the poisonous snakes are all LV7 monsters, and there are a lot of them. There is still poisonous gas in the valley, and you will be affected by the poisonous gas when you enter the Snake Valley, and you will lose blood every moment. Without detoxification medicine and a large amount of blood recovering medicine, it can't hold it at all. Players in the early stage are all poor and unwilling to level up here. Relying on the movement speed bonus brought by the Wilderness Rogue and super agility, Joshua has rushed to the Snake Valley in a short time. The group of snakes neighed in the Snake Valley, and countless venomous snakes rushed past the central tree in the valley. A middle-aged man on the big tree was holding a hatchet and constantly wielding it. The poisonous snakes that climbed up were chopped into 2 pieces. He was still bitten by a poisonous faint, and his face was blue and white, and it seemed that the poison was deep. The hatchet in his hand became weaker and weaker. Joshua saw Ding Lao San's ID and understood that this was the person he was looking for. He looked at the blood bar that the other party was about to empty, and almost scolded his mother in his heart. Relying on his amazing speed of movement, he arrived the first time, and what he saw was Ding Lao San who was about to die. In case the movement speed is slower, what you see is a corpse. This special lady doesn't want to save Ding Lao San by herself. Joshua was very angry, and quickly ran into the snakes, attracting the attention of a large number of poisonous snakes. Come bite me. A large number of venomous snakes swarmed towards Joshua, one after another, snake teeth carrying venom bite towards Joshua. Chapter 41 Different Serial Missions. Poison and Anti-Predator Treasure Chest. Joshua stood in the group of poisonous snakes, not hiding, letting the poisonous snake bite him. Miss. 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 The effects of dodge and Wilderness Rogue gave Joshua very high dodge. Relying on the super high dodge, Joshua dodges most of the attacks. Occasionally, a few poisonous snakes attacked him and couldn't break Joshua's defense. Only a series of misses can be left. The only thing that can make Joshua lose his blood is the poisonous gas in Snake Valley, which loses 1 point of health every second. I can withstand this injury. Dark Trap. There were poisonous snakes everywhere, and the speed of shooting arrows was too slow. Joshua decisively threw a dark trap and detonated. The 21-yard range is not too big or too small. At least 50 or 60 poisonous snakes are in the dark trap and detonated together. Ding, congratulations on killing the poisonous snake. You have gained 50 experience points. Because you kill monsters at level 6, you get a 60% extra experience bonus, and you get an additional 30 experience points. Ding, congratulations on killing the poisonous snake. You have gained 50 experience points. Because you kill monsters at level 6, you get a 60% extra experience bonus, and you get an additional 30 experience points. The 4 scavenger wolves have also joined the battle group. After previous successive scavenging and strengthening, although the combat power is not as good as last week, it will never be worse than the LV10 elite monster. Bullying a poisonous snake with high blood and low blood is just like eating spicy strips. It can be easily solved with a few paws to death. Joshua quickly turned his gaze to the 3rd child. This poor guy was dying. I'm the one who your father came to find you. Chapter 49. Drink the medicine. Joshua threw a few bottles of rejuvenating medicine in the past, but unfortunately there was no detoxification medicine on his body. This can only be used temporarily. The number of venomous snakes decreased, and with the help of the blood recovery potion, Yu Lao-san finally survived. Thank you for your help. If you didn't show up in time and saved my life, I would die here. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Yu Lao-san's eyes were full of fear. I have a heartfelt feeling, I hope you can help me. I found a precious herb in the Snake Valley. I need it urgently. If you can help me get it, I will give you generous compensation. Ding, congratulations on completing the task and looking for Ding Lao-san. You have 50 experience points and 3 copper coins. Ding, you trigger a special mission to seize precious herbs. The mission rewards 3,000 experience worth 10 silver coins and 2 potential points. The task trigger really changed. The previous serial task trigger was Old Man Ding. Now, his son Ding Lao-san is not dead, and the next task has also changed. Wouldn't it be a series of 108 missions? Thinking of this, Joshua couldn't help but feel a headache. Let's finish the task first. In any case, the task reward has been greatly improved, and the task will be completed first. Following Ding Lao-san, Joshua came to the back of the empty valley and found no traces of herbs. Here is a very powerful Snake King. He is very powerful. You must be careful. Ding Lao-san was fully guarded, with a hatchet in his hand, pushing away a half-person high stone in the distance, and then backing backwards like lightning. Behind the stone revealed a dark hole, and a black triangle-shaped snake head protruded from the hole like lightning and attacked Ding Lao-san, who was retreating. It's too fast. Even though Ding Lao-san had prepared early, he drew back for the first time, but was caught up by the snake head, and the black snake teeth violently attacked. This is a boss-level monster, or a bronze-level boss. Ding Lao-san's health has already been reduced to the bottom, it is impossible to block this blow. Does the system just want Ding Lao-san to die? I was dying when I first saw him, but he died one step later. Not long afterward, he was about to be killed by the black snake again. This was really no luck. Joshua was a little weak to vomit. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. The whispers of the wind in his hand were full, and arrows shot out. The arrow of wind language has the effect of reducing the target's movement speed. After the black snake's movement speed is reduced, it can save Ding Lao-san. A series of astonishing damages were hit, beating endlessly. In a short time, nearly 9,000 damages have been hit. Poorly, this black snake boss has a level of only LV8, how can he withstand such awesome damage? The result is no suspense. Without waiting for the black snake boss to attack Ding Lao-san, the terrifying damage instantly killed him. Died. Ding Lao-san was dumbfounded. The strength of this guy is too strong. In this way, the task is much simpler. He dived into the cave, looking for potions. Joshua stayed in place, picking up the willpower dropped by the boss and the Predator's treasure chest. This Predator's treasure chest is a bit weird, and the addition is not attribute points. Predator's treasure box, bronze. Exclusive treasure for wild predators, others can't open it. After opening, you will get 4 poison resistance and 1 random bronze treasure. Poison and anti-predator treasure chest. It's not an attribute point. It seems that the Predator's treasure chest has other potential to be tapped. Chapter 42, How to Directly Complete the 108th Ring Mission. February 5th. The poison resistance effect is still very useful. Once you encounter strong poison damage, you have a higher poison resistance and can avoid damage to a large extent. Now that you encounter it, you can't miss it. Joshua doesn't have much experience points on hand, and it is not a problem to strengthen to +4. Ding, your Predator treasure chest is strengthened to +4. You can choose one of the following effects. 1. Poison resistance +10. 2. Rare -5% of poison damage received. 3. Rare, you can choose one of the poison skills you have to damage +10, the effect will be obtained every time the skill is upgraded. The 3 options are not bad. For the fixed damage to the poison type damage that continuously reduces the life, +10 damage is equivalent to an increase of hundreds of poison type damage, and each time you increase the level, you can get an additional upgrade, definitely the poison type required option. Chapter 50. However, Joshua has no poison damage skills. The only thing that can be touched is the snake trap, this skill cannot be learned yet. Forget it, let's get -5% of the poison damage. This skill is very practical, and the post effect is pretty good. Predator's treasure box +6, bronze. A treasure chest for wild predators, others can't open it. Effect: after opening, gain 46 points of poison resistance, 5% poison resistance and 7 random bronze treasures. Not bad. Joshua opened it decisively. Ding, you get 46 poison resistance and 5% poison resistance. You get cyan orb, bronze, simple sword, bronze. After Joshua counted the treasures, Ding Laosan also got out of the small hole, holding a herb in his hand, with a smile on his face. Young man, thank you for your help, this is the reward you deserve. Ding, you complete the task of capturing precious herbs, and you will be rewarded with 3,000 experience points, 10 silver coins, and 2 potential points. Unfortunately, this soul-attracting grass alone may not be effective enough. Although he got the herbs he wanted, Ding Laosan still looked sad. Joshua understood that the serial mission was not over. Without waiting for Joshua's question, Ding Laosan turned his head and looked at Joshua with expectation. I would like to ask you to go to the second wife of Wang for help. She has a kind of holy water that can enhance the efficacy of the medicine. I hope you can help me find a way to get it. Ding, congratulations for triggering the serial quest, the water of blessing from the second wife of Wang Erpo. Task content, you need to find a way to get the water of blessing from the second wife of Wang, which is used to strengthen the medicinal effect of the soul-inducing grass. Task reward, experience value, 3,000, 2 silver coins, 2 potential points. When Joshua heard Ding Laosan's words, he was dumbfounded. He had seen the 108th ring mission, but his memory was not clear. He vaguely remembered that it seemed to be the mission after the 100th ring. Did he save Ding Laosan, so that the mission of the 108th ring was extremely reduced, and it became the 9th ring or the 10th ring mission? In this way, Joshua really hopes to complete this hidden mission and obtain epic equipment. Leave it to me. I'll go back and wait for your good news. If you can save my daughter, you will be my great benefactor, and I will never be stingy. This is a promise to Joshua in advance. Joshua nodded, and rushed towards Wang Erpo's residence without stopping. Blessing the holy water is my lifeblood. Of course, it took me a lot to get the blessing. I got this blessing holy water. You can get it if you want. My wife died in the hands of a poisonous snake. Collect 10,000 pairs of snake skins for me, and I'll give it to you. 10,000 pairs of snake skins. This is too difficult. Time-consuming and laborious. Even if Joshua didn't take the initiative to hunt the poisonous snakes, but only spent gold coins to buy them from the players, this would be time-consuming and laborious work. Joshua didn't waste so much time, and didn't want to waste his time and energy on purchasing snake skins. Is there any way to solve it? Joshua slapped his head suddenly, shook his head and said, I'm so stupid, there is obviously a way to save trouble. What does Ding Laosan want to find for himself to find blessing holy water? Increase the effect of the soul-inducing grass. There are several tasks in the follow-up, but also to get something similar to the blessing of holy water. Isn't these tasks done to improve the soul-grabbing grass and increase the chance of rescuing the third daughter of Ding? For ordinary players, even if they have taken a shortcut by chance, they still have to follow the set steps to complete the task little by little. Joshua is different. He has experience to strengthen, can directly strengthen the soul-inducing grass. Once the spirit grass has been strengthened to a certain level, the effect is far better than the auxiliary materials obtained in the follow-up. Thinking of this, Joshua smiled brightly on his face. Young man, how are you thinking about it? Second Pawang asked with a smile. Auntie, you should go play with snakes by yourself. 10,000 pairs of snake skins. Do you really have time to play snake with you? After Joshua finished speaking, he turned his head and left. He has a hunch that he can complete the task directly this time and get the final reward of the 108th ring mission, epic equipment. There is no need for 108 rings, the second time is directly completed. Epic equipment, here I am. Chapter 43 Divine Power is Supreme. Big Flicker Joshua. March 5th. Why did you come back so soon? Have you got the blessing holy water? When Ding Laosan and Ding Dao saw Joshua's arrival, smiles appeared on their faces. Attitude is called eagerness. Joshua shook his head. Wang Erpo needs to buy 10,000 snake skins. It's too difficult. Hearing these words, Ding Laosan and old Ding tried their best to cover up, but they still couldn't hide the disappointment on their faces. Old man Ding couldn't help frowning and said, if you give up this mission, then I have one more thing I need your help. Chapter 51. Wang Tiejiang has an indeterminate fruit in his hands, which may be useful. I hope you can help. Joshua shook his head. I have a solution to help the elders save their daughters and granddaughters. You. How can it be? I have paid a great price to invite the priests who have been to the Temple of Light. The other party is powerless and can only use special soul-type herbs to solve the renunciation disease. You tell me you can solve it. Do you think you are the bishop of the Temple of Light? Old Mending had a bad temper, and he was open in 3 words. Joshua's expression didn't change at all, he didn't care at all. For the sake of epic equipment, Xiaoya doesn't care about you. Changing to an ordinary player, without knowing the final reward of the task, facing the temper of Old Mending, he would go violently on the spot in all likelihood. Really think that the player can't live without your mission. Especially with one task after another, when there is no peace, no matter how good the mentality is, it will explode. This is also the reason why only a few of the countless players can persist. Father, what he said is my savior. Without him, you won't see your son, let alone get the soul-grabbing grass. We should all thank him. He has no obligation to help us. Ding Laosan stood up and helped Joshua speak. Old Mending was ashamed of hearing, and apologized. I apologize to you, I can't control my mouth. I haven't thanked you for your life-saving grace to my son. It's not that we can't believe in you. There is a way or a skill and a specialization. The rescue method is what the priest of the Temple of Light said. In order to save my granddaughter, I dare not risk. Ding Laosan also nodded. Speaking of which, his attitude is the same as that of Old Mending. What a brainstorm. Joshua looked helpless. He has a solution. Looks like I'm going to pull someone's tiger skin again. The priest of the Temple of Light. This big man I know is much better than the priest of the Temple of Light. I don't know how many levels the saint is higher than the priest's identity. Ding Laosan and Ding Laosan were taken aback for a moment, and then their faces showed unbelievable colors. How can this be? We are only a small place here, and it is impossible for big people to appear. They looked at Joshua with suspicious eyes, suspecting that he was lying. Joshua is so weak, how can he know a big man? Just like a little who was rolling on the street, saying that he was as incredible as a certain chief who grew up in open crotch pants. The major temples and temples are supreme in the hearts of ordinary people. The world of Eternal advocates the supremacy of theocracy, and the kingship is only a vassal of theocracy. The status of the saint is even more noble than the princesses and kings of some countries. Joshua said that he knew a saint, even the saint of a small temple. It was an incredible thing. Ignoring the reactions of these people, Joshua continued, speaking of which, you may still know this person. Sage of Dawn. Although the Temple of Dawn is not comparable to the Temple of Light, it is not a small temple, and the saint has a very high status. Hearing that he might also know this saint, Old Mending and Old Mending were even more disbelief. If you really knew such a big man, you would have asked her for help. Do you know Vivian? With the 3 words Vivian, Ding and Ding were taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help but blurt out, didn't she die when she was very young? Is she still alive? She has also become the Saint of Dawn. Old Ding and Ding Laosan couldn't help but stare, as if they realized something was wrong. That's right, Vivian was Xiaoxiang's playmate back then. She died strangely, and Xiaoxiang was sad for a long time. If she becomes the Saint of Dawn, everything is excusable. The identities of the top leaders of the major temples are secretive, and very few people know where they came from. This is also to prevent the dark forces from using their relatives as a handle to force them into darkness. It is rumored that such a big figure in the Temple of Light was affected and eventually became a big figure of the dark forces. This has always been a shame for the Temple of Light. In order to prevent similar things from happening in other temples, once the qualifications are confirmed, they will be cultivated in secret. Both of them are natives of the eternal world, and some things are familiar. Thank you for your advice. Xiaoxiang and Vivian are best friends. She is definitely willing to make a move. Old Mending and Old Ding cried with joy, and couldn't help thanking Joshua, and rushed toward the direction of the village chief. Chapter 44. It seems that taking her to elope is also a good choice. Hey, you guys, come back to me. When you find Vivian and say, did I miss the stuffing? His next plan could not be smoothly entered. Chapter 52. Not only that, but they still can't let them see Vivian, otherwise, they will definitely miss the stuff. Are you people who want to help the dark forces? Vivian's identity is kept secret, just to protect the safety of the village chief and the village. Not only that, the village has been targeted by the dark forces. She hiding in the dark can also help the village tide over the difficulties. If it is leaked, it will destroy her plan, and even let everyone in the whole village be buried with her. Such a responsibility. Can you bear such a crime? Perhaps for you, saving your daughter and granddaughter is a big deal. Xiao Xiang is still Vivian's friend, and he will not let it go because of reason. But once it is shot, who will be responsible for the crime of tragic death because of her identity exposure? Even if Xiao Xiang died and resurrected, can she accept it? Zhou Zhuo's mouth was fully open, and every sentence had unparalleled lethality. Ding Laosan and Ding Laosan, who were still excited before, seemed to pour a basin of cold water on their heads, from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet. It seemed that the hope that he had just raised was shattered. Old Man Ding looked desperate, but it was Ding Laosan who was the first to react. He looked at Zhou Zhuo's eyes as if he had caught a life-saving straw. Since you know the identity of His Royal Highness Vivian, there must be a way. Please, give us a chance. As long as you are willing to take action and can save Xiao Xiang, let us do anything. Old Man Ding also slowed down and added, as long as I can save my granddaughter, I am willing to give you the treasure of the family. Ding Laosan turned his head, his face couldn't hide his surprise. In the end, he didn't say much, just turned his head and looked at Zhou Zhuo with expectant eyes. Ding, congratulations on triggering the final link of the serial task, Rescue Lilac. The content of the task, you need to ask Vivian to rescue Lilac. Task reward, 20,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, and 5 free attribute points. Point. Final reward, 1 piece of epic equipment. It finally became. Zhou Zhuo saw the triggered ultimate task and the reminder of the ultimate task reward, and his face was full of smiles. He knew his plan was successful. Only 1 step away from epic equipment. Please say that as long as we can do it, we will do our best to do it. Ding Laosan and Ding Laoman did not refuse, and waited for Zhou Zhuo's request. First, the identity of His Highness Vivian is secret, you can't reveal it. The right to do this is not for His Highness Vivian to take action, but to solve it by yourself, don't expose it. Second, I will also take the soul-inducing grass with me, which can increase the success rate. Third, you can't follow during treatment, I need to go to a safe place. The first 2 are okay, they are willing even if it can increase the chance by 1% more. Finally, the third article is unbearable and can't be watched by your side. What if this guy is plotting something wrong? The 2 old men looked at Zhou Zhuo warily. If you don't want to, then forget it, when I didn't mention it. The first 2 are necessary, and the third is added by yourself. The reason for this is simple. The treatment method has not changed much from the original method of Ding's family, mainly relying on Yinhonko. The only change is the use of an enhanced version of Inspiring Soul Grass. Zhou Zhuo didn't want his secrets to be discovered. It's not just players who are on guard, but also NPC. The eternal world is equivalent to a real world. After the game merges with reality, invading your own world is the best proof. Not only that, there are gods in this world, and once their abilities are leaked, they will spread to the ears of the gods in all likelihood. What will the gods do? Will you kill yourself in advance? Regardless of whether this kind of thing will happen, Zhou Zhuo is unwilling to take risks. At least, before he had the power to fight against the gods, Zhou Zhuo was unwilling to leak it out. This can be regarded as one of my own means of avoiding danger. If Ding Oldman and Ding Oldman were unwilling, Zhou Zhuo would rather give up the epic equipment than expose them. Although the unknown epic equipment is good, it may not be suitable for use. I have many opportunities to get epic equipment again in the future. Oldman Ding and Ding heard the determination in Zhou Zhuo's tone, and hesitation flashed across their faces. When I think of my daughter, granddaughter, being unable to wake up, the other party seems to have nothing to plan. All right. To be careful, we need to leave a mark of perception on you. It can only roughly perceive where you are. Once you want to escape with Xiao Xiang, we can catch you for the first time. This is also the last stubbornness of Ding Laosan and Ding Laoman. Happy cooperation. Zhou Zhuo didn't hesitate at all, and readily agreed. This is not a problem. In other words, is a vegetable really so rare? Elopement. Chapter 53. Really have never seen a woman. When Zhou Zhuo saw Clove, his thoughts immediately changed 180 degrees. Well, it seems that taking her to elope is also a good choice. Chapter 45. The strong are never influenced by the words of the weak. Lilac's appearance is far more beautiful than he thought, different from Vivian's holiness and Didala's evil charm. She has a temperament similar to that of the girl next door, her eyes closed like a sleeping beauty. I left with me. After Joshua finished speaking, he strode forward, picked up the sleeping Lilac, and took her away in strides. Ding Lao San and Ding Laoman stared at Joshua's back, and sighed for a long time. Joshua did not relax his vigilance, and the 4 scavenger wolves stood guard behind, just to prevent the Ding family from following. Finding a remote place that will not be disturbed by others, Joshua took out the soul-grabbing grass. The experience value in his hand is not too much, and it can only strengthen the soul-inducing grass to +3 at most. What if the effect is not enough? But I boasted that I went to Haikau, and I must not lift a rock and hit myself in the foot. This is related to their mission and epic equipment. First, go to fight wild monsters for an hour, earn some experience points, and ensure that you are foolproof. There is always a strong sense of violation with vegetables to fight monsters. Fortunately, the scavenger wolf was powerful enough. Joshua found the high-level monster area, and did not need to take action. He occasionally threw a few dark traps, and most of them were 4 workers fighting frantically, earning experience for himself. Joshua was not idle, looking at the beauty, the water forum. The Eternity Forum is very popular, with various strategies emerging one after another, and many like-minded players share interesting facts in the game. The most popular is gossip. The first to bear the brunt is the top post. LV7 players singled out LV10 bronze bosses. In the video, a player holds a dragon spear, moves dexterously and swiftly, evading boss attacks time and time again. His movements are very precise shots time after time, every time he can fall on the boss key. In addition, the most notable thing is that there is a palm-sized baby dragon next to him, with flames in his mouth and burning monsters. The 2 cooperated tacitly to kill the bronze boss without any damage. Joshua stared at the men, and recognized his identity. Sweep the gun. Occupation, Dragon Knight. This profession is very powerful, not inferior to Joshua's original wilderness hunter. Both have their own focus. The wilderness hunter and the upgraded wilderness hunter are growth-oriented professions, and are obviously weaker than the Dragon Knight in the early stage. If the number of bosses hunted is enough, the attributes are far beyond the hidden professions of the same rank, or even higher. Especially the Predator's treasure box is extremely powerful in conjunction with his own talents, which is extremely perverted. Even the most powerful 10-star hidden class is not more than 1 in 1,000. Dragon Knights are mostly the same as other hidden professions, bringing high attribute growth and special professional expertise. The most powerful is the companion dragon. Similar to pets and mounts, they can grow up with their owners and have amazing potential. This hidden profession was once the hidden profession Joshua wanted to choose. However, the wilderness hunter is more suitable for him. Joshua did not regret his choice, otherwise, he would not have such a strong combat power now. The opponent is very famous, and he is known as one of the top 10 powerhouses in the previous life, and is also the powerhouse closest to the gods in the later life. The only pity is, he is a member of the Celestial Temple. The gun sweeps the horizon. I believe it won't be long before we will meet. Gun sweeping the end of the world is a thug in the Temple of Heaven, and the hatred between himself and the Temple of Heaven cannot be resolved. Sooner or later, there will be a match. I believe this day will not be too long. Turn off the video. Joshua checked the forum, looking for useful clues. Unfortunately, there is not much useful information left. Many of the top 10 powerhouses in the previous life only showed up with guns sweeping the end, and the remaining 9 were missing. On the contrary, his name is very popular, and some people put their videos on the forum. Sure enough, there is no comparison, there is no harm. The guns swept across the horizon and the battles flowed and flowed, relying entirely on their own technology. After everyone saw it, they would only be impressed by this superb fighting skills. As for the hunting angel, it was totally another style of painting, and the whole battle process was almost without friends. It can be said that the enemy died as soon as he showed up. In the words on TV, it will not survive 1 episode, well, it will not survive 3 seconds. Definitely a model of hanging bee. The comment area is also different. The gun swept the bottom of the Tianya video. Countless players shouted 666, worshipping the boss. At the bottom of the Hunting Angel video, most of them shouted in Hung B, hard to conceal their envy and hatred. Joshua is not interested in the player's comments, and will not be affected at all. These people can't eat grapefruit and say sour. If they have such awesome combat power, they are absolutely willing. Chapter 54. What's more, eternity is not an ordinary game. Future games will merge with reality, and they will become their true strength. If you listen to them, you will restrain yourself. When the game merges with reality, do you have to rely on their keyboards to save the world and resist the invasion of the gods? The strong are never influenced by the words of the weak. Joshua withdrew from the forum and took a look at enough experience points. You can start strengthening. Epic equipment, here I am. Chapter 46 Soul Ferryman. Immune to physical damage. 1/5. The experience value on hand smashed down in one breath, and first strengthened to +4. Ding, the soul-inducing grass is strengthened to +4, you have an extra option. 1. The effect of soul-inducing grass is increased by 50%. 2. There is a 50% chance that there will be an explosion of soul power, and the effect of soul-inducing grass will be doubled. 3. Rare the absorption and transformation effect of soul grass +50%. The 3 effects are good, the second is to fight the face, and it is far less practical than the third. The absorption conversion effect is increased by 80%, isn't it equivalent to the 50% increase in the effect of the soul-inducing grass? Or the overall effect? Joshua didn't hesitate to choose effect 3 decisively. In order to prevent accidents, Joshua strengthened it by +6 in one breath, which is also the maximum that his experience points can be strengthened to. Inspiring soul grass +6, excellent. Type, herb, soul. Effect, repair soul injury, restore soul power, attract lost soul effect +320%, absorb conversion effect +50% extra. After being increased to +6, it is equivalent to 4 times the normal soul-inducing grass, +50% extra absorption and transformation effect, which is equivalent to 6 times plus of the soul-inducing grass. The effect is far stronger than any blessing holy water. If the vegetative cannot be rescued, Joshua will have no choice but to help. Taking out the newly strengthened hunhung grass, Joshua mashed it and stuffed it into Lilac's mouth. The effect of the medicine was very fast, and after a while, Joshua faintly felt that the vitality of Clove's body had become more intense. Perhaps the enhanced soul-inducing grass effect is too supplementary. A phantom faintly appeared on top of Lilac's head. The phantom became more and more solid, and the appearance was exactly the same as that of Lilac. This phantom is the lost soul of Lilac, and I don't know how it was suppressed. It was condensed by the powerful soul-inducing grass effect, which was close to the entity. Lilac's soul was filled with confusion, and he looked at Joshua curiously. Who are you? A sound like a silver bell came from Dingxiang's mouth. Dingxiang's soul did not even enter the body, and he looked at Joshua in a daze. Hurry back to your body. Joshua's expression changed and he warned. Lilac's soul reaction was obviously a step late, and before he could move, black chains drilled out of the emptiness behind him, wrapped around Lilac's body. It was a man wearing a black robe and exuding a billowing black air. He appeared out of nothing from nothing. Who are you? There was a painful look on Lilac's face, and this time the doubt was the man who appeared out of nowhere. Soul Ferryman. Follow me. The black chain tightened, and the soul of Lilac was about to be dragged away forcibly. Seeing this, Joshua exploded on the spot. The task of labor and management has not been completed yet, so you actually want to stop it. You want to die. An ordinary soul ferryman also wants to grab someone from his own hand. Even if it was a messenger, or the of the gods, Joshua dared to pull his teeth. The 4 scavenger wolves shot, and their minions pulled down towards the soul ferryman in front of them. The soul ferry was ignored, and the black chain was tightened to pull the soul of Lilac into the deep abyss. A series of mist lights up, none of them can cause him harm. You guys step back. Joshua didn't care about it, and it was normal that he couldn't cause harm. Because the soul ferryman, immune to physical attacks. Soul Fairy and Divide Soul, Golden Boss. Race, Underworld. Level, LV10, Level Restricted. Attack, 0. Magic Attack Power, 320. Health Value, 50,000/50,000. Physical Defense, 0. Magic Defense, 120. Movement Speed, 30. Chapter 55. Skills, Nether Chain, Soul Eater Claw, Ghostbone Fire, Soul Parasitism, Soul Fairy. Racial talent, underworld, immune to physical damage. The attributes are very powerful, immune to physical damage, and high magical attack power. For example, occupations such as warriors, assassins, knights, hunters, etc., without magical damage skills, it will not hurt the soul ferryman at all. Let go of that girl. The soul ferryman ignored Joshua and ignored him. Your soul is very good, the mastermind. Follow me. The nether chain pulled Lilac away a little bit. A vortex gradually formed in the back, as if to open the entrance to the netherworld. Have you asked my opinion? For those who labor and capital want to protect, Pluto must keep labor and capital farther away. Joshua's breath was very loud, and the soul ferryman turned his attention to Joshua. Dare to call God by name, insult God, and die. A black magic claw fell towards Joshua, and Joshua, who had been prepared for a long time, drew back and escaped the blow. I'll send you to death. The wind whispered to the full moon, and the arrow in his hand aimed at the soul ferryman and shot down. Ignorant and stupid human beings. Such mundane arrows want to hurt me. The soul ferryman ridiculed his face, but his smile quickly solidified on his face. Joshua did not have a way to break the physical immunity, but his arrow is a magic arrow, and the magic arrow with LV5 enhancement +4 adds 18 points of real damage. This is the capital Joshua used to deal with the soul ferryman. Chapter 47 has no magic value. Do you want to cast spells too? February 5th. How can it be? There is a problem with your arrow. The expression of the soul ferryman who hadn't cared about Joshua finally changed color. Wind Whisper arrow is 100% triggered, and each attack will add 19 arrows that increase damage by 10%. It is equivalent to every time Joshua attacks, it will cause nearly 400 real damage. Turn on rapid shooting, the attack speed reaches 1.5/s, and the arrow is really like rain. The soul ferryman couldn't keep calm. With a wave of his hand, Bisonson's flame of bones turned into a huge fireball and fell towards Joshua. Shock. Joshua had a stun effect for 1 second, and the flames of the bones fell on him and exploded. The amount of damage dealt is not low. The fire of the bones also has a burning effect. The next 20 points of damage are received every second for 10 seconds, and the damage received within 10 seconds is plus 20%. Not dead. How is it possible? In the eyes of the soul ferryman, Joshua was only a level 1 cute new person. Under strong control, he used the fire of the bones, but he didn't kill him. Even if he loses his health every second, Joshua has dropped a quarter of his health. After recovering, Joshua didn't want to distance himself, and the wind whispered and fired again. The soul ferryman was completely angry, and a cloud of darkness was blocked, turned into a cage, and Joshua was about to be restrained. Joshua moved to the side while controlling a scavenger wolf to rush into it. The scavenger wolf was bound in a black cage, and his health slowly dropped. After 3 consecutive failures, the soul ferryman was furious. Ignorant fellow, you annoyed the unprovoked existence. I want your soul. Soul parasite. It's a pity that just halfway through the activation of the skill, Joshua suddenly discovered that he had left the scope of the soul parasite. Want to eat me? Dreaming. It's not that Joshua has never fought a soul ferryman before, and he understands every skill the opponent masters, as well as the range of spells. Except for the deterrence of the range, it is not easy to dodge Joshua with other skills. Asshole. The soul ferryman continued to bind Lilac's soul with a chain, waving a black machete in his hand, and quickly slashed at Joshua. Do you want to chase me? Come on. Joshua chuckled lightly, and the arrows continued. The arrow of wind has a slowing effect, and the slowing effect of each arrow is not low. The soul ferryman wants to catch up with himself under the effect of deceleration. It was a dream. Chapter 56. He wanted to cast a spell, Joshua could easily deal with it. Soul. The soul ferryman had just prepared to use the soul ferryman's signature skills, and suddenly found a very embarrassing thing: he has no magic value. In addition to the deceleration effect, the arrow of wind also has a magic absorption effect. Each arrow can absorb 5 points of mana. Each attack of Joshua will trigger the effect of the arrow of wind. A series of 19 arrows of wind will fall, which is equivalent to 95 points of mana of the soul ferryman. Normal attacks do not absorb magic. After the continuous attacks, coupled with the spellcasting of the soul ferryman, after the successive battles, it is strange that the magic value is still enough. I'm screaming again. The mentality of the soul ferryman exploded on the spot. His profession is similar to that of a mage. Without the magic value, how can he fight it? Even if you want to play melee with Joshua. The problem is that you can catch up. Joshua relied on the wild rogue effect to run fast, coupled with the deceleration effect added by the arrow, wanted to catch up with Joshua at a snail-like speed. Definitely dreaming. Come on. Come and chase me. To deal with ordinary bosses, this trick is not used at all. A single attack plus the trigger of Wind Whisper can kill the boss in seconds. Only some powerful bosses can withstand Joshua's continuous attacks. The kite-flying tactic was originally intended to be used on the Dark Witch Daedala, but the Soul Ferryman was lucky and could give priority to experience. Boy, if we have the ability, let's have a normal fight. The Soul Ferryman couldn't help but swear. As a special person, he has physical immunity and no one will easily provoke him. Unexpectedly, in the hands of a cute new LV1, he planted a big somersault. What kind of fairy is this? LV1 can actually hit such a high attack frequency, real damage, and all kinds of disgusting effects. The Soul Ferryman had to admit that he was planted. He was careless, the strength of the clone he sent was a bit weak. Boy, I remember you. I want your soul. The Soul Ferryman can only issue a weak threat. Are you threatening me? Sorry, even if you come on your own, I will beat you to death. Pluto is about the same. As Joshua spoke, his attacks never ceased. Although the life value of the Soul Ferryman is not low, as high as 50,000 points, it is definitely the person with the highest health value Joshua has ever seen. But he was just a target in Joshua's eyes. It was only a matter of time before 50,000 health points were consumed. In just over a minute, the body of the Soul Ferryman became virtual and completely collapsed. The first golden boss to die in his hands. Chapter 48 Harmimune Predator Treasure Chest. March 5th. Ding, congratulations on killing the Soul Ferryman. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Because you kill the boss at level 9, you get an additional 90% experience bonus, and you get 9,000 additional experience points. As Joshua got rid of the Soul Ferryman, the chains that had originally been bound to Lilac also disappeared, regaining his freedom. Thank you for saving me. I want to know who you are. I have amnesia. Joshua Gang picked up the equipment dropped by the Soul Ferryman and the Predator treasure chest, and saw Lilac approaching him, looking at him curiously in his eyes. What kind of bridge of blood is this? Amnesia. What will happen if he says he is his husband? Joshua just suppressed his thoughts. He was an upright person and would never take advantage of others. I am the person your father and your grandfather invited to help you. Now I have saved you, I can send you back. Joshua can't wait to receive his task rewards. While rushing, Joshua began to check the equipment dropped by the Soul Ferryman. The 3 pieces of equipment are all LV10 golden equipment. The effect is not too amazing. Joshua selectively ignores it. The focus is on the Predator treasure chest. Predator's treasure box, gold. Exclusive treasure for wild predators, others can't open it. Effect, after opening, you will get 5% physical damage immunity and a random gold level treasure. Joshua was completely stunned when he saw the gold level Predator treasure chest he had just obtained. 5% physical damage immunity. There is such a thing. So amazing. Absolutely good things are much more valuable than free attribute points. Chapter 57. This effect usually only appears on a certain powerful defensive equipment, which is very rare and rare. In addition, there are some skills that will temporarily have similar effects. Unlike the open Predator treasure chest, these things are foreign objects, or temporary. Without equipment or skill cooling, they will not be effective. Opening the Predator's treasure chest is completely different, and the effect obtained always accompanies itself. Is a permanent effect. This is far more powerful than the percentage physical damage immunity on top equipment. He must strengthen this Predator treasure chest. Joshua looked at the golden Predator treasure chest in his hand with a bright smile on his face. The two were fast. Joshua was in front and Ding Xiang followed. Without spending too much time, Joshua brought Ding Xiang to Ding's residence. You came back so soon. What happened? Seeing Joshua's arrival, Ding Laosan showed excitement on his face and hurriedly came over and asked. Halfway through the conversation, I saw the cloves following Joshua. At this moment, Ding Xiang was timidly hiding behind Joshua, carefully poking his head into the room. "Daughter, you finally woke up." Ding Laosan was so excited when he saw the awakened Lilac. Hurriedly ran to Ding Xiang, trying to take her into his arms. This move scared Lilac very much, like a frightened deer hiding far away, while looking at Joshua with a look of help. "Daughter, what's the matter with you? Am I your father?" Seeing Ding Xiang's reaction and the look in his eyes, Ding Laosan hurriedly shouted. "I do not know you. How is this going?" Ding Laosan's voice was full of anger, staring at Joshua. "Don't think about it, this guy must have caused the ghost." Old Man Ding also walked out of the room, staring at Joshua with a bad expression. If they couldn't give themselves a satisfactory explanation, they would definitely devour Joshua Sheng. Joshua looked helpless, he really did his best to save Lilac. The man was saved, and he pulled his teeth out of the soul ferryman's hands. But after she woke up, she lost her memory. What's up with herself? It may be that she has fallen asleep for too long, and her memory is missing. I tried my best to save her. Joshua explained helplessly. Ding Laosan and Ding Laos were not satisfied with this explanation. They want not only Li Xiang to wake up, but also the original her. "What are you doing? Why are you so cruel to my savior? Go, let's get out of here." Ding Xiang was frightened, hiding behind Joshua in fear, pulling him to leave. Although Joshua said that these two people were his close relatives, Ding Xiang had no memory at all. Two strangers, how could Joshua, the one who saved him, feel more secure? What's more, whether it is a human or an animal, it will always have a sense of closeness to the creatures at first sight. If Ding Xiang were to choose, she would definitely choose to follow Joshua. "My little princess, Grandpa didn't want to kill you." Xiaoxiang just wakes up, the memory can still be restored. Even if the previous memories cannot be retrieved, new memories can be created. In any case, it's my baby granddaughter. Thank you for your life-saving grace to my granddaughter. Old Man Ding reacted first, thanking Joshua. Don't talk about imaginary things, what about rewards? Joshua has always been a pragmatic person, so let's get the reward first. Chapter 49 Magic Power Surging Bracelet. Spell Combo. April 5th. Reward. Don't worry, you are absolutely indispensable. Ding, congratulations on completing the ultimate serial quest, Rescue Lilac. You have received quest rewards, 20,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, and 5 free attribute points. Final reward, 1 piece of epic equipment. The mission is complete. Hearing the system prompt, Joshua breathed a sigh of relief. With the reward, I'm not afraid that Ding's family will fall behind. Joshua quickly checked the epic equipment he had just obtained. Magic Bracelet, Epic. Type, Accessories. Health plus 100. Chapter 58. Mana plus 100. Defense plus 5. Strength plus 5. Constitution plus 5. Agility plus 5. Spirit plus 5. Effect, Magic. The magic value of the skill you cast consumes minus 15%. Effect, Surge. When you cast a skill, there is a 10% chance that the skill will be recasted once again. Priority is given to the previously attacked target, and the release has no consumption. Requirement level, LV1. Occupational restrictions, none. Description, everything is surging, the magic tide. Good stuff. The first effect is to consume minus 15% of the mana value. For professions that consume a lot of mana value, the value of this effect is quite high. Followed by the second effect Surge, with a 10% chance to cast an additional spell. This effect is also quite practical. Not only that, it is even more significant to Joshua. Joshua has experience enhancement, which can strengthen the effect of equipment, making this effect more powerful. The Whisper of the Wind, the weapon he has strengthened, is the best proof. Originally, there was a low probability of triggering an additional wind arrow, but Joshua was abruptly strengthened to have a 100% chance to trigger 19 additional wind arrows. An ordinary black iron equipment abruptly turned into an extremely powerful super artifact. This magical surging bracelet has similar potential. The former is to trigger an additional arrow to increase the strength of ordinary attacks. The magical surge bracelet adds additional spells. Once it is strengthened to a high level, it is equivalent to additional continuous spells. At that time, Joshua attacked the arrow of wind, 20 times plus damage. There is a surge of spells, multiple spell attacks. It's exciting to think about it. One good thing one after another, Joshua didn't know how to calm his mood. He desperately wants to gain a lot of experience, which can be used to strengthen his equipment and predator treasure chests. Yes, I won't disturb your reunion. Joshua was very satisfied with the treasure reward, thanked the Ding family, turned his head and left. I want to leave with you. Seeing that Joshua was about to leave, Ding Xiang ran over quickly, clinging to Joshua's arm, and could feel the amazing elasticity of a certain position. Ah, they are your dear ones, and this is the environment you have been living in. If you want to restore your memory, you'd better stay here. But I don't want you to leave, can you stay here with me? Ding Xiang looked at Joshua pitifully, like an abandoned little beast. Joshua looked helpless, he didn't have much time to be here. This will greatly waste the speed and efficiency of gaining experience. Not to mention anything else, there is still a gold-level predator treasure chest in his hand that needs to be opened. The predator treasure chest can only exist for 24 hours, Joshua also wants to strengthen it to the extreme that he can strengthen, and then open it. The number of treasure chests with a percentage of physical damage immunity is extremely rare. Since they encountered them, Joshua had to make good use of them anyway. He could only cool down and shook his head. Sorry, I'm very busy, and I have to spend time to improve my strength. She could only hold back and watch Joshua leave. Joshua admitted that Lilac is very beautiful, but he didn't want to be accompanied by a drag oil bottle. What's more, the Ding family is still staring at each other, and if they don't leave, they will rush people. After leaving Ding's house, Joshua suddenly remembered one thing. I don't seem to get the boss summoning scroll. This seems to be my main purpose this time. He is a person with a thick face when he is good, and what's more, the boss summoning scroll is indeed very practical for him. Why are you back again? When the Ding family saw Joshua go and come back, they thought he had changed his mind and wanted to stay here, but his face was not very good. Is this not welcoming myself? Joshua wanted to take this opportunity to pit the boss summoning scroll easily. I think the Ding Xiang girl is very pitiful, I always help others as the basis of happiness. The faces of Ding's family were not very good looking, but Ding Xiang cried with joy. Ignoring the ugly expressions of Old Man Ding and Old Man Ding, she rushed into Joshua's arms. Ding Xiang's favorability for you reaches 90 points, and of course his attitude, respect. Boy, you don't need you here. Joshua shook his head and smiled, no, I really need it. I heard that Ding's family also has a scroll of summoning, I wonder if it can be used for me to appreciate it. Chapter 59. Old Man Ding and Old Ding could not wait to throw Joshua out immediately. However, Ding Xiang was still watching and couldn't be this villain. Boy, this is for you. Before we change our minds, we will disappear immediately. Chapter 50 Golden Predator Treasure Box +8. The Unspeakable Story of Pluto. Lilac, you stay here, I will visit you often in the future. Joshua got the benefit, waved his hand at the clove and slipped away. Ding Xiang could only watch Joshua go away. Silly girl, I can see the ambition in his eyes, the future will never be tied here. If you want to keep up with him, you still need enough strength, don't worry, Grandpa will teach you. It took a long time for Ding Xiang to look back, looking at the kind face, and couldn't help crying softly, Grandpa. Old Man Ding's tears filled his eyes with excitement, his hard work was not in vain, and he finally heard the long-lost name. Joshua didn't know what happened to the Ding family, and got extra benefits. Joshua went all the way to the wild monster area of LV-10 to clean up the nearby wild monsters. As time passed, Joshua spent the rest of his time fighting monsters, and the monsters refreshed wave after wave. At first, he was the only player. After that, the player level gradually increased. The player with the highest level has reached LV-9 and began to challenge the LV-10 monsters. The increase in the number of players means that the number of monsters Joshua can kill has begun to decrease. Novice village monsters' experience is still too little. Joshua spent most of the time today to kill monsters. I don't know how many times he saw the monsters refreshed. Fighting for 10 hours in a row, only gained more than 200,000 experience points. This number is not much to Joshua. At present, there are many treasures that need to be strengthened by experience. According to the priority level, the most important is undoubtedly the gold-level Predator Treasure Chest. After all, the gold-level Predator Treasure Chest will disappear after more than 24 hours. If you want to encounter a Predator Treasure Chest with similar effects in the future, you don't know when, you must maximize it. The second is the epic equipment magic surging bracelet, and the last is the boss summoning scroll. First, strengthen the gold predator treasure chest. Ding, do you consume 800 experience points to strengthen the predator treasure box by +1? Sure. Ding, do you consume 6,400 experience points to strengthen the predator treasure box +5? Sure. Ding, congratulations on your predator treasure chest has been strengthened to +4. You have an additional strengthening option. 1. 8% immunity to physical damage. 2. The number of treasures obtained after the predator's treasure chest is opened +1, and its quality will be improved. 3. Rare strengthen the quality +1, and get the corresponding effect increase. Joshua took a few more glances on 3, and quickly realized that the effect of 3 is only equivalent to saving more than 10,000 experience points, which is far less cost-effective than 8% physical damage immunity. Continue to strengthen. Ding, do you consume 102,400 experience points to strengthen the predator treasure box +8? Sure. Ding, congratulations on your predator treasure chest has been strengthened to +8, and you have 2 additional strengthening options. 1. 16% immunity to physical damage. 2. The quality of the treasures obtained after the predator's treasure chest is opened is increased by 1 level. 3. Shield of damage absorption. When you receive physical damage, you get a shield that is equal to twice the value of physical damage immunity. The maximum duration of the shield is 10 seconds, and the cooling time is 600 seconds. 4. Underworld. Transform your body into a underworld, ignoring physical damage, but your body will gradually lose its human characteristics, and certain positions will become unusable. Joshua's eyes fell on 2 ultra-rare effects first. The former effect was fairly good. For example, if you receive 10,000 physical damage and exempt 50% of physical damage, you will temporarily gain a shield that absorbs 10,000 points. This is a powerful life-saving effect with extremely high practicability. Especially when facing powerful bosses, it is extremely practical. The last one is the meditation body. After obtaining it, he will directly transform himself into meditation, ignoring physical damage. It's so attractive. The strength of the Soul Ferryman is not too strong, but it can support Joshua for a long time. The biggest reliance is physical damage immunity. If he didn't have the magic arrow that caused real damage, even if he tried his best, he would not be able to hurt the Soul Ferryman. This guy is the nemesis of physics. Of course, after transforming into a subterranean body, there will also be a fatal weakness, losing the function of an indescribable position. There is a gossip about this matter. It is said that the underworld was given green by one of his own subordinates, and the angry underworld executed them. In order to prevent similar things from happening, after being transformed into the underworld, there was a great shortcoming. From then on, Hades was no longer afraid of his subordinates to green himself. This damage is a bit big. Joshua felt that by working hard, he could completely open the predator's treasure chest to achieve the effect of physical damage immunity, and there was no need to give himself another weakness. The result is self-evident. The choices are 1 and 3. So far, the more than 200,000 experience points in his hand have consumed 99%. Predator's treasure box +8, gold. Effect. After opening, it gains 90% physical damage immunity, the player's extreme value, unless the special talent is converted, otherwise it cannot be broken, and the damage absorption shield effect, which absorbs the equivalent of the physical damage immunity to double the value of the shield. The maximum duration of the shield 10 seconds, 600 seconds cooling time. Randomly obtain 9 treasures with a quality of no less than gold level. Chapter 51 Gifts for the Temple of War. Borrowing the boss to kill. Chapter 60. 90% physical immunity is already the player's limit. The continued enhancement of the Golden Predator's treasure chest is only to increase the number of gold level equipment, and the enhancement is of little value and meaning. A gold predator chest of +8 is enough. Ding, congratulations on opening the +8 golden predator treasure chest. You get 90% immunity to physical damage and the effect of the damage absorption shield, which absorbs a shield equivalent to double the value of physical damage immunity. The maximum duration of the shield is 10 seconds. The cooling time is 600 seconds. Ding, you get the life talisman, gold, the blood axe, gold, the power gem, gold. A lot of treasures were obtained in one breath, and there were a few pieces of equipment that Joshua also found good. Joshua focused his gaze on the power gem. Power gem, gold. Type, gems. Effect, After the equipment is inlaid, the power of the equipment is plus 10. Setting restrictions: weapons, gloves, bracelets, rings. Without thinking about it, another treasure worth strengthening. Joshua can only throw it aside for the time being. Seeing the late weather, Joshua went off the assembly line to rest. After having dinner hastily, I turned on the phone and saw that it was full of messages from Yangshan. Joshua was a little helpless. He spent most of his time and energy on the game, completely ignoring her. After calling back quickly and talking on the phone for 2 hours, Joshua slowly fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, it was a new day. Most of the time in the morning was spent on monsters, and the efficiency of gaining experience was much lower than before. The experience gained in the morning was worth 100,000. The mainstream player level reached LV10, and many players began to prepare to leave the novice village. It's almost time. He estimated the time. It was almost time for the Temple of War to kill the golden boss. Don't miss it. He first sent a message to the God of War: when will you pay the balance of the hidden profession? God of War's undefeated question came back with an angry question: what you gave is indeed a hidden class. This hidden class has great flaws and will join the dark camp. I didn't find you to get back the deposit you paid before. Do you dare to ask me for money? Joshua was not surprised. He took advantage of the dark camp to directly beat Luffy to autism, and he hadn't been online for the past 3 days. The Temple of War is well informed, and it is not difficult to get this news. The Temple of War is not at a loss. Anyway, the price of hidden occupations is very high. Even if the dark camp is like a mouse crossing the street, everyone shouts and fights, the Temple of War has enough strength to protect it. It just so happens that they are ready to send players who have obtained the dark hidden profession to the dark forces, and may be able to reap other benefits. In that case, the Temple of War is going to fall back on the bill. No one can owe me money. He sent out a threatening tone. If your level can be improved with mainstream players, I might still be afraid of you. It's a pity. The level is still LV1, you are destined to stay in Novice Village forever. The God of War is unbeaten and is too lazy to continue talking to Joshua. After playing the Golden Boss, they will leave Novice Village. They are destined to be people from 2 worlds, and there will be no intersection. Revenge. The premise is that you have the opportunity to leave the Novice Village. As a powerful player, God of War is not afraid of the threat of hunting angels. Even if the hidden occupations obtained are awesome, LV1 represents limited potential. Joshua understood the attitude of the God of War, and smiled coldly. First, I went to the market for a stroll, and after a while, I got an extra bottle of medicine in my hand. Brasilization potion, rare. Type, consumables. Effect, after use, it temporarily gains the Berserk effect, attack power plus 30%, attack speed plus 30%, movement speed plus 30%, damage taken plus 30%, duration 10 seconds. Joshua didn't use this thing for himself, but prepared it for the boss. Killing the player by yourself will get the guilt value, causing the ill feeling of the Saintess of Dawn and the Strong of Dawn of the Temple, and you may kill yourself easily. Joshua didn't want to influence his next plan because of the boss grabbing the temple, so he had to use the boss to kill. Don't you want to kill the boss? I will increase the strength of the boss by a bit and see how you can kill it. Ding, do you consume 200 experience points to strengthen the Madness Potion plus 1? Ding, Madness Potion Enhancement plus 4, you get an additional enhancement option. 1. The duration of the Madness Potion plus 10 seconds. 2. The effect of the Madness Potion is increased by 30%. 3. The additional damage taken by the Madness Potion has been reduced to 10%. Choose 2. The best defense is offense. As long as the attack is strong enough, it instantly melts the front row. What's more, Joshua also intends to kill this boss. There is no need for medicine to reduce the damage. Plus 4 is enough, and it is a bit wasteful to continue to use experience points on disposable consumables. Masteria Potion plus 4, rare. Chapter 61. Type, consumables. Effect, after use, it temporarily gains a Berserk effect, attack power plus 169%, attack speed plus 169%, movement speed plus 169%, damage taken plus 30%, duration 18 seconds. Good. With a satisfied expression on Joshua's face, he strode in the direction he remembered. This is a barren mountain that is inaccessible, without any monsters. Refreshing. He started to squat and waited for a short time. After 10 minutes, more than 20 players gathered together and started out with all the gods of war. Boss, we are all ready. 20 well-equipped players, absolutely no problem. Occupational equipment is quite outstanding. 3 full defense knights, 3 summoners, 3 priests, 2 hunters, and most of the others are high explosive professions such as mages and magicians. All is ready except for the opportunity. Chapter 52: A Gift to the War God Temple Mission. February 5th. The knight is in front, the summoner is responsible for assisting the defense, and the priest pays attention to the knight's blood volume and takes turns to defend. The other 15 players exit the 300-yard range. Don't attack. If a player can't stand it, replace it immediately. Prepare in advance for pre-war preparations. God of War is undefeated and begins to summon his mission boss. After a while, the ground shook, and a 3-meter-high rock monster was summoned. Rock Giant, Golden Boss. Race, Elemental Life Form. Level, LV10. Attack, 288. Health value, 50,000/50,000. Defense, 100. Magic defense, 50. Movement speed, 20. Skills, Great Earthquake, Rock Shards, Rock Great Shield, Shattered Fist, Rock Impact. Boss feature: when there are more than 5 enemy targets within 300 yards, each additional enemy unit will increase all attributes by 5%. 5 players came up temporarily, and the knight came up as a taunt, attracting firepower, and the summoner summoned 2 summons to assist in the battle. In the rear is a mage and magician responsible for the main output of firepower. No way, the rock giant belongs to the boss with high blood, and the damage of the physics profession is low, and it can only rely on the legal profession to output. The magician starts with a corrosive orb, which can cause legal damage and reduce the target's physical defense and magical defense effects. The mage is incarnate as a mobile turret, leaving hundreds of damage on the rock giant each time. This is a battle that lasts for a long time. With the assistance of priests and summoners, a knight with top-of-the-line defensive equipment has maintained a healthy blood volume and continues. Rock Impact. Unfortunately, the damage output of the wizard is too high, and the knight can't hold back the hatred. The rock giant turned into a furious figure and slammed into the distant wizard. Boom. The mage is not good at life, and the equipment is also the legal system output equipment. Facing the impact of the rock giant, the life bar instantly drops by a large amount, leaving only a trace of blood skin. Rescue. After the god of war was undefeated, the hunter in the distance shot and shook the arrow. The arrow caused the rock giant to enter a stunned state and escaped. With the addition of foreign aid, the rock giant's all-round attributes have been improved. The most intuitive change is that the rock giant's HP has risen a lot. All shots. After the number of people increased, the combat power increased extremely fast, especially the 4 or 5 wizards and magicians had been shooting to share the hatred. The 3 knights took turns taunting, attracting firepower. The priest continued to heal and stabilize the battle. As time went on, the health of the rock giant steadily declined. The efficiency is too slow. Joshua hid in the distance, looking straight and yawning. His time is precious, there is not much time to waste. Quietly narrowing the distance with the rock giant, the +4 madness potion was smeared under the magic arrow. The next moment, the arrow shot out. An instantaneous burst of damage took away nearly 9,000 points of health. This is equivalent to half of the damage output of 20 players. Boss, do we still have this kind of support? Seeing the shocking damage that suddenly broke out, everyone was shocked. The people from the Temple of War all cast their gazes on several hunters, only to find that they were equally bewildered. This is the attack method of hunting angels. Chapter 62. The battle video of hunting angels is widely spread, and the signature skill is the rapid shooting of a series of arrows. Except for hunting angel, no other player can do such a high amount of damage in an instant. Is the enemy an enemy? Or friends? God of War's undefeated complexion didn't look good, and it didn't take long for him to turn his face with the hunting angel. The location he chose is very secret, how could he find it here? Unfortunately, he didn't know that the people he met came from the future. If you change the time, God of War is definitely not afraid of being undefeated. Right now, I was busy solving this golden boss, and I really couldn't be distracted to solve the hunting angel. Angel hunting, I want to spend a lot of money to ask you to take action to solve this boss. God of War's undefeated mind changed quickly. Seeing Joshua appear, he decided to use money to solve the problem in order to be insecure. What can be solved with money is not a problem. The big deal, after the rock giant is dealt with, settle the account with the hunting angel. Let me think about it. Joshua did not refuse, but pulled a long distance to show that he was harmless. The god of war undefeated quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to attack the rock giant. I admit that there was indeed a misunderstanding before, and I will make up for the money to hide the career scroll. Joshua smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't make a move, but you are all dead in the hands of the boss, and I won't let the boss go." As if to confirm this sentence, there was a red light surging from the rock giant, and the fierce aura was extremely strong. The fist shot, bringing up a large number of rock fragments, and shooting in all directions like raindrops. The damage caused by each fragment reached thousands of points. Except for the knights and warriors with slightly higher blood volume, all the people swept by the rock fragments were killed in a flash. Chapter 53. Thanks for the help of Boss Old Iron. How can it be? Damn it. How could it suddenly burst out with such terrifying combat power? After fighting for this period of time, they have a general understanding of the skill damage of the rock giant. This range of AoE damage is not high, and the maximum is close to 400 points of damage, which can barely be withstood by the crispy profession. How can it be impossible to hit thousands of points of damage? However, the facts before them speak louder than words. The boss only moves the AoE skill, and the Temple of War is almost annihilated. It's you. You must have caused the ghost. The undefeated god of war discovered that there was an additional madness effect on the rock giant, which increased its attack power by 169%. The rock giant doesn't have this skill, everything was normal before. The problem didn't arise until the hunting angel appeared. If this matter had nothing to do with the hunting angel, he was the first to not believe it. You don't want to defile the innocents. I don't care about the grievances between us, and take the initiative to help. Your words are too chilling for me. However, you should worry about your companion first. After the rock giant got rid of the other miscellaneous fish, he began to hunt down the remaining knights. Without the help of the priest, the knight could not stop the damage of the rock giant, not to mention that the rock giant has entered a frenzied state, and the combat power has become even more terrifying. Faced with this terrifying monster, each knight's defense and health are just like papers, and they can be shredded easily. In a short period of time, the only person still alive in the Temple of War is the undefeated god of war. I admit it this time. Angel hunting, I remember you. No matter how strong you are a person after all. There is a terrifying force behind the Temple of War that you can't imagine. You will regret your decision today. God of War undefeated as he spoke, and backed away. He was a rock giant who would never be able to kill a runaway, and there was only one dead end to stay here. What surprised the God of War undefeated was that Joshua didn't make a move. Before trying to understand the reason, an explosion sounded on the soles of his feet, and the darkness in front of him was instantaneous. Consciousness also began to become confused. Stepped on the trap. This is his only thought. How could Joshua not set up traps? He had made preparations on the only way, how could he want to escape? Without Joshua's action, the furious rock giant had long aimed at the undefeated god of war. Boom. The huge fist hammered down at the undefeated head of the god of war, instantly hitting thousands of injuries. Although God of War's undefeated equipment is not weak, he is not a knight of the main defensive category, and his life is not more than 1,000. With just one blow, the undefeated head of God of War was directly blown. It hurts awesome. Joshua silently gave a thumbs up to the rock giant who killed the Temple of War. He looked at his masterpiece with a big smile on his face. This time, I don't need to bear the evil value, so I can easily solve it. Chapter 63. Roar. The rock giant obviously didn't think so, it naturally regarded Joshua as a companion to the group of fellow attackers before. With its simple wisdom, it can't tell the difference between human beings. The rock giant slammed into Joshua. Joshua Snakeskin walked, relied on his astonishing movement speed to easily stretch the distance. The wind whispered in his hand rolled up, and the arrow crashed down. Although the rock giant has gained a super attack power, it takes more damage. Its health drops much faster than when fighting against the Temple of War. Really, life is like rain. In less than 10 minutes, the remaining HP of the rock giant was already less than 10,000 points. Thank you for your help. Goodbye. The last wave of arrows fell, and the rock giant couldn't bear it anymore and crashed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on killing the golden boss, the rock giant, you get 10,000 experience points. Because you kill the boss at level 9, you get an additional 90% experience bonus, and you get 9,000 additional experience points. The equipment dropped by Joshua boss immediately dropped the target onto the Predator treasure chest he dropped. Predator's treasure box, gold. Exclusive treasure for wild predators, others can't open it. Effect, after opening, gain 200 life, a random treasure with a quality not weaker than gold. This is a treasure chest of predators with increased health, which is not bad. Compared with the treasure chests of predators that increase physique, treasure chests that simply increase health have their own advantages. In addition to gaining health, the increase in physique also has defenses and other effects. But for Joshua, the predator chest, which directly increases the health value, works better. There is no other reason. Joshua's immunity to physical damage has reached 90%. In line with his own defensive power, unless the opponent's physical damage is extremely terrifying, the damage to himself will be very weak. In this way, the defensive benefits of increased physique will be greatly reduced and become negligible. On the contrary, it is more cost-effective to increase the health value directly. Chapter 54 Who is the one eliminated by the times? Angel hunting, you provoke someone who shouldn't be provoked. People who will eventually be eliminated by the times dare to be arrogant in front of me. With the tragic death of the golden boss rock giant in Joshua's hands, the reminder of mission failure sounded. Rao is the god of war, his undefeated heart is as firm as iron, and his face is as dark as the bottom of a pot. If he doesn't kill the hunting angel, he swears not to be a man. I will let you see who is the one eliminated by the times. God of War is undefeated and does not plan to do it himself. He was about to leave the novice village soon, and didn't want to stop his advancement because of the angel hunting. What's more, if you have died once today, and if you die again, your level will drop to level 9. The hunting angel is too evil. Obviously it is LV1, but the combat power is terrible beyond everyone's imagination. Once there is a problem, the time of staying in Shinsho village will be greatly extended, and the gain will not be worth the loss. Things that can be solved with money are not things. A series of rewards were released in Novice Village. Kill the hunting angel, reward 100 gold coins. The reward is unlimited number of times. All the players who received the news from the Temple of War were stunned. Can't believe the news I received. The Temple of War is so rich. 100 gold coins are equivalent to 10,000 soft sister coins. There is no limit on the number of times you can receive it. Spending so much money just to kill the hunting angel. What a hatred, what a grudge. I really want to become a hunting angel. If I want to make money, I just have to commit suicide. Big Angel Hunter, I have already applied for a friend position, please pass it, and everyone who has money can make it together. Haha, money is really moving. What if the hunting angel is awesome? I want to kill him, no one in the world can save him. I have to say that the effect of this trick is really good, and a large number of players are gearing up to find Joshua's whereabouts. Even many players have not been upgraded, just to find the whereabouts of the hunting angel. I have to say that this trick worked really well. Joshua was still fighting monsters and was upgrading, and he saw the players walk up to him, without saying anything, directly. Miss. 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 Chapter 64. Are you looking for something? If you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling you. He stood in place, his expression indifferent. Hurt yourself. It's joking, this kind of attack is no different from tickling yourself. 90% physical damage immunity plus your own defense, not to mention LV10 players, even LV30 players may not be able to kill themselves. Ding, you have been attacked maliciously by the king's contempt, and the counterattack will not increase the crime value. Ding, you are maliciously attacked by the blue sky, and the counterattack will not increase the crime value. Ding, you are maliciously attacked by the legend that the world is full of brothers, and the counterattack will not increase the crime value. How can it be? The eyeballs of the players who shot are about to bulge out, and they shot with all their strength, and they actually made a gorgeous miss. They suspect that they are dazzled. These people are all LV10 players, although their strength is not as good as the elites of the Temple of War, they are not weak. Even if the boss is standing in front of him, it is impossible for all of the attacks to miss. Wait, we are here to cooperate with you this time. The Temple of War has released a reward for you. We can help you get the reward. Seeing that their attacks hadn't hurt Joshua a minute, these players were shocked, but fortunately, some people's heads turned quickly, and they quickly changed their tone. Since you can't beat the hunting angel, then join in. Cooperating with hunting angels can also make a fortune, and it is better than dead and not profitable. Temple of the God of War. TSK, this little money wants to buy my life. You really look down on me. Spicy chicken is also worth cooperating with me. Go to hell. Joshua was quite decisive in his action, and he dared to attack himself, no matter what reason you have. Kill it first. Anyway, killing them will not increase your sin value. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank them for the information they brought to themselves. Joshua didn't take this matter to heart, but still quickly smashed monsters and upgraded to gain experience. Accumulating experience points is the right way to upgrade the Predator treasure chest. He was not in the mood to play with the people in the Temple of War. The undefeated God of War, this old guy is very clever, didn't take action by himself, just spent money to invite some stragglers to harass him. If you can't be beaten to death, you can also be sickened to death. Even if you want to commit suicide and act with the Temple of War. The God of War will not care if he is undefeated. The reward of 10,000 soft sister coins is just a matter of sprinkling water for him. Joshua's doing this, on the contrary, would make God of War unbeaten and look down upon himself. Of course, Joshua didn't have such an idea. It wasn't that he didn't try to make money, but that the reward was too low. He has this time to hunt down a boss, get a Predator treasure chest for a little strengthening, and sell more than this money for the equipment he obtained. If the reward is 10,000 gold coins, Joshua might consider acting. Time passed by minute, and more than half of the time passed without knowing it. Joshua spends most of his time on upgrading, forgetting to sleep and eat. His desire to be quiet does not mean that other players are willing to let freedom. The reward of 10,000 soft sister coins is still very attractive to ordinary people. Joshua, who was quietly fighting monsters, found that he was surrounded. There were over 100 players, and more players were gathering here in the distance. Chapter 55 Summon 32 Scavenger Wolves. May 5th. Angel hunting, you can really hide. We have had a hard time looking for you. You can hide. Hundreds of players surrounded Joshua, staring at him with bad eyes. Others started recording videos, seeming to be an anchor. Hello everyone, I am your favorite anchor, Meng Xiaoxin. The hunting angel has a lot of grudges with the Temple of War. The Temple of War has offered to kill the hunting angel once, with a high reward of 100 coins. Can the hunting angel stand out from the encirclement? Who will get the first bonus reward? Everyone will wait and see. Now, it is the hottest period of Eternity games. Many anchors who broadcast other games have switched careers, and Meng Xiaoxin is one of them. At present, there are many live broadcasts of Eternity, and not everyone is willing to spend 100,000 soft sister coins to buy game helmets. Players who can spend money to buy can be regarded as middle class and above. Another part is similar to Joshua, who smashed his belongings into Eternity and wanted to make money in the game. Of course, this is also a minority. In addition, there are many players who want to play Eternal and have no money on hand. Watching the anchor play games has become their only expectation. Who is the hunting angel? Is it awesome? Kill him once and earn the equivalent of 10,000 soft sister coins. Fuck, can't you buy a game helmet if you kill him 10 times? Fuck, there are so many local tyrants in this world, I really want to enter Eternal to make money, and I won't have to do it again in the future, just look at the boss's face. Oh, I thought that the Eternity game would be a pure land outside of reality, but now it seems that it will inevitably be corrupted by money. Chapter 65. Poor, this player provokes the local tyrant, and waits for him for 30 seconds. No matter who it is, there is no expectation of the hunting angel. Even if his combat power is astonishing, more than 100 players only need to attack him once, and even if they cause 10 points of damage, they can still deal 1,000 points of damage. Players in Novice Village, no matter how well equipped they are, the gap between them and ordinary players is not so big. Can be 1v3, even if it's awesome. 1v100. Are you sure you are not living in a dream? Joshua's expression was indifferent, even in the face of 100 people, his face remained unchanged. You did this, just being used as guns by the people of the God of War. Do you think you can get a reward? Most people waste their time in vain. Because the onlookers level drop, resent others. This sentence caused many people to burst into laughter, and some sneered, do you think you still have a chance to escape? The people who can come here are my brothers. Money is absolutely indispensable to them. Kill you, we are so much money. Joshua then turned his attention to the druid whose ID was the Hand of Sin. Okay, let's go together. Joshua stood still, his eyes full of contempt. If you want to die, we will fulfill you. The Hand of Sin was deformed and transformed into a cheetah form. It moved like a wind, leaping forward like lightning, sharp teeth biting Joshua's neck. Joshua did not hide, letting the attack fall. Miss. Ding, you are attacked by the Hand of Evil, and your counterattack will not increase the evil value. Didn't you eat? You want to get a bounty even with such a weak strength? The people you brought are not all spicy chicken. The effect of this group ridicule was immediately visible, and the people who had been sitting on the wall before took a frantic move. For a time, the attack was like rain, and Joshua was instantly overwhelmed. What a death! Meng Xiaoxin couldn't help but shook his head. If he didn't pull the hatred, he could live a few more seconds. As for letting go of the hunting angel, who would have trouble with money? Most of the players who come here come to earn bounty. Seeing everyone taking action, the others attacked quickly, for fear that their heads and bounty would be taken away by others. After all, whoever kills the hunting angel will have the reward. The person is cold. Who on earth took the head? Many players looked at the system prompts without sounding for a long time, and their faces were not very good looking. In the center of the battlefield, Joshua stood in place with misses all over his body. None of the physics professions can cause damage to Joshua. The only exception is the legal profession. The skill fell on Joshua, and he still dealt a lot of damage. Very good. Next, it's my turn. Appear. My scavenger wolves. In the next moment, the light of the summoning illuminates, and there are more, 32 scavenger wolves around Joshua. That's right, there are 32. The strength and breath of every scavenger wolf is not weak, at least not weaker than the player. Tear them apart. Joshua gave an order, and the 32 scavenger wolves took action, rushing into the players, and fighting together. The players were all dumbfounded, looking at the scavenger wolf rushing up, they couldn't believe their eyes. What's the situation? Can't the hunter only summon a hound? Why did he summon more than 30? The summoner is also summoning 2 at the moment, which is inferior in comparison with the hunting angel. The job of hunting angel is a hunter. Or a summoner. Chapter 56 The God of War is unbeaten and subdued. Compensation of 10,000 gold coins. The tree wants to be quiet but the wind keeps on. Human Shan is really being deceived. I was too cautious before. Too scary. Afraid of increasing the value of crime, on the contrary, it has become passive. Temple of War, I will accompany you to have fun. Joshua didn't set his sights on these players who wanted bounty. They were just miscellaneous fish, so just deal with them at will. I blasted the men behind the Temple of War, and these people died a few times, and they wouldn't be unhappy. If they don't want. Chapter 66. He killed a sea of corpses and blood. Dark Trap. Joshua waved his hand, and the dark trap went down. Similarly, more than one dark trap was laid out, but 8 dark traps were scattered among the players. After stepping on them, they exploded. There was a continuous roar, and the power burst out from the 8 dark traps was extremely terrifying. All the people who entered the dark trap didn't even have a chance to react. In an instant, more than 50 players ascended to the sky. Joshua did not continue to sit on the wall and watch, the wind whispered in his hand, and the arrow shot out like rain. The priority attack targets are knights with relatively thick blood. Each attack has an additional 19 arrows to follow. No player can resist the 9,000 plus damage. This is not a fight at all, but a one-sided slaughter. Joshua turned into of death, harvesting the players' lives. On the other hand, the player's counterattack, falling on the body, is no different from tickling. In a short period of time, there were less than 5 players left in the field. 32 scavenger wolves rushed towards the rest. I just passed by. The female anchor Meng Xiaoxin hurriedly shouted, but unfortunately it was too late, and a large swarm of scavenger wolves tore her to pieces. The anchor died terribly. We really want to avenge you, provided that the anchor buys us a game helmet first. The combat power is too great. More than 100 players are all dead. Hunting Angel is going to become a in one battle. Angel hunting is crazy. Blame the anchor who likes to join in the fun. Don't blame people, angel hunting doesn't know if you are in the same group. All the players who watched the live broadcast were in an uproar, and some players recorded the screen in advance and spread the video, causing a sensation. Oh my god, is this the power of a novice player? Your news is really lagging behind. Angel Hunter has long been a well-known player. It seems that he has acquired a hidden class that cannot be upgraded. Although it cannot be upgraded, its combat effectiveness is outrageous. The Temple of War seems to have provoked some awesome characters this time. Looking forward to the Hunting Angels once again slaughter the quartet. What's awesome, no matter how strong the combat power is, the novice village is inseparable. At most, the kindergarten is the king and hegemony. I, Madara, would like to call you the strongest, and I will give you the top spot in kindergarten. God of War was undefeated also received first-hand news. He watched the video repeatedly, his face was uncertain. It seems to be multiple times to cast spells. Isn't the class a hidden class of the hunter? How come there is such a talent ability? There is a player in the Temple of War who has obtained an epic talent, double casting. When casting a skill, there is a 30% chance of double casting effect. This player was also regarded as the core of the Temple of War, and signed a contract of up to 10 million. But compared with the Hunting Angel, the double casting talent that is so precious that it can't be added has become a scum in seconds. Who on earth did the Temple of War provoke? This is too abnormal. It should be a powerful ability that can't be upgraded. Fortunately, the Hunting Angel could not leave the novice village, otherwise, he would really have a headache. Immediately complete the final trial task for the novice and leave the novice village. The God of War did not want to stay in the novice village for a moment. Through the video, God of War Undefeated saw the look in the eyes of the Hunting Angel, and he understood that the Hunting Angel would never give up. The best way is to leave Shinsho village quickly. No matter how powerful your combat power is, do you have the ability to leave novice village? The God of War Undefeated brought the players of the Temple of War to gather together, relying on the advantage of the number, to speed up the completion of the novice trial task, and prepare to open the teleportation array to leave the novice village. Boss, something bad happened. The Hunting Angel came with a pack of wolves. The novice trial mission was only halfway through, and the player in charge of stalking issued a warning, and the Hunting Angel came to the door. God of War's undefeated face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he turned his head and wanted to run. The God of War is undefeated, don't you say hello when you see an old friend coming. Joshua was faster, surpassing the scavenger wolf first, and chased after him. Angel hunting, there is indeed a bit of misunderstanding between us, everyone still has to talk. You don't want to kill us now, increase the crime value, otherwise, you won't use the boss to solve us before. The Temple of War is willing to compensate you with 10,000 gold coins and withdraw the reward. This matter has never happened. You didn't lose personally, but you earned gold coins. Together, you gain both. God of War Undefeated and subdued softly. Now is the golden time for the game to improve strength. Once dragged by the Hunting Angel, the main power level of the Temple of War will drop along with it. At that time, the Temple of War will not be the strongest guild in the eternal game. What can be solved by spending 10,000 gold coins is no better. Chapter 57 No matter how many people you come, labor and management will accompany you today. Want to take money to buy me? I really thought I was short of money. Joshua is indeed selling equipment to earn gold coins. Gold coin upgrade. For a long time in the future, he will not consider upgrading. Chapter 67. Once the upgrade starts, the representative will accumulate LV 100 gold coins in his hands. Prior to this, gold coins were dominated by ton. Improving life needs to wait until a month, when the game and real currency are open, not now. 10,000 gold coins now seem to be a lot, and the effect on Joshua is a drop in the bucket, because this little money is let go of the Temple of War. How can it be? Even if you take out 10 times, 100 times, Joshua will kill you. You look down on me too much. I fight for myself. After Joshua finished speaking, the whispers of the wind pulled into a full moon, and the arrow fell undefeated at the God of War. The God of War's undefeated face changed drastically, his armor glowed with jet black, and then, a life shield appeared on top of his head. Unfortunately, this was just a futile struggle. 20 arrows fell, and the god of war was easily killed in seconds. Too weak. Next, it's your turn. With a cruel smile on Jojua's face, the 32 scavenger wolves behind him quickly rushed towards the people in the Temple of War. Angel hunting. The Temple of War will not let you go. All those who oppose the Temple of War god will not end well. You wait, don't think no one can cure you. Players in the Temple of War can only let out utter incompetent rage, and die tragically under the arrow, or be beaten to death by a pack of scavenger wolves. Come on. Novice Village, I am really not afraid of anyone. The only remaining players in the Temple of War seem to have eaten a dead fly and suffocated to death. The words of the hunting angel are right, he is indeed no one to cure. At least, no player in Novice Village is his opponent. Players who leave the Novice Village cannot return either. It is useless for the hunting angels that the Temple of War wants to threaten the return of the strong. The God of War is undefeated, don't you threaten to kill me. Come on. I'm waiting for you outside the Novice Village. There is a kind of don't persuade. No matter how many people you come, labor and capital will accompany you today. Jojua decided to go crazy, anyway, ID was already red, and it didn't matter how red it was. He strode outside the Novice Village and shouted loudly. The reward for killing hunting angels has been increased to 10,000 gold coins. As long as someone is willing to follow the Temple of War, 1 gold coin will be guaranteed. God of War's undefeated face was gloomy and watery, and the killing intent had been raised to the extreme. If faced with the challenge of hunting angels today, it will have a great impact on the reputation of the Temple of War. It is difficult to recruit players. It can be said that if you can't pass this hurdle, the Temple of War god really exists in name only. A guild that has no new blood to join will sooner or later decline. This is by no means the result that the God of War undefeated wanted. Especially considering the anger of the forces behind him, he couldn't afford the high price. There is no choice between the undefeated God of War and the Temple of the God of War. They only have to do everything possible to destroy the hunting angel to prove the name of the Temple of the God of War. 10,000 gold coins. If you participate in the war, you will have 1 gold coin as a guarantee. The Temple of War is too boring. All players who saw the news were stunned, replaced by fanaticism. 1 gold coin is not much, it is equivalent to 100 soft sister coins, which is not bad. The current novice players, really few can come up with a gold coin. It's not beautiful to just participate, even if you are paddling behind and earn 1 gold coin. Not to mention that the reward for killing the hunting angel has been increased to 10,000 gold coins, which is equivalent to 1 million soft sister coins. This is definitely not a small number for ordinary players. Participating in the war means having a chance to get it. The Temple of War is a bloodbath this time, and it will definitely attract many players to participate. Now it's the hunting angel's turn to flee. A reward of 10,000 gold coins. If this battle is to kill the hunting angel, the Temple of War will become famous in one battle. Although the reputation is not so good, the strength is weak, and the money is a lot, it is still reputation in the end. With a reputation, the development and growth of the guild is much easier. I don't know how many players will be attracted to join, now it's the hunting angel's turn to escape. Coming to Haikau, I can only escape in despair in the end. It is not surprising that the hunting angel escapes. When countless players want to kill you, no one can withstand it. However, the facts are surprising. The hunting angel did not escape, standing outside the safety zone of Novice Village, staring at countless eyes around him as if nothing. The red and black ID on the top of his head adds a sense of arrogance to him. The hunting angel is very powerful, we suspect it has a great relationship with the equipment, he may even have a magical weapon in his hand. Chapter 68. If the crime value is too high, once the hunting angel dies, the equipment drop rate is extremely high. Kill the hunting angel, the equipment in his hands will be purchased first, and the price of the equipment in the hands of the of war is estimated to be no less than 10 million gold coins. Below this price, the Temple of War is willing to buy. There was a reward of 1 million in value before, but I didn't expect that this matter was not over yet. The Temple of War will also spend 10 million to acquire the equipment dropped by the hunting angel. This is the bottom line. In a flash, countless players went crazy. Chapter 58. Thousands of people gather fire, and scathed. March 5th. In an instant, the eyes of countless players were attracted by number 01027 Novice Village, waiting for the start of this battle. More and more players gathered around, starting from a few hundred, reaching 1,000 in a blink of an eye, and hurried toward 1,000. None of these players took action and waited quietly. Before the hunting angel had one enemy in 100, the video spread widely, and his combat power was recognized. No one wants to be the first bird before he is sure enough to kill. Too domineering. Men are like hunting angels. The limelight is so strong, I will follow no matter how many people come. Good men, I don't know if hunting angel has a girlfriend. Come on hunting angel, we will always support you. Perhaps it was due to the plot of women worshipping heroes, and the little fan girl frantically cheered Zhou on. The number is still quite large. In any case, it is also a skill to be offered a reward of 1 million soft sister coins. What's more, the Temple of War intends to purchase the equipment dropped by the hunting angels. This all proves that hunting angel is a potential stock. Zhou turned his head and smiled. He saw a familiar face behind the crowd. Was Narcissus. Through Yangshan, Zhou understood why he was targeted. Was Narcissus is the most typical white and rich beauty, with billions of assets in the family, and the only pearl in the palm. With white skin and beautiful long legs, she is definitely the goddess pursued by countless men. Growing up with a golden spoon in his hand, it's a smooth journey. Perhaps to enter eternity, to experience a different kind of life, so as not to attract a bunch of flies, she deliberately lowered her appearance, just like Zhou. Zhou said an ugly rejection, which was regarded as offending her. This also made Li go around him shot himself. It is not known whether there was Narcissus among them. Was Narcissus's face was indifferent, and he couldn't see the slightest expression. I don't know if she is here to go to bed, or just to watch the show. Zhou didn't bother to guess, even though she was Yang Shan's best friend. If she dared to make trouble for herself, Zhou would never show mercy. This also reminded Zhou that some players simply came to watch the excitement, not their own enemies. If you don't want to participate, return to the safe zone, otherwise the battle will be eyeless. Players who remain outside the safe zone are treated as enemies. The vast majority of people stayed where they were, only a few returned to the safety zone of Xinsho village, watching from afar. Was Narcissus is also one of them. Hunting angels, I didn't think we would make trouble like this. The god of war stood undefeated at the junction of the safe zone, staring at Zhou. Unfortunately, the grievances between us have reached the point of unending death. This is all you forced me. Today, we can only live one. Zhou couldn't help laughing, feeling that this sentence was a kind of silent mockery. In the previous life, he believed that the god of war was undefeated and signed a contract with the Temple of Heaven, which turned out to be a prisoner. This hatred is not small. If it weren't for a lifetime, he would be killed by them. The debts of the previous life will be paid by labor and management in this life. Excuse me, when you say this, leave the safe zone first. I want to sign with me, let me go. I hate people like you who just say nothing. Come on. Let me see the power and prestige of the Temple of War. Zhou hooked his finger and said provocatively. Those who are willing to assist the Temple of War are all friends, and the Temple of War is absolutely not stingy. The conditions I promised have always been valid. Kill. After God of War was undefeated, he strode out of the safe zone. Behind him, the players with the prefix of God of War followed and rushed out. With the undefeated God of War taking the lead, the players next to him also followed suit. In a flash, 1,000 people took the initiative. The mage and the magician gather fire. For a time, countless fireballs and corrosive orbs fell towards Zhou one after another. Players have studied the battle video of hunting angels and found a very scary thing. The hunter angel is almost immune to physical damage, and no melee class can cause him damage, including the assassin with the highest single damage burst. Chapter 69. The only exception is legal professions. In the video, these professions are the only professions that cause harm to hunting angels. The legal profession is to kill the hope of hunting angels. There are not many legal professions in Novice Village, but they are not too few. When all of them are gathered, there are still hundreds of them. Each player's damage is at least dozens of points, and the accumulation of less will accumulate. When the fire is all set, even if the life value of the hunting angel exceeds 2,000 points, it must be cool under the fire. Die. For a time, Zhou was completely overwhelmed. Is the hunting angel dead? Everyone's hearts raised their throats, waiting for the result. Miss. 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 Something unexpected happened. The hunting angel stood on the spot intact, health beyond imagination. As if the attack just now was just an illusion. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the hunting angel as if looking at a monster. Physical injury can't hurt him. I never thought that even the legal system would not hurt him, so how could he be beaten? Simply invincible. Even if the hunting angel stood in place, thousands of people would not be able to hurt him. Chapter 59, One person blocks the door, 1,000 people dare not leave the safe zone. Too weak. This is your confidence. Who gave you the confidence to challenge me? You think it's amazing to have more people? Joshua stood there, treating everyone as nothing. Thousands of attacks were like rain, the attacks were violent to the extreme, but no one could hurt the hunting angel. This is desperate. This must be an invincible effect, and the duration is not long. Please work harder. It depends on whether you can make money or not. There are also players who do not believe in evil and continue to make crazy moves. However, the reality is desperate. Miss beats more, no one can cause even 1 point of damage to Joshua. Of course, the most desperate is the undefeated god of war. This time, he was considered to have broken the boat, offering a reward of millions and tens of millions, just to win the hunting angel. You can also take this opportunity to become famous in one battle and start the hallmark of the Temple of War. The idea is good and perfect. Relying on rewards to attract thousands of players, wouldn't it be impossible to kill a hunting angel? The idea is good and the plan is perfect. The hunting angel will eventually pay the price for his arrogance. Unexpectedly, this is the beginning of a nightmare. Thousands of players' attacks didn't hurt the hunting angel at all. Who would dare to believe it? Impossible, can't legal professions cause you harm? The god of war was invincible with red eyes, staring at Joshua, wanting to get an answer. This is also the most incomprehensible place for him. I just fought the hunting angel not long ago, and the legal profession can also cause damage to the hunting angel. This is why he has the confidence to defeat the hunting angel. That was before. Before does not mean now. You don't think that my strength has been standing still? Sorry, after killing you, my strength has increased by 1 billion points. Since Joshua dared to say that no matter how many players came, he would not be afraid of those who came, would he not be prepared? Of course he knew that magical defense was a shortcoming in his own defense, how could he not be prepared? There are still a few pieces of LV1 in the hand to increase magic defense equipment, do not need to be strengthened too high, +4 is enough to use. Easily stack up more than 200 magic defenses. Armed with magic defense equipment, Joshua also had the confidence to face the siege of more than 1,000 people. In the early stage, the damage of the legal system profession cannot be too high, and it will not exceed 200 points. Of course, few can achieve this kind of damage. At least, among the players who came to attack him, there was no one who could do it. This is why the legal profession played Joshua, which is also the reason for the miss. Chapter 70. Unfortunately, ordinary players don't know. I only thought that Joshua had activated a skill similar to invincibility. Too weak, you don't even have the qualifications to be my enemy. Goodbye. After Joshua finished speaking, Feng Ji whispered and fired, instantly killing the defeated god of war. Followed by other players who used the word god of war as a prefix. They are all priority targets. Finally, there are players who follow the Temple of War against themselves. As long as you are outside the safe zone, Joshua is the target of hunting. At first, the players were crazy against Joshua, maintaining strong firepower suppression. The firepower was fully on for 10 seconds, and the damage was still missed, completely desperate. Temple of War, a group of waste, labor and capital have been miserable by you, and labor and capital have dropped by 1 level. The hunting angel is a monster. Labor and management will not play with you anymore. Faced with an invincible player, but also a fart. I have crazy output, and all I typed out are misses. The opponent's shot is a spike. This is not to earn a bounty, but to die. Upgrading is not easy, no one wants to drop out for no reason. It takes a lot of time to get the level back. For a time, many players fled towards the safe area. People are selfish. Want to earn a bounty. The premise is that you have this strength. The hunting angel can't beat it and can't kill it. If he continues to stay, it is deliberately sent to others for judgment. More and more players were doing this, and finally it turned into a big rout. In just 2 minutes, there were originally thousands of players, but at least 200 people died. All the others fled back to the safe zone, leaving Joshua alone outside. Come out. Don't run away. There are so many of you, come and bully me. He stood outside to challenge, no one dared to respond, all acted like a tortoise with a shrunken head. Come out. You are not very good. Don't persuade. Everyone's complexion was as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a dead fly. Before the war, they thought of countless ways to die for hunting angels. The result is 100 ways to die for players. Thousands of players were blocked by one person, and no one dared to leave the safe area. Who can believe it? If someone said this before, they would definitely be sprayed to death by a mouthful of salt soda. But that's how reality is staged. Reality makes people feel disillusioned. The hunting angel blocked the novice village safe area for half an hour, and no one dared to leave the safe area. He completely staged the myth. One person blocks the door, and 1,000 people dare not leave the safe zone. Chapter 60. You are too ignorant. No one can shake eternity. The hunting angel is on fire. His battle video was uploaded to the Eternal official forum, attracting countless players to watch. Everyone was shocked by the battle scenes in the video. Thousands of players shot together, can't hurt the hunting angel a bit. All miss. One person wins against 1,000 people. One person blocked the door in the safety zone of Shinsho village, no one dared to fight, no one dared to go out. Concentrating such information on one person, one can imagine what kind of sensation it will cause. Too awesome. It's so exciting to see the labor and management. Strong. Strong invincible. What if you have money? If you mobilize thousands of players to bully one player, the result is not blown. Awesome. A model of ordinary people's counterattack, one person can cut down thousands of people, composing the myth of no one before and no one after. The most awesome is that his level is only LV1. The Temple of War really paid the lady and broke down this time. There were too many people bullying and few people. They called on thousands of people to deal with the hunting angels, but they were beaten so that they couldn't even get out of the house. It was a laugh at me. The big angel hunter will be my idol from now on. It's awesome. Countless players blow up the hunting angel. In the eyes of ordinary players, hunting angels are people who are bullied by power. Chapter 71. He was alone, but he had to face the great power of the Temple of War. In order to hunt him down, the Temple of War did not hesitate to spend a lot of money, calling on thousands of people, but he was defeated by himself. It is simply the myth of the current players. Of course, some people slander hunting angels. If every player is like the hunting angel, LV1 can defeat thousands of LV10 players. Is the game still a bit playable? What level of time will it take to upgrade? The game should be left for the hunting angel to play alone. Strongly resist hunting angel's link B, and the game will be quiet and peaceful. It is recommended that the game account be closed forever. The players who are opening up now are so awesome. So arrogant. There are still so many people supporting. Are you blind? It's undeniable that the video of the hunting angel fighting 1,000 people alone is really burning, and people can't wait to replace it, and the big man takes it. But a game without fairness, can it go in the long run? In order to change eternity, if you become a pure land, players like hunting angel will disappear forever. The players are arguing, and many people strongly urge them to seal their accounts forever. Some people chanted that if the world of eternity cannot be restored, they will quit the game permanently. Many people shouted this slogan, and many players who didn't know the truth were driven together and became extremely enthusiastic. The more the number of people joined, the more, not too long, the number exceeded 10,000, and then 100,000. The noise became louder and louder, and the momentum became greater and greater. The official bib of the Eternal game is almost squeezed by players. The God of War was already off the assembly line. He stood quietly outside the villa, looking respectfully at a young man not far away. The organization is very disappointed with you. The plan of the Temple of War is going to be stranded. My lord, please consider it again, I will definitely. Before he could finish talking, he was interrupted coldly. A good card is played so badly, you still have the face to say. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. A little hunting angel can't make a big storm. Give me some more time. the account of Hunting Angel will be blocked soon. That's right, it was the undefeated God of War that secretly activated the Yongfeng Hunting Angel account. He is quite clever. Knowing that his personal strength could not solve the Hunting Angel, he turned his gaze away from the field. Thousands of players killed by LV1 players. The combat power is too defying. As long as you have a little momentum, and the invited navy has heated up the topic frantically, it will increase the popularity and attract countless unsuspecting players to follow suit. Few game companies can withstand the pressure of losing a large number of players. Faced with keeping Hunting Angels, or keeping hundreds of thousands of players, what choice to make is self-evident. Do you want to know but not see? Impossible. This trick is very easy to get paid. The next step is to wait for eternity to make a choice. I believe it will not take long. Even though his reputation is bad, he can still prove his ability if he can get rid of the Hunting Angel. This is also the reason why God of War Undefeated asked to give himself more opportunities. However, the young man shook his head when he heard this sentence: "You are too ignorant. Eternal Games will not bow their heads. No one can make them bow their heads. You think too much. After all, your authority in the organization is too low, otherwise, you wouldn't say such stupid things. What's more, even if Eternal Games wants to do it, it doesn't have such authority. Well, these things are not something you should know. You will be an ordinary worker for the rest of your life. You are worth a little bit. Chapter 61, Full of Evils. One arrow down, all equipment burst. In the face of players' inquiries, the Eternity game official responded. The game data is all normal. Every player has his own talent. There is no absolute fairness in the game. The Eternal game promises that there is no plugin for the game, and no one can make a plugin. The Eternal game company will not accept threats. It is the player's freedom to continue the game. The Eternal game company promises that the game helmet will be refunded for no reason within 7 days. Refund of the account and ID will not be able to purchase the game helmet again. Eternal game company's response was unexpectedly aggressive. No problem with the game. You can make a plugin for the Eternity game. The last 7 days without a reason to refund is the most domineering response. Love to play, not to play. This game company is too capricious. All players who got the news were dumbfounded. The player who was clamoring frantically before seemed to be pinched by his throat and instantly dumbfounded. Behind the scenes, the instigator, God of War, had an unbeaten face with a sullen face, and the final resistance failed after all. He lost terribly. The Hunting Angel really became famous in the first battle, and it has attracted many players' heated discussion. Unfortunately, the Hunting Angel is useless no matter how powerful it is. It cannot be upgraded, and its potential is limited. It is a problem to leave the novice village. This sentence has been unanimously recognized by many players, and many people are more psychologically balanced. Chapter 72. No matter how powerful the Hunting Angel is, isn't it only possible to dominate the novice village? No matter how strong he is, he won't have any intersection with himself in the future. Thinking of this, some people who are psychologically imbalanced have gradually accepted it. The topic of Hunting Angels gradually cooled down. Joshua looked at his red and black ID, a little speechless. Malicious attacks on others increase the crime value by 1 point, and the active killing of the player increases by 10 points. Counterattack kills do not increase the crime value. Killing the player by myself is cool, and the guilt value has reached an astonishing 100,000 points. When will the guilt value be cleansed before it becomes white? Ding, your guilt value reaches 1,000 points, you get the title, Butcher. Ding, your guilt value reaches 10,000 points, and you get the title, Executioner. Ding, your guilt value reaches 100,000 points, you get the title, Full of Evil. Ignoring the first 2 titles, Joshua looked towards the title with an increase in guilt value of 100,000. Evil Guan Men Ing, Extraordinary. Type, title, exclusive title for Hunting Angels, cannot be traded. Attack plus 20. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Spirit plus 10. Requirement level, LV1. Occupational restrictions, none. Title wearing limit, 100,000 points of crime value. The value of crime value below this value will not be able to be worn. Effect, Bloody Plundering Hand. When you kill a player, the player's equipment, props, and gold coins drop rate plus 30%. Effect, Evil Collection. When you kill the player with this title, the evil value you get increases by 10 points. Active effect, Malicious Deterrence. Apply a malicious deterrent effect to all targets within 30 yards, causing -20% damage for 5 seconds, and applying a fear effect for 1 second. This effect has priority. Description, wearing this title, you will gain the evil feelings of the light and lawful camps. Otherwise, you can gain the goodwill of the dark and chaotic camps additionally. Does this want me to go further and further on the dark road? Joshua was a little weak to vomit. 3 effects, 2 positive effects, and 1 negative effect. The positive effect is too strong to increase the drop rate of killing players. Once you have strengthened this title, in the future, whoever is not pleasing to the eye will take action. With just 1 arrow, all the equipment, props, and gold coins on the player will fall, and there will be a gorgeous explosion, and it will be sour when you think about it. Especially seeing which player has obtained a powerful artifact. As long as Joshua stares at the opponent, the artifact never runs away. As a rebirth, he knows countless pieces of information, as well as some top artifacts owned by players. There are many enemies among them. The effect of many top artifacts, even Joshua was extremely enthusiastic. However, the artifact has its own master, and it is too difficult to get equipment if you want to kill the player. The equipment drop rate is too low. Especially high-quality equipment has a lower drop rate. Want to kill players to drop artifacts? Unless you find a way to increase the player's guild value to more than 10,000 points, the drop rate of artifacts after death will be greatly increased. The opponent possesses a magical weapon and will not stupidly increase his sin value so much. Under normal circumstances, once the artifact has a master, unless the other party is willing to trade, it is difficult to obtain. Once Joshua strengthened the effect of the fullness of evil, with 1 arrow, the player died and all his equipment fell. The scene was sour when he thought about it. The final active effect is also good. The range control effect can also reduce the damage caused by it in 5 seconds by 20%. Overall, the effect is very good and powerful. The only drawback is that 100,000 guild points can be used to wear this title. Is this intended to make me a villain full of wickedness? However, this title is too fragrant. Joshua still chose not to be a person. Chapter 62 Health Points Break 20,000. Amazing Strength Improvement. There are more and more things on hand that need to be strengthened by experience points. However, the experience points are not enough. The experience points gained by Novice Village are limited, and Joshua is a little impatient to leave Novice Village. Only by leaving the Novice Village and going to the outside world to challenge more advanced monsters can you gain higher experience points. In half a day, the helpers sought by the Saint Vivian of the Morning Light will arrive. If you solve the Dark Power, you can leave the Novice Village through Vivian. Currently, Joshua can only continue to fight monsters in the wild to gain experience points. Although the experience value gained is a bit small, it can add up. There is also a gold-level Predator treasure chest on hand that needs to be opened, and he has not collected enough experience points. The experience points obtained in the previous day were used to strengthen the Magic Surge Bracelet and several pieces of magic resistance equipment. Magic Bracelet, Epic. Type, Accessories. Health plus 100. Chapter 73. Mana plus 100. Defense plus 5. Strength plus 5. Constitution plus 5. Agility plus 5. Spirit plus 5. Effect, Magic. The magic value of the skill you cast consumes -15%. Effect, Surge plus 5. When you cast a skill, there is a 60% chance that the skill will be recast 7 times, priority to select the target of the previous attack, and the release has no consumption. Requirement level, LV1. Occupational restrictions, none. Description, everything is surging, the magic tide. Especially the magic surging bracelet, it is definitely a big consumer of Joshua. Most of the experience points are used to strengthen this equipment. The effect is not bad. The multifold increase in combat power was obvious, and 32 scavenger wolves were summoned in one breath. As long as other skills are triggered, the effect is amazing. Find a way to learn a few more powerful skills in the future. Joshua hit the monsters one after another for the whole afternoon, and this time no one interrupted him, earning 200,000 experience points. The treasure chest of the Golden Predator didn't exist for a long time, so Joshua had the leeway to strengthen it. Ding, do you consume 800 experience points to strengthen the Golden Predator treasure chest? Ding, your Golden Predator treasure chest is strengthened by +4, and you have an additional strengthening option. 1. Health plus 1000. 2. Rare increase your life limit by 10%. 3. Rare the quality of all treasures in the Golden Predator's chest is increased by 1 level. It is not bad to increase the upper limit of life by 10%. Joshua slightly estimated that once the Predator's chest is strengthened to +8 or more, plus his original health value, the increase is definitely not only 1,000 points, but a lot higher. Choose 2. Joshua didn't hesitate and chose option 2. Ding, your Golden Predator treasure chest is strengthened by +8, and you get 2 additional strengthening options. 1. Health plus 2000. 2. Add 1 treasure to the treasure chest of the Golden Predator, and increase its quality by 2 qualities. 3. The subsequent enhancement of the Golden Predator's chest consumes -100,000 experience points, decreased at each level. 4. Loot promotion, all benefits gained by Predator treasures are increased by 50%. 4 has the absolute best effect, which directly increases all income by 50%. This is a must. If the effect of 3 is obtained at +4, Joshua will also consider that if you want to improve above LV8, the unit is hundreds of thousands, which will reduce your wages. The final choices are 1 and 4. Predator's Treasure Box +8, Gold. Exclusive treasure for wild predators, others can't open it. Effect, after opening, gain 12,540, plus 10%, life points, and 9 random treasures that are not weaker than gold level. Due to the effect of 50% increase in loot, they actually gain 18,810 health points, and 14 pieces are not weaker than gold level. Treasures. Good. Joshua looked at the Golden Predator treasure chest with little time left, his expression full of regret. If he gives himself some more time, he will definitely raise the level of this Predator treasure chest to a higher level. Unfortunately, time does not allow it. Ding, congratulations on opening the Golden Predator treasure box +8, you gain 18810 health. Ding, you have the Hand of Gold, Gold, the Sword of the Sun, Gold, the Orb of the Storm, Excellence. Just opening a Predator treasure chest, can you get close to 20,000 health points? Who can believe it? With such a high health value, plus 90% immunity to physical damage, Joshua would be more than enough to act as a defensive knight. No matter which knight saw his current health and defense ability, he would be ashamed to embarrass himself. Awesome. The health value officially broke the 20,000 mark, which was almost comparable to the silver boss. Of course, the boss's defensive ability is more than 1 block worse than Joshua, and the lethality is not at the same level. In just 3 days, the improvement in strength is utterly terrifying. In the face of an epic boss like the Dark Witch Tadira, Joshua no longer has to fear that she will be killed by a single skill. Strong Invincible. Joshua was full of confidence in the coming battle. He has always been a vengeful person, he wants the head of the Dark Witch Tadira. Chapter 63 Light Knight Arthur's Malicious. At the appointed time, Joshua came to the village chief. When the once kind village chief saw Joshua, his face changed slightly. This is also the negative effect of the high guilt value belt, and it is not very popular with NPCs from the light and lawful camps. Warrior, how many people have you killed? They are all evil people who are insulted, and they are killed for the people. Chapter 74. Joshua took it for granted. Village head. He still understands the importance of big things, and leads Joshua into the back room. Before entering, he reminded, the way you look now, I'm afraid it will arouse the evil feelings of several emissaries. As long as you behave well this time, there should be no problem, Vivian should be able to speak for you. The two walked into the inner room one after another. In the room, apart from the Saint of Dawn, who Joshua had several relationships with, there were also 2 men in white robes. The holy emblem on one person's white robe is a sign similar to the sun, and the other is a little golden dawn. Joshua was not Mingxin, and he recognized the identity of the other party at a glance. They are not a temple, they come from the Temple of Guangming and Temple of Dawn. The Temple of Light and Temple of Dawn belong to a subordinate relationship. The of Light is a powerful god, and the of Dawn is his god. It is not too surprising that the people from the Temple of Dawn and the Temple of Light stand together. The 2 temples often cooperate. I am afraid that this time the Temple of Dawn cannot mobilize too many powerful people, so he asked the Temple of Light for help. The 3 of them were talking, and when they saw the people coming, they all cast their eyes on Joshua's face behind the village chief. What a strong guilt. How many people have been killed? The two envoys frowned involuntarily. The messenger of the Temple of Dawn looked at Vivian in amazement. He didn't expect that this time the helper would be a man full of evil. The people in the Temple of Light did not hide the disgust on their faces in the slightest. Not only because of Josua's guilt value, but also because of his name. He is who you are talking about. Such a sinful person, who knows if the dark forces sent spies to kill us. I will take him down. The power of mantra will make him confide the truth. The people in the Temple of Light waved, and a group of imprisoned power fell towards Joshua. Joshua's expression was not good, and he stared at each other coldly. The investigation did not obtain valid information, only the name. Light Knight Arthurs, Epic. Race, Human. Occupation, Light Knight. Grade. Attack. Life. The information obtained is a series of question marks. This is another downside of low level. You cannot obtain information about players with a level 10 higher than yourself through detection. Or after strengthening the skill experience, it will change. Joshua is too short of experience points. Novice Village does not have many targets worth investigating. This skill has not been used to strengthen it for a long time. He is useful to our plan, Arthurs, please don't be rude to my guests. Vivian waved her hand, dispelling Arthur's skills. Her face was not very good. She didn't expect to see it for 2 days. The hunting angel actually exudes such a strong sense of sin. How many people have been killed? In any case, the hunting angel is also the person who invites to help, and it is the core of the plan. Unexpectedly, Arthurs would deny her face and act on the hunting angel. There was a bit of anger in her tone, which was hard to see in the past. Vivian, I deeply doubt your plan. Such a heinous person cannot be trusted. What's more, his name is simply blasphemous. Angels are messengers of God of light, sacred and inviolable. It is simply the biggest offense to the angel that hunting angels have such a name. For such a person, it is difficult for him to have any good feelings anyway. This matter has nothing to do with our original plan. If you are unwilling to cooperate with the Temple of Dawn, please leave here. What we need is helpers who can cooperate with us to eradicate evil, not spoilers. This will only allow the power of darkness to take advantage of it. Arthur stared at Joshua fiercely, and finally said coldly, Boy, you'd better not play tricks in front of me, otherwise, I will baptize you with a bright holy fire. Joshua heard a toothache. This guy really had a pit in his head. Change to an NPC who decides to help the light forces. Will it give birth to dissatisfaction in this situation? Knowing that he is not welcome, will he turn his head and join the dark camp? Kill a wave of light power. If it weren't for this guy to be useful, Dark Witch Didala was her own target. Joshua really didn't mind slaying this guy. Don't worry, it is my duty to eliminate the dark forces. Today, the dark forces must be wiped out. Chapter 75. Joshua spoke righteously and looked righteous. However, the super high guilt value seems to several people to be extremely sinful, and what they say is not convincing at all. Vivian, I believe you will not betray Guangming, but I don't believe him. I must impose measures on him to prevent betrayal, otherwise, I will not give hope to such a person. Chapter 64. The Bright Saint of the Future. Protect short Vivian and Lilac. No. It was not Joshua who spoke, but Vivian. You should feel that there are 2 evil auras in him. These are the marks left by the dark forces. Once you use any light-based means by his side, the dark forces will sense it for the first time and completely destroy our plan. I will never tolerate such a big mistake in the next plan. I want to believe him, you want to believe me. If you are unwilling to cooperate, then please leave here. At the end of the talk, Vivian's attitude was obviously cold. Not only because Arthur's has been against Joshua, but the more important reason is that only one voice is needed for this mission, and 2 masters are not needed. Otherwise, the plan will inevitably give rise to new variables. I don't believe him. You will pay for your ignorance. The Knight of Light Arthurs turned away without saying a word. Before leaving, staring at Joshua coldly, as if saying that I remember you. You kid, wait for me. Joshua smiled back, with a bright smile. There is no doubt that this guy has been on his blacklist. It was just right that the guy who made his troubles left, so as not to look at him unpleasantly. He could solve it at will. I am willing to believe in you, and hope you don't let me down. I will abide by my promise and help me solve the dark power led by Didala, and I will take you out of the village. Finally, Thank you for saving Lilac. Joshua looked up at Vivian, full of doubts. This guy is well informed. I have always wanted to help Ding Xiang, but I have no solution. Her soul is imprisoned by a special force and it is extremely difficult to break. I went back to the village, and I was also looking for a solution, but I didn't expect it to be done by you. Take my tiger skin, your secret is very deep. Joshua couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, not knowing what to say. This was discovered by the master, borrowing the reputation of others. Didn't I tell Ding's family not to leak it out? Just as Joshua was puzzled, a crisp voice sounded, "Brother." Joshua turned to look, a pretty woman with joy on her face. Rian rushed towards Joshua like returning home. The person here is the sleeping beauty Lilac rescued by Joshua. The next moment, soft fragrant and warm jade into his arms. It's nice to see you. She stared at her big watery eyes, her lips were half a foot away from Joshua. In an instant, a faint scent of young girl's body pierced into her nostrils. Joshua also smiled back. You have come to see Vivian, is this to restore your memory? Lilac shook his head in distress, and frowned. I can't remember any memories of the past. Grandpa said that joining the temple will help a lot, and I am going to join Guangming. Before the words were finished, Arthur of the Light Knight went and returned. He first glanced at Joshua in disgust, then turned his gaze to Lilac. Stay away from this evil person. You are extremely talented and have amazing potential. You can enter the Temple of Light to become a seated player, and you can expect to become a Saint of Light in the future. Li Xiang heard Arthur's calling Joshua an evil person, and his face was dissatisfied. You are not allowed to say that to my brother, he saved my life and is the best person in the world. Humph, it's not rare for me to join the Temple of Light. Arthur blows his beard and stares with anger. Do you know what the Saint of the Temple of Light represents? Even if it is a seed choice, the identity is still unimaginable, far more noble than the princess of the Kaya Empire. This is your hard-won opportunity. I hope you don't make mistakes. Leave here with me now. When I came to the village this time, I didn't expect to be surprised, and I met a saint seed with great potential and talent. It's a worthwhile trip to be able to bring cloves home. I don't want it. You call my brother a bad person, you are a bad person, and I won't go with you. I have no interest in any princess. Lilac was as pure as white paper. He didn't understand the meaning of the empire and the princess, and he refused very decisively. She didn't allow anyone to insult Joshua, otherwise, she would be her enemy. Arthur stared at Joshua, gritted her teeth with hatred. At first everything was perfect, he eradicated the evil power himself, and returned with the Saintess seed. Chapter 76. With the arrival of the hunting angel, everything changed. First, she was kicked out of the team by Vivian, the Saint of Dawn. Arthur can accept it, he believes that it won't take long before Vivian will come to beg herself. This was not over yet. Even Lilac, who was about to join the Temple of Light and became a quasi-saint, had rebelled because an evil person had changed his mind. The anger that suppresses my heart will not erupt. The country is easy to change, but the nature is hard to change. You all regret your choice. Have you finished? Please leave here. Vivian coldly issued an order to evict the guest, which was torn apart from the Light Knight Arthur. Is it worth it for a hunting angel? Vivian thinks it's worth it. Chapter 65. Let's be your toolman honestly. I want to ask you a question, is he credible? Joshua looked at the saint envoy of the Temple of Dawn, who had been silent on the side, and found out the name of the other party through investigation. Pastor Antonio Dawn. What do you mean by that? Antonio glanced vigilantly at Joshua, Vivian, and Ding Xiang, always feeling that the most dependable companion seemed to be someone else's helper. He took 2 steps back subconsciously, and even suspected that Vivian had betrayed Qinshi. What nonsense. Since he can be invited as a helper, he is my dependent. What do you want to do? Any bad idea? Vivian is not stupid, she knew that she was being used as a gun by Joshua last time. This guy likes to cheat people, don't know what bad ideas will be this time. I want to know the residence of the Light Knight Arthur's. Inquiry about Arthur's residence. What does this guy want to do? Vivian couldn't help raising her vigilance, and looked at Joshua as if she was facing an enemy. Although this guy is not strong, his thoughts are very dangerous and he is very good at eating people. What should I do if I step on the pit without paying attention? In addition, this guy is also very vengeful. Arthur's had a bad attitude towards him, and her tone was threatening, and she was stared at by this guy unexpectedly. The hunting angel is not trying to get rid of Arthur's. Vivian was taken aback by her bold thoughts. Although the hunting angel possesses a strength that does not match his level, no matter how strong he is, he cannot be the opponent of the light knight Arthur's. The strength gap between the two is too large to estimate. How could be? Am I this kind of person? As a member of the light forces, how can the example of the light camp avoid war? This battle is dangerous and unknown. One more helper will give you more assurance of victory. Antonio couldn't help but vomit. If your attitude is better, maybe it won't be where it is today. You sure? Joshua's voice was full of ridicule. His malice towards me is not only because of the guilt value, I think the name is the key. I won't mention the past. This time the altar is led by me, and I can also set the location of the summoning. The closer you are to Arthur's, the better. There are really unsolvable troubles. Will he stand by? There is nothing wrong with this sentence, and it is not a bad thing for them. An extra hand of cards might make you survive. No problem was found. After thinking about it carefully, there is no reason for rejection. Want to avoid war? How can it be? Be your toolman honestly. Vivian told Joshua of Arthur's position. I tell you, it's better not to provoke him. This matter also needs to be kept strictly confidential, otherwise, I can keep people for a while, but I can't keep you forever. Joshua nodded, with an attitude that he promised not to cause trouble. On the contrary, it was Lilac on one side, with a face full of doubts, then we can keep following Sister Vivian. Vivian was a little speechless, but she understood that Lilac had lost all memory, and her cognition was completely similar to that of a child who didn't know the truth. She explained with a smile, no one can stay together, even the closest partner, sometimes parting. Then, can my sister and brother be the closest partners? Vivian. Joshua laughed haha, I think, but Saint Maiden of Dawn may not be willing. The identity of the saint is the princess of the Empire of Gibi. His words are teasing. Chapter 77. Of course, Joshua never paid attention to the identity of a saint. Not to mention the saint, even the Archbishop of Guangming Temple, who is the closest to the gods, masters the kingdom of God on earth, and is known as the strongest under the gods, Joshua will not take it seriously. After all, he was the man who wanted to kill the gods. I want to be my brother's companion too. Always be by his side. There was a strong attachment in the lilac tone. Both Joshua and Vivian were too lightly affected by thunder, especially Vivian. First, he glanced at Joshua like a thief and reminded him, Xiaoxiang, your age is still a little bit young, I don't understand this paragraph. Time, let's stay by my sister's side. She was afraid of staying with Joshua. Ding Xiang was sold by Joshua and counted the money for him. This kind of thing happened to Joshua as a normal thing. She didn't want her sister to be deceived by Joshua just after she woke up. I do not. I will stay with my brother forever. Ding Xiang hugged Joshua tightly, looking like he would never let go. Joshua was a little helpless. To be honest, Ding Xiang is beautiful, and he is very tempted. But the other person's mind is too young, and he is more of an attachment to him. As for the feeling between men and women, she didn't understand at all. Joshua is not a scumbag who deceives Xiao Guliang. You will be the saint of the Temple of Light from now on. The saint can't get close to men. When Ding Xiang heard these words, she was immediately unhappy, pouted, and said dissatisfied, then I don't want to be a saint. I just need to stay with my brother forever and ever. She hugged Joshua tightly, for fear that he would leave herself behind like the last time. Before you kill Chapter 66, squeeze your value dry. Well, business matters, Lilac, don't disturb your brother. Vivian struggled to pull down the clothes that hung on Joshua like a koala, and said earnestly. She turned her gaze to Joshua again, are you sure? Don't worry, the next thing is left to me. Before the summoning is successful, I hope you will not show up and ruin my plan. After Joshua finished speaking, he strode out of the village chief's house and walked towards the shop of pharmacist lad. As the main game player left the novice village one after another, the pharmacy shop became much deserted. When the player who bought the potion left, the black mage Rad prohibited and sealed this area before he turned to Joshua in a grim tone. Boy, you are finally here. I thought your kid betrayed and prepared to urge the prohibition to kill you. Boy, you have been missing for 3 days. The great plan was delayed for 3 days. You'd better find a reason to calm Master Didian's anger, otherwise no one can keep you. Lad's attitude was extremely bad, his eyes glowing. If Joshua couldn't give him a satisfactory promise, he would run away and kill people. As if to confirm this speculation, Joshua felt a cold sensation in his chest, as if it was about to detonate at any time. It seems that I was being watched by someone. To prevent accidents, I found 2 people to replace me. The premise is that they can pass the adult test. This sentence can be regarded as blocking the black magician Rad's mouth in advance, explaining why 2 people came to him with the black magic grass some time ago. Rad's eyes flickered, staring deeply at Joshua. The next moment, black energy surged around him, and a black magical shadow hovered over Joshua. This is a virtual shadow of a monster that seems to be true, giving people a sense of unreality. The black eyes stared at Joshua. Joshua also stared at the monster. When you stare at the abyss is staring at you. The dark marks left by you and Master Didala are intact. There is no breath of light in him. Rad, who got a satisfactory answer, nodded approvingly. With a wave of his hand, the ghost monster disappeared without a trace. It seems that you did not live up to my expectations and chose to find people from the light forces to cooperate. After speaking, he laughed. How could be? I have always been in the dark. What's more, I don't have the ability to leave the village. Rad shook his head and said, the reason is not important anymore. The most important thing now is to summon Lord Didian according to the original plan. This is your only chance to make up for it. I hope you don't let me down. Take out the heart of darkness and draw the darkness here. Before that, reward me with the task. Chapter 78. Joshua hadn't forgotten his mission rewards, and the black magic grass could be exchanged for many treasures. This is the black magic weed I collected. After Joshua finished speaking, he took out more than 100 black magic plants. This thing doesn't have much effect. The only value is exchanged for dark demon coins, and exchanged for treasures from Rad. Especially the blood source moving backpack, Joshua is bound to win. Lad didn't expect Joshua to take out so many black magic grasses. After carefully counting, his face was not very good. How can you get so many black magic weeds? In Raider's memory, there were at most 40 to 50 plants in the Dark Land, but Joshua took out more than 130 plants, the number far exceeded his estimate. Each black magic grass can be exchanged for 1,000 black magic coins. Do you want to redeem all? Redeem all. Ding, you get 138,000 dark demon coins. With money in his hands, Joshua looked at Rad's hidden store. Ding, do you spend 50,000 dark demon coins in exchange for a blood source moving backpack? Sure. Ding, do you consume 20,000 black demon coins to exchange for pale blood? Sure. Before the black magic coins were spent, all the treasures in the Rad's shop had been wiped out by Joshua. Aren't you getting some new treasures? I still have dark demon coins that I haven't spent yet. After this incident, the black magician Rad was 100% dead, and if he didn't squeeze the value out of him now, the remaining black magic coins would not be spent. No, this is all. As long as you complete the task of destruction, and you have everything you need, I will double the compensation. Unfortunately, there is no such opportunity. I will arrange the location of the summoning. Joshua said in an unquestionable tone. Are you trying to die? I still thought I wouldn't kill you. Rad has long been dissatisfied with Joshua, but he still has use value. At this moment, it is unbearable to want to dominate the guests. The magical shadow reappeared behind him, and a cold claw fell on Joshua, instantly imprisoning him. A lot of cold air desperately drilled into Joshua's pores, and there was a feeling of freezing all over his body. Regardless of the novice player facing this horrible damage, it will not last 3 seconds at all. This is still the case when Joshua has a high amount of magic defense, otherwise, the damage will be even more terrifying. You want to kill me? Why are you so anxious? Do you want to die so impatiently? Chapter 67. I really want to thank you for your equipment. Joshua originally wanted to wait until the Dark Witch Didira was summoned before taking this guy out, but he didn't expect him to act on himself first. Until today, Joshua was too lazy to continue to pretend. How is it possible? You are so weak, why can you withstand the power of the Dark Devil's heart-devouring heart? Rad's impression of Joshua still remained 3 days ago. At that time, Joshua was so weak that he could pinch to death at will. Not seen in a short time, the strength is terrifying to this point. It's incredible. The key is that the other party still maintains a disguise, with a very weak appearance on the surface. You still can't stand your eyes on it. Joshua took out the whisper of the wind, and was about to use full firepower. Wait a minute. Your strength is good. Being able to block this wave of attacks from me is enough to prove that your strength is not weak. The strong will always be treated differently. As long as you assist me in completing the plan to destroy the village, you will gain even greater strength. The power of darkness is beyond your imagination. The reason Raider changed his attitude was not because he was optimistic about Joshua. Just because he wanted to kill Joshua silently became difficult. The enchantment set by oneself has no restrictive effect, and it is not difficult for the opponent to escape. Once the identity is exposed, there is a high chance that the plan will fail. Lad is not willing to take the risk to gamble, and is willing to continue to cooperate with Joshua. Chapter 79. This time, I will win you more benefits. Joshua smiled and shook his head. It's too late. In comparison, I want to kill you more. In this way, the plan will develop in the direction I expected. Not to mention, Old Clapper, I have endured you for a long time. Want to kill me? Very good. The black mage lad grinned, showing a grinning grin. You have gained a little strength, and people have become mad. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. The black demon shadow behind it suddenly leaped towards Joshua. The demon shadow was invisible and innocent. It would exist forever without killing the summoner or the duration. Like the soul ferryman, it is immune to physical damage. Joshua ignored this guy and aimed at Rad. You don't think that you are the only one. Kill him. 32 scavenger wolves appeared, and Chi-Chi rushed towards Rad. The damage they cause to LV-30 silver bosses is limited, but the scavenger wolf has a skill to throw down, which can be used to interrupt the spellcasting of Rad. A dark magician without the ability to cast spells is a rookie. It's a bit harder at best. Shoot quickly. Die. In an instant, nearly 10,000 lives evaporated. Asshole. Lad raised his hand to cast a spell, but the scavenger wolves pounced and interrupted his skills one after another. This almost drove Raider mad. A black necklace flashed on his neck, and the next moment, Rad had disappeared in place. Escaped. Joshua didn't think so. Sure enough, Rad appeared on the roof and sang softly. In just 1 second, the surroundings became dark, and countless corrosive methane gas filled. Ding, you are affected by the corrosive biogas, and all damage you receive is increased by 10%. You are in the corrosive biogas, and your health drops by 100 points per second. The value of life continues to decline. Fortunately, Joshua's life value is high enough, 2W plus life value. Facing various attacks, the drop of life value is less than 1/10. The flame of corruption by the dark demon. A black magic fire the size of a wash basin fell heavily towards Joshua. Due to the influence of the corrosive biogas, Joshua couldn't predict and hit the black magic fire. With such a high level of damage, the player who encounters it will die. Joshua's health has only dropped by a quarter. Damn. Isn't your job a hunter? How can you be so resistant to fighting with such a weak strength? For a time, Rad was a little skeptical of life. Isn't the enemy in front of him a weak hunter? Is it a knight of the same level? Get me down. Joshua, who found the target, fired frantically, and the arrows fell quickly. Dark Demon Explosion Technique. Silence. Dark Corruption Orb. Lad also dropped his skills one after another towards Joshua, and the health of both of them was rapidly declining. Joshua was distracted and used both, while attacking, while strengthening equipment. Ding, your blood source moving blood drain effect +4, get an extra enhancement option. 1. The damage value drawn by the blood drain is increased by 10%. 2. The upper limit of the blood pool plus 50,000. 3. Your next strengthening will get a random strengthening effect. Joshua decisively chose number 1 to increase the damage effect of the draw. Blood drain +4, when you attack the target, 43% of the damage drained is converted into health and stored in the blood pool. The storage limit is 18653/140000. Chapter 80. I really want to thank you for your equipment. Blood Bloom. When his health dropped to less than 2,000 points, Joju's body glowed with blood. The next moment, the life value that fell to the bottom of the valley instantly recovered nearly 90%. Chapter 68 Raise a rock and hit himself in the foot. More than 1 million experience points. Rad was dumbfounded, and immediately fell into a rage. He almost killed this difficult kid, but the other party's health was actually full. The most outrageous thing is that the equipment used for recovery comes from one's own hands. He has the feeling of shooting himself in the foot. Stop you within 30 seconds. Lad understands the effect of this equipment, and after 30 seconds, the blood bloom can still be used. The next moment, the black energy surging all over the body, the power of all the spells were all improved. 30 seconds. You should worry that you can live for 30 seconds. Joshua did not respond, as the attacks continued. He must kill the Dark Mage Rad. The reason for this is very simple. After killing him, the experience value rewards obtained must be not small. Joshua can use this experience value to strengthen the equipment again, which can greatly enhance his strength. With enough strength, the next battle against the Dark Witch Didira will greatly increase the winning rate. You have given me a lot of treasures, and I will use them on you this time. Joshua flipped his hand and found an extra bottle of medicine in his hand. Dark Magic Potion +4, Rare. Type, Consumables. Effect, after use, within 180 seconds, Strength +110 points, Constitution +110, and Darkness Resistance +80%. Ding, you take the Dark Secret Magic Potion, within 120 seconds, Strength +110 points, Physique +110, and Darkness Resistance +80%. Joshua received a total of 3 bottles of Dark Secret Potion. After taking the Dark Magic Potion, the effect is visible. The Black Demon Corrosion Flame, which was capable of hitting Joshua with nearly 4,000 damage, could only cause damage in the early 600 at this moment. The reduction of other skills is even more severe, especially the range of AoE damage, which has less than 3 digits of damage. How can it be? The Dark Secret Potion can't have such a powerful effect. The Dark Secret Potion is the work of the Black Magician Rad, and Rad knows its effects very well. The dark resistance provided by this medicine can reduce 30% of the dark damage. After Joshua takes it, the effect of improving is definitely more than 30%. Ah. I hate it. Damn bastard. Rad was about to crush his teeth. He provided Joshua with the Dark Secret Power Potion because the opponent's strength was too weak, and the 3 bottles of Dark Secret Power Potion would not cause him to die tragically in the land of the Black Devil. I never expected it would become a weapon against myself. In the front, the Source of Blood used the backpack to save the life of the Hunting Angel, and the Dark Magic Potion in the back made his lethality drastically reduced. Rao was determined to be as firm as iron, and he was a little broken at this moment. Is there anything more disgusting to use your own shield to block your own spear? With the Dark Magic Potion, it became almost impossible for Rad to want to kill Joshua. On the contrary, after Joshua took the Dark Secret Magic Potion, his strength increased by 110 points, which meant he dealt more damage. The rate of blood drop rapidly increased, and Rad's health decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Do not. Boy, I remember you. I will kill you. The Black Mage Lad let out a roar, trying to escape from here. At this time, he found a very tragic thing and couldn't walk by himself. The deceleration effect superimposed by Wind Whispering Arrow is too disgusting, it is difficult to move one step, let alone want to escape. The most terrifying thing for Rad is more than that. My magic power is gone. The mage without the magic value, as well as the monsters of the level, are far inferior. Do you expect them to take up the staff and attack? Even if he is a black mage, he has a potion in his hand to restore the lost mana. The slow-moving black magician Rad could not escape at all. Chapter 81. His health gradually dropped to the freezing point, and Rad's eyes were begging. Please, don't kill me, I still have a few treasures, I can give it to you. Even if the Dark Witch Master Didila wants to ask for guilt, I am willing to help you intercede. Joshua did not respond, but continued to shoot the arrow in his hand. Seeing that the begging for mercy was fruitless, the Black Mage Rad became furious. I curse you. The power of darkness will avenge me. I use my blood to turn into a mark. Curse of death. There is no such opportunity. The arrow fell quickly, and in an instant, the arrow emptied the last life bar of the Black Magician Rad. Boom. Rad's body fell heavily on the ground, and large pieces of equipment, gold coins, potions and props were scattered on the ground. Gorgeous explosion. Ended. LV-30 level silver boss died in his own hands. Ding, congratulations on killing the silver boss Black Mage Rad. You get 300,000 experience points, because you kill the boss at level 29, get a 290% extra experience bonus, you get an extra 870,000 experience points. Chapter 69, Unlimited Flash Necklace. Dark Damage Absorption. Nearly 1.2 million experience points. This is a rich experience Joshua has never imagined. I used to accumulate up to 200,000 experience points in the early days, but now, I get nearly 1.2 million experience points in one breath, which feels so cool. After all, this is a LV-30 level silver boss, and you can get 30W experience points when you kill it. Coupled with Joshua's 29th level to fight monsters, he gained nearly 3 times the extra experience points to get so much. Relying on the novice village, even if it takes a day to fight monsters with all its strength, you can get 300,000 experience points if you die. This is still a situation where time and monsters are fully utilized. Joshua raised his strength to his current level, and he consumed less than 1 million experience points. With so many experience points, it means that Joshua can try to strengthen plus 12 equipment. Want to strengthen the epic equipment of plus 12, this point of experience is not enough. That being the case, good use of it is enough to make Joshua's strength rise again. What equipment should be strengthened? Let's first count the treasures dropped by the Black Mage Rad. Most of the equipment is LV-30 level silver equipment, and there are a lot of them. Especially a silver necklace caught Joshua's attention. Shimmering necklace, silver. Type, accessories. Mana plus 1000. Magic defense plus 100. Spirit plus 50. Active effect, flashing, after use, flash 100 yards in the direction you want, and the cooling time is 30 minutes. Effect, no level restriction, the level restriction of this equipment is reduced to level 0. Requirement level, LV0, LV30-30. Occupational restrictions, none. The glittering effect attached to the necklace is good, and life-saving jewelry is very rare. Its value far exceeds the gold level equipment. Coupled with the effect of no level restriction, it really is the top treasure. Especially now the player's level is very low. Earlier in the early stage, you can obtain a treasure with LV-30 and unlimited level, which has a great effect on improving your strength. Joshua didn't expect to hit a necklace with no level restriction. This luck was really against the sky. Even if I think the effect of this piece of equipment is a bit poor in the future, I find a special equipment essence extraction stone, extract this unrestricted effect, and add it to an LV-100 level artifact. It feels scary to think about it. Joshua was born again and knew the whereabouts of many artifacts. Ordinary players want to get an artifact, the difficulty is unimaginable. Joshua wanted to get it, only strength was lacking. This piece of equipment deserves to be strengthened. After reading the equipment dropped by the boss, Joshua looked at the fallen predator treasure chest. Predator's treasure box, silver. Exclusive treasure for wild predators, others can't open it. Effect, after opening, get 100 points of dark damage absorption and a random treasure of no less than silver level. Dark damage absorption. Isn't it an attribute value? The treasure chests of the predators opened before are all attribute values. Recently, for some luck, they are all other effects. Chapter 82. Is this related to the boss killed? The predator treasure chest effect obtained by killing the soul ferryman is a percentage of physical damage immunity. What you get by killing the rock giant is the upper limit of health. However, this time he wants to increase the attack power of the predator treasure box, which is used to increase combat power and violent output. Forget it, this is not in a hurry. Joshua looked at the bottles of medicine on the ground, feeling relieved. In addition, he also collected several bottles of maddening potions in advance to improve his combat effectiveness. As for the treasures that increase strength and attack power. Leaving the novice village, there are bosses everywhere, are you afraid that you won't get it? Of course, this is not to say that the absorption of dark damage is useless. The next thing to deal with is the Dark Witch Didira. Once the predator's treasure chest is strengthened, the opponent's damage can be absorbed a lot. Strengthen. The practicality is not too high, so it will be strengthened to +8 for the time being. Ding, do you consume 800 experience points to strengthen the predator treasure box by +1? Ding, your silver predator treasure chest is strengthened by +4, and you have an additional strengthening option. 1. 400 dark damage absorption. 2. Rare dark damage absorption plus 20%. 3. Rare darkness resistance plus 10%. Joshua looked at 2 and 3, and he was a little undecided. In the face of powerful dark monsters, the effect of dark damage absorption is not as cost-effective as dark resistance. Faced with dark monsters that are not too strong, the effect of dark damage absorption is stronger. Choose 2. Joshua made this decision very simple. Dark resistance is the same as physical damage percentage immunity. Players have restrictions and cannot reach 100%. The maximum value is 90%. Joshua believes that he will encounter dark-resistant predator treasure chests in the future, and there is no need to waste it. In contrast, there is no upper limit to the absorption of dark damage. It works with darkness resistance, and the effect is even stronger. Chapter 70. A huge mobile blood bank close to 1 million. Ding, your silver predator treasure chest is strengthened by +8, and you have 2 additional strengthening options. 1. 800 dark damage absorption. 2. Dark damage absorption plus 60%. 3. The quality of all treasures in the treasure chest is increased by 1 level. 4. Rare the experience value of subsequent enhancements consumes -50%. Joshua only intends to strengthen this treasure chest to +8 and to +12. It is not necessary for the time being. Unless it is strengthened to +12 in one go, the price/performance ratio is not high. Choose 1 and 2. Predator's Treasure Box +8, Silver. Exclusive treasure for wild predators, others can't open it. Effect, after opening, get 8,100, plus 80%, dark damage absorption and 9 random treasures with a quality of no less than silver level. 8,100 points. The dark damage absorption effect is awesome. Joshua did not hesitate to turn it on. Ding, you open the silver predator treasure chest +8, you get 8,100 dark damage absorption. Ding, you get the white wolf soul wand, silver, dark headdress, silver, thunder boots, silver. It's a bunch of useless equipment. It can only be used at level LV30. Even if you want to sell it, you have to wait a long time. There is still 1 million plus experience points on hand. What should we strengthen this time? Joshua first took a look at the Blood Source mobile backpack he had just obtained. Although this piece of equipment could not increase combat effectiveness, it was very practical in all aspects. Special backpack equipment is even rarer equipment, which does not occupy the equipment slot and is very rare. If you want to get the next piece of similar equipment, you don't know if you want the Year of the Monkey. Strengthen the backpack space first. Every time you open the Predator's treasure chest, you can get a lot of equipment, plus the magic arrows that you make, the medicines you consume, and the special props. The space is very tight. I can't lose my silver level equipment. An LV30 level silver level equipment can sell for at least 1,000 gold coins, which is a pity to lose it. Room for improvement is essential. Ding, do you consume 1,600 experience points to strengthen the expansion of the effect of the Blood Source movement? Ding, the expansion effect is strengthened by +4, and you get an additional strengthening option. 1. Expand the backpack space plus 200 grids. 2. The follow-up enhancement experience is reduced by 5,000 points, each level will be reduced. 3. The maximum stacking limit of backpacks has been changed to 199 instead of 99. The effects of 1 and 3 are good. Chapter 83. Especially the effect of 3, for stacking items such as arrows and potions, the space occupied by the same number is reduced by half. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that I would not make so many arrows and carry so many medicines at once. Especially the medicine. With the blood extraction effect of the Blood Source moving backpack, the blood medicine can be completely avoided in the future. After all, it's better to have a 200-pack backpack. Choose 1. The space of +4 seems to be enough for the time being. There is no need to strengthen +8 for the time being. After leaving the novice village, experience points are obtained faster, and it will not be too late to strengthen. Then continue to strengthen the effect of draining blood. Ding, do you consume 25,600 experience points to strengthen the Blood Source movement effect and blood drain +5? Ding, the expansion effect is strengthened by +8, you get 2 additional strengthening options. 1. The damage value of the blood drain is increased by 20%. 2. The upper limit of the blood pool is +100,000. 3. Almighty blood sucking. The effect of your blood drain is not limited to ordinary attacks, and the damage caused by skills and other attack methods is also effective. 4. Rare. The upper limit of the blood pool is increased by 50%. Choose 3 and 4. The effect of Almighty life sucking is not bad. Next time you won't encounter a monster that is immune to physical damage, and the blood-sucking effect is not enough. What's more, with the spell combo effect of the magic surging bracelet, the damage caused by the spell casting is not low. Not only that, but even the damage caused by the scavenger wolf that he summoned was settled in the Almighty lifesteal effect. In this way, the effect of blood-sucking will be raised to an extremely terrifying level. The final effect is Blood Bloom. Different from the first two effects, after this effect is increased, the cooling reduction time is reduced. Joshua also strengthened it to +4, and then stopped continuing to strengthen. He looked at the newly strengthened equipment. Blood Origin Movement, Gold. Type, Equipment, Backpack. Effect, Expansion +4, expand the backpack with an additional 750 grid space. Effect, Blood Drain +8, when you attack the target, 100% of the damage drained is converted into health and stored in the blood pool. The storage limit is 140000/870000 plus 50%. Active effect, Blood Bloom +4, use the stored health in the blood pool to heal yourself, restore all health, and cool down for 12 seconds. A powerful backpack equipment was born. 750 grid super large portable space. The 100% effect is Almighty blood sucking, nearly 1 million large portable blood bottles, and unlimited replenishment. 12 seconds to cool down, instantly full of blood. With the blood source movement, with all kinds of powerful defenses, it is almost immortal. Chapter 71 must hit, the real tearing wound, explosion. There is still a lot of experience points left. What should be strengthened next? Skill. The scavenger wolf will not be useful in the next battle. Even if it is strengthened to a higher level, it is useless. Although another powerful dark trap is AoE damage, it works well with spell combos. It is currently the only AoE injury in Joshua's hand. Unfortunately, it has little effect on the Dark Witch Didira. Most used to clean up trash fish and to control the field. It is enough to use at present, there is no need to strengthen. The effect of Wilderness Rogue is not bad, increasing movement speed and dodge. It's a pity that he didn't improve his combat effectiveness. He has dark damage absorption, more than 20,000 blood, and an extra large blood bag. It's hard to die. The only drawback is that the damage output is a bit weak. It takes a lot of time and effort to kill silver level bosses of level LV30. When facing epic level bosses of level LV50 at least, don't you have to exhaust yourself? This time, priority is given to improving one's own lethality. At present, only weapons and Joshua set his sights on the making of magic arrows. Although the additional real damage of this skill is very low, with Wind Talk Arrow, it can produce good damage. If there is no magic arrow, Joshua will have nothing to do with the soul ferryman who is immune to physical damage. A hunter can't live without arrows. This is a skill that will accompany him forever in the future, never falling behind. Joshua will try his best to strengthen it to the extreme. Ding, do you consume 3,200 experience points to strengthen the magic arrow production +5? Ding, magic arrow crafting enhancement +8, you get 2 additional enhancement options. 1. Rare magic arrow adds 15 additional real damage. 2. Rare real damage caused by magic arrows +10%. 3. Rare when the magic arrow deals damage to the target, it will reduce the target's defense value by 20 points for a duration of 60 seconds. 4. Must hit, when the magic arrow attacks the target, the hit effect is added. This effect has priority. This time luck was overwhelming, and the 4 options were the worst and rare options. Chapter 84. The 4 options are very good and dazzling. There is no doubt that option 4 must be taken. The Bijong effect is very powerful. When Joshua was dealing with the Wild Wolf King before, he had dodged, which caused the subsequent triggered Wind Whisper arrow to play the miss effect together. In the future, he will definitely encounter players or bosses with high dodge ability. There is another option that can only be selected among the remaining 3 options. Reduce the defense priority pass. This effect is not as good as the real damage. The subsequent powerful bosses have a percentage reduction effect. There is no real damage overbearing to reduce the defense. Choose 2. The option 1 is powerful in the early stage, but not as good as the option 2 in the later stage. Zhou's future enemies are gods, and his vision is long-term. Increase the percentage of real damage, and use the magic arrow to strengthen it to a very high level, the effect of which is far better than 15 real damage. Continue to strengthen. Ding, do you consume 409,600 experience points to strengthen the magic arrow production by plus 12? Sure. Ding, magic arrow crafting enhancement plus 12, you get 3 additional enhancement options. 1. Rare magic arrow adds 30 additional real damage. 2. Real damage caused by magic arrows plus 30%. 3. Peerless, true breaking creation. When the magic arrow damages the target, there is a 30% chance that all subsequent normal attack damage received by the target will be converted into real damage for 10 seconds. This effect has priority. 4. Tetanus. After the magic arrow attacks the target, there is a 30% chance that the tetanus effect will be added, and it will receive 10 real damage per second for 30 seconds, overlapping 10 times at most. This effect has priority. 5. Explosion. After the magic arrow strikes, it will cause an explosion effect, with a range of 5 yards, causing 30% damage to the target and all targets within the range. The 5 effects were good, and Zhou almost got confused. There is no doubt that the peerless effect must be taken. Subsequent conversion of real damage, the effect is very anti-sky. With 2 enhancement options left, Zhou hesitated. The effect of 4 is also good, but it is a pity that the maximum stack is 10, and 2 and 5 are still selected. Too needless to say, the effect of 5 is equivalent to a certain degree of area damage. It is quite practical for hunters who lack AoE damage. Not to mention there is an additional 30% damage. Choosing the enhancement option, Zhou quickly looked at the magic arrow creation that had just been strengthened. Making arrows plus 12. Level, LV5. Skills for wilderness predators. Effect, consume 3 points of magic power to make 15 magic arrows. Each magic arrow adds 120, plus 40%, additional real damage, plus the effects of, must hit, real tearing wound, and, explosion. Cooling time, none. Chapter 72 The Dark Witch Diddla arrives. Shake the pot Arthurs. There is still a lot of experience points left, and Zhou looks at the Whispers of the Wind and the magical surge bracelet. In the end, he made a choice. Strengthen the Whispers of the Wind. Although this piece of equipment is only a LV1 level black iron equipment, the benefits are quite good after strengthening. Increasing the number of arrows means increasing your combat effectiveness. Strengthening is relatively cheap, and the effect of improving strength is obvious. Ding, do you consume 2048000 experience points to strengthen the Whisper of the Wind plus 12? Sure. Ding, congratulations on your weapon, Whisper of Wind, strengthened to plus 12. You have 3 additional strengthening options. 1. Rare strength plus 50 points. 2. Rare, bleeding, weapon attacks have an additional bleeding effect, reducing health by 50 points per second for 10 seconds, this effect cannot be superimposed. 3. Peerless, wind blade route, when you attack, you have a 20% chance to summon a giant wind blade, causing 200% attack damage to the target equal to your current attack, plus a knockback effect. 4. Rare attack plus 120 points. 5. Rare, slow crit, attack speed minus 40%, damage caused by normal attacks plus 50%. Among the 5 options, Zhou focused on the slow thump and took a few more glances. This effect is not bad, sacrificing attack speed in exchange for increased damage, combined with skills that increase attack speed, the benefits are not bad. I strengthened the rapid shooting by myself, and the effect was good. It's a pity that Whisper of the Wind's magic absorption, slowing, probability penetration, and the wind blade defeat effect that Zhou is preparing to choose require a very fast attack speed to trigger. The attack speed is reduced by 40%, and the benefit increase effect obtained is far inferior to the remaining effects. Cheaper. The remaining options are much simpler. Choose 1, 3, 4. The Whispers of the Wind plus 12, black iron. Type, longbow. Strength plus 139. Agility plus 139. Attack plus 348. Requirement level, LV1. Limited occupation, hunter. Chapter 85. Effect, Wind Whisper Arrow plus 20. When you attack the target, the arrow's flying speed is increased by 185%, and there is a 100% chance to shoot 23 additional arrows of the wind with the same damage. Ignore defense, 10% chance to wear through, 5 points of magic absorption, damage plus 10%. Additional effect, Wind Blade Route plus 12, when you attack, you have a 20% chance to summon a giant wind blade, which will cause 200% of your attack damage to the target, plus a knockback effect. The attack power of this weapon becomes more powerful and terrifying. The combat power has been greatly improved. The remaining experience value is not much. Joshua temporarily kept it, just in case of emergency. Ready, it's time to meet the Dark Witch Daedala. Leaving the pharmacy, Joshua strode towards the residence of the Light Knight Arthurs. Arthurcy hasn't left, and she wants to wait for the ignorant Saint Maiden of Chensi to have a big somersault, and wait for her to beg herself. Damn angel hunting. Blasphemy, daring to speak rudely to himself, and snatch the quasi-Saint Lilac, he wanted this brave fellow to implement the sacred judgment. Why is there always a frightening feeling? The Knight of Light, Arthurs, couldn't help frowning, always feeling that he was in trouble. I looked around and did not find the source of the problem. Joshua found a location not far from the residence of the Light Knight Arthur, and summoned the Dark Witch Daedala according to the summoning ritual that dropped after killing Rad. The dark demon's heart was placed in the center of the simple altar. After a while, the black energy surged, and a portal was torn out in the void. A crack was torn open the door, and a slender hand slowly opened the door. Behind the door showed a face that looked like anger and joy, staring at Joshua, smiling like a flower. There was no slight smile in his eyes, which was extremely cold. Boom. The door of the dark summons burst open completely, and a large amount of black energy was tumbling, sweeping away in all directions, as if the devil had descended. Black Chi supported his slender feet and stopped less than half a meter from Joshua. The Dark Witch Daedala stretched out her jade-like fingers and lifted Joshua's chin. A cold voice came from her jade lips. 3 days. I waited for you for 3 days. Do you know how much my stupid action has delayed me? I will take out your heart and enjoy it myself. This is the price of your ignorance. Sharp nails grew on the snow-white jade hand, and he drew towards Joshua's heart without warning. This woman does not speak martial arts. Actually engaged in a sneak attack. Joshua had already prepared to turn his face with the Dark Witch Daedala, and dodged lightly. Dear Master Daedala, you are too grumpy, it's not good. For your coming, I have prepared a few generous gifts, I hope you like it. While Joshua was talking, he quickly fled back. While escaping, Joshua shouted loudly, Light Knight Lord Arthurs, I have summoned the Dark Witch Daedala according to your plan. Now, it's time for you to show off your power and sage judgment. Chapter 73 Oriole. You are thinking about fart. I have a lot of grudges. 1/10 for full order. The Light Knight Arthurs felt the darkness coming for the first time, and he understood that Vivian, the Saint of Dawn, had begun. I can sit on the mountain happily and watch tigers fight, maybe I can be a siskin. Wait, why do you feel that the core of the devilish energy is so close to yourself? Arthurs poked his head outside, and saw that the source of the black energy burst was only a few hundred meters away from him. What the hell? This is summoning the Dark Witch Daedala to her side. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he wanted to make a move now and get rid of the hunting angel first. Arthurs saw the Dark Witch Daedala shoot at the hunting angel, her face bloomed with joy, and he liked the scene of Go Nyogo the most. Well, my position to watch the movie is not bad. Perhaps you can witness the tragic death of the hunting angel on the demon he summoned. Next, the surprise of Arthurs, the Knight of Light, happened. The hunting angel moved quickly and escaped Daedala's sneak attack, shouting loudly, summoning Daedala according to his own plan. Abandoning these words, Joshua asked for help while running towards where he was. I knock you hemp. Obviously, I want to bring the fire to me. Arthurs is not stupid, and immediately understands the sinister intentions of hunting angels. His position was not far from the hunting angel, and the other party ran to him while asking for help. Even if the Dark Witch Daedala didn't believe that she was not behind the scenes, it was impossible. I wanted to be a Oriole after a mantis caught the cicada, but I didn't expect to become a cicada. How dare the hunting angel count me? Is it Vivian's plan? All the thoughts flashed in Arthur's mind. The top priority is to kill this hunting angel. Arthur Hesse simply stopped hiding, and took out the Holy Cross sword in his hand, with a blazing white flame burning on it. Chapter 86. Ask me for help. Seeing the hunting angel rushing towards him, his face showed a cruel smile. Kill you first. The hunting angel is no lower than the summoned Dark Witch Daedala on Arthur's hunt list. He doesn't mind getting this stuff out first. The Holy Cross sword was held high, and it was about to slash at Joshua. Die. Joshua disappeared from the place just before Arthur swung the knife. Blink. The glitter necklace worked, and Joshua appeared 100 yards away. Joshua raised at Arthur's, turned his head and ran. If the surrounding villagers die because of you, you are a sinner in the Temple of Light. This sentence is to prevent Arthur's from escaping. First give him a righteous hat. Doesn't the Temple of Light cherish feathers? I want to see how you take responsibility for the destruction of the village. Asshole. Arthur's was so angry that she didn't dare to chase after her. The Dark Witch Daedala was not idle, singing dark magic. Never let her cast powerful skills, not to mention, the target of the first attack is most likely to be yourself. There are only two options before him. One is to escape. The other is fighting. As a knight of the Temple of Light, he is not allowed to fear the darkness, and he will not shrink from the Dark Witch Daedala. Otherwise, once it spreads out, the reputation is completely ruined. Those who flee in the face of darkness are not qualified to continue to be the chief of the Knight of Light. Darkness is coming. A large swath of darkness surged and swept away in all directions in an instant. Different from the previous black gas, this time the black gas is full of corrosive power. Ding, you are affected by the air of darkness, moving at -50%, and reducing your health by 500 points per second. Because you have the dark absorption effect, the damage you receive is 0. Do you think you can escape by yourself? Betrayer. Death. Daedala detonated the mark left on Joshua. Joshua had a protective device prepared by the Saint Maiden of Dawn. He didn't use it, only relying on his own strength to resist. Ding, the Dark Witch Daedala detonated the enchantment imprint left on Joshua, causing you 10,000 fixed dark damage. Because you have the dark damage absorption effect, the actual damage you have received is 1,693 points. The damage caused by the darkness is completely absorbed by the darkness damage and cannot cause damage. Arthur, the Knight of Light, was very uncomfortable in the dark atmosphere, and the full body of the holy light lit up, like a white sun. The air of darkness and the air of light are mortal enemies, and they are not compatible with each other. There was a sizzling noise at the junction of the two, as if cooking butter. Get rid of you first, then get rid of the miscellaneous fish. The power of the holy light is with me. Arthur's rushed to the Dark Witch Daedala, and severely chopped down the Holy Cross sword with the sacred flame in her hand. Stab. The light turned into a huge fireball, which instantly submerged Daedala. The flames burned, and what fell on the ground was a dry corpse, which looked very different from Daedala. The technique of stand-in. Boom. The earth shook, and a spike pierced the earth, directly piercing Arthur's body. The ground cracked, and the first thing that was exposed was a huge demon claw and countless spikes. This is a 5-meter-sized monster with spikes all over the body. A pair of bone wings grew behind the monster, and each wing was a spike, which looked terrifying. The breath it exudes is not weaker than Daedala, even stronger. The spiked wings behind the monster surrounded Arthur, with spikes running through his body. The Dark Witch Daedala was not idle either. A cloud of dark flame fell on Arthur's body, leaving corrosive wounds. Do you think I will be unprepared? I have been guarding against human betrayal, please come to foreign aid. There is only one light knight, which is really disappointing. Appear. The dark three-headed bird, help me destroy this village. Behind it was another dark portal gradually opening, revealing a black bird's head, followed by the second and third. The third dark monster, the dark three-headed bird, is coming. Damn hunting angel. I warned you earlier, he is not to be believed. Chapter 87. Once you can't stop this monster, the village will be completely destroyed. Two powerful dark monsters are not easy to deal with, and if a third appears, it will be much more difficult to deal with. Dawn breaks. Purify. The huge golden morning light fell towards the black light gate, and the three dark heads that were about to protrude were burned by the morning light and ignited instantly. The door of space is illusory, showing a broken appearance. The Temple of Dawn, I remember you. The figure of the dark three-headed bird gradually faded and disappeared. Without a powerful enemy, the next response will be much easier. Arthur's pressure eased a lot. Finally had a chance to breathe. A soft holy light fell on Arthur's, his wounds healed a lot. Saintess of Dawn and Pastor Antonio shot at the same time. Get out of him. Arthurs furiously shot Deidara, severely slashing the Holy Cross sword in her hand. Good. In the next moment, a large number of arrows flew in the distance and quickly landed on Arthurs. Joshua joined the battle. Damn hunting angel. I'm sorry, I missed it. Joshua laughed, which was a tribute to the previous one. He is a very vengeful person. Arthurs and Daedalus saw Joshua, their eyes were red at the same time, and Chi-Chi looked towards Joshua. The two of them hated Joshua to their bones. Arthurs was pitted by Joshua. If it weren't for the rescue of the Saint of Dawn and the priest in time, it would definitely be cool on the spot. Daedalus' plan was destroyed, and he had to face 3 strong men who were not weaker than him. They also pitted her. Whether she can leave alive is a question of merit. Dark minions, punish you. Arthurs gave up continuing to attack the dark-spiked monster, and rushed towards Joshua holding the Holy Cross sword. He opened his mouth to judge Joshua as a dark minion and killed him directly. As for the accountability of the Saintess of Dawn, Arthurs wasn't afraid at all. Who will be held accountable for the dead? What's more, the Temple of Dawn is only an accessory of the Temple of Light. Chapter 74 Holy Guardian. Desperate Arthurs. 2/10 for full order. Chance. When the Dark Witch Daedalus saw the opportunity, a light flashed in her eyes. Dark Prison. A large swath of darkness surged, forming a force of imprisonment, instantly pulling Vivian, Priest Antonio, and Dark Spikes into the dark cage. First let the Knights of the Temple of Light fight with the hunting angels. Even if they die here, it is a good thing to let the insidious little thief die. Hateful. Vivian, the Saint of Dawn, understood the sinister intentions of the Dark Witch Deidara, but it was too late. She lost a morning blessing spell to Joshua from a distance, and was dragged into the darkness the next moment. Hope he can live. After this incident, she must find the Temple of Light and ask for an explanation. Ding, you are affected by the blessing of the dawn, your health is plus 10,000 points, you restore 500 health points per second, the movement speed is plus 30%, and the duration is 60 seconds. God helped me too. It seems that the Dark Witch is eager to kill you. In fact, Arthurs knew that Joshua was indeed helping the power of light to deal with darkness. How about this? Human prejudice is a big mountain. It is an indisputable fact that he joined the darkness and insulted the angels. Even if he helped the Temple of Dawn, he would not be able to wash away the guilt. Only by purifying it is the best way. Die to me. Arthurs slammed into Joshua, slashing the cross-holy sword in her hand, and the hot and gorgeous 200 sacred flame bloomed, very dazzling and dazzling. Why do you want to kill me? Chapter 88. Joshua was not afraid, his body moved towards the back. Arthurs passed the place where Joshua originally stood, an explosion sounded, and darkness bloomed, and Arthurs fell into the darkness. The Light Knight has extremely strong resistance to abnormal conditions, and the 9-second Dark Chaos effect only exerted an effect for 1 second. Joshua took this opportunity to distance himself, and the whispers of the wind filled his hands, and the arrows fell like rain. A series of dense damage numbers are beating endlessly. Even if he casts the Divine Shield technique to reduce the damage taken by 50%, he still cannot be exempted. Shield of Holy Light. Up to 1,000,000 life shields appeared to resist damage. However, this trick is useless at all. The successive damage has no effect on the life shield, and directly damages the body. Real damage. Arthurs was stunned. How could he master this kind of power? There is no doubt that this is the effect of the real tearing creation. After triggering, the damage dealt is real damage. How about your shield with nearly 1,000,000 health points? My attack only hits your health, and the life shield is useless. In just one wave of attacks, the hunting angel caused damage as high as 4,000 points. The damage is far from the combat power possessed by players of this level. It is almost equivalent to 1/5 of the damage caused by the Dark Monster. The damage caused by the attack between the NPC and the monster is 10 times the normal. Before Arthurs could continue, his body was repelled by the giant wind blade that was triggered one after another. He wanted to hunt down Joshua, his movement speed slowed down greatly. The anomalous resistance effect is very powerful, but it can only have a movement speed of only a dozen points at most. With this action ability, it is too difficult to catch up with the flying hunting angel. Not to mention getting closer to Joshua, a series of huge wind blades appeared one after another. On the contrary, they beat him farther. There is northwest possibility of getting close. Rao is Arthur's mind is as hard as iron, and at the moment he just wants to scold his mother. This is really outrageous. It's impossible for me to get close. How can I fight this? Finally, the charge can be used. As soon as the person rushes over, a dark trap hits the head, which instantly interrupts the charge. Too difficult. This is still a cute new LV1 level. The combat power is simply against the sky. Arthur's tried several times to no avail, and decisively fled in the opposite direction. Can't beat it, can't I escape? This idea is very good, but it is a pity that Joshua always kept a sufficient distance, attacked continuously, and the slowing effect continued to be triggered. You can't fight, and you can't escape. Don't mention how frustrated. Arthur's health continued to drop. He suffered a series of attacks before, but the injuries he suffered did not recover. He had to face Joshua's successive attacks. Holy healing. The Light Knight also had his own treatment methods, and barely recovered part of his health. This effect is a drop in the bucket. I admit that I underestimated you. However, the power of the Light Knight is far beyond your imagination. Face justice sanctions. Holy Guardian. A circle of sacred golden light rippled across Arthur's body, forming a transparent golden shield to securely protect it. The arrow fell on the golden shield, and a series of misses jumped out one after another. Even the negative effect added to the arrow of wind, the word resistance also appeared. All damage is nullified. Invincible. This is Arthur's ultimate method, facing the Dark Witch Tadira and the Dark Spiked Monster. They are not willing to use it. In the face of Joshua's attacks like brown sugar, he used it. Are you stubborn? Why not when facing the dark power? Joshua was a little weak to vomit. Chapter 89. Without any hesitation, he ran back quickly. Asshole. You chase me again. There is a kind of don't run away. Arthurxie yelled, and his body charged towards Joshua. The dark traps he stepped on along the way exploded. Neither the dark chaos effect nor the damage caused were of any use. Invincible is so overbearing. After turning on invincibility, Arthur's was full of spirits, as if she had regained a new life. Without spending too much time, Arthur rushed to Joshua, and the cross-holy sword with the white holy flame smashed down heavily. Die to me. This sword had a crit effect on Joshua, causing extremely high damage. As expected, the fact that Joshua was killed by a single sword in a second did not happen. Joshua stood on the spot, not injured at all. A thick life shield appeared on top of his head. The damage absorbed by the life shield is as high as 10W+. Arthur West is dumbfounded. What's the situation? Could it be that Vivian, the Saint of Dawn, has escaped from the dark cage? There was darkness behind him, only the surging black air, and there was no sign of Vivian and Antonio's whereabouts. How can it be? Do you have some kind of defensive treasure? This is an additional effect of the damage reduction predator chest opened by Joshua. Not only gains 90% of physical damage immunity, but also generates a damage absorption shield, which is equivalent to a shield that doubles the value of physical damage immunity. Arthur's hit had a critical strike effect, and it was able to deal 5W+ damage in a single blow. Naturally, Joshua provided a life shield of 10W points. I must get rid of you. Arthurxie seemed to be crazy, slashing the cross-holy sword in her hand frantically, leaving 2000+ damage on the life shield every time. This level of attack would take effort to break the life shield. Come on. I am optimistic about you. Joshua didn't pull the distance away, standing in front of Arthur's. The wind whispered full, and pointed to Arthur's head. This is Cheekwigwa's contempt. Do whatever you want, weak chicken. Labor and capital are not driven. Arthur's was so angry that he ran away on the spot, and the attack became even more frantic. However, a crazy attack can't break the shield, let alone hurt the hunting angel. For a while, Arthur's felt desperate. Haha, your invincibility is about to end. Joshua grinned, and when the golden shield light dimmed, the arrow fell crazily towards Arthur's. I have reaped your life. Chapter 75. Or else, can you try to save it? March 10th. Joshua didn't talk nonsense, and the arrows fell madly towards Arthur's. Arthur's didn't have the least thought of fighting, and ran away with difficulty. If you don't want to escape from here, you will really die here. The thought of dying in the hands of someone who looked down upon, don't mention how frustrated. The health value continued to decline, and in the end there was less than 5%. There was an explosion in the distance, the darkness surged, and 4 figures appeared. The 4 of them fought for a long time, and they were evenly divided. They didn't suffer much injury, just a little embarrassed. They just came out of the dark cage and couldn't help looking at another battlefield. The appearance of Arthur's will directly affect the outcome of this battle. The Dark Witch Didira sank her heart to the bottom. Once the Knight of Light Arthursi will join the battle, they will face 3 strong men, and the scale of victory will lean towards the light. Vivian's face was not very good looking. She really hoped that Joshua would escape from the Light Knight Arthur. Even though it was difficult to achieve this, people always have to report a glimmer of expectations. However, they were shocked and dumbfounded by what they saw. In the eyes of the 4 powerhouses, the hunting angels who shouldn't have existed in the world long ago were full of spirits, their bows were drawn into a full moon, and their arrows fell madly towards Arthur's. On the contrary, Arthur's, who should belong to the victorious side, fled in embarrassment like a bereaved dog. What's the situation? Is it the other way around? Shouldn't it be the hunting angel who is hunted down? Why is he still alive? On the contrary, it is chasing Arthur's down. The opponent is a powerful light knight. None of the 4 was sure of victory over Arthur's. Arthur, who was identified as the strong, became the hunted, and the transfer between the hunter and the prey felt like a dream. Chapter 90. They looked at Joshua with incredible eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. Such a weak ability to hunt down Arthur's, he is not a monster, who is a monster? Help me. Hurry up and save me, we are both in the bright camp, Vivian and Antonio, you can't die without saving. Help me, I don't want to die in the hands of this monster. Arthur's felt the fear of death, and for the first time felt that death was so close to him. Fortunately, he was lucky, and finally survived until the end of the dark cage. Seeing Vivian and Antonio, Arthur seemed to have seen an angel, and when she saw the savior, she hurriedly called for help. How did you do it? It took a long time for Vivian to recover, and asked with her mouth open. Is this the key? Isn't the top priority to save me? I'm dying. Arthur's almost died of anger. Didn't you see that I was about to die? Joshua didn't reply, and the arrow continued to shoot down. We belong to the forces of light, so we put aside our personal grievances and give priority to solving the dark boys. You live first. Antonio reacted first, throwing a sacred restoration technique at Arthur's with a wave of his hand, and at the same time calling Joshua to stop. However, the action is still a step late. The arrow's damage broke out, and the Arthur's blood bar with only a trace of life bar was emptied, fell heavily to the ground, and died tragically on the spot. Died. Sorry, your reminder is a step late, or else, can you try to rescue it? Joshua had a harmless smile on his face. At this time, he received a system prompt to kill. Ding, congratulations on killing the Light Knight Arthur. You get 500 W experience points. Because you kill monsters at level 49, you get an extra 490% experience bonus, you get an extra 2450 W experience points. Ding, because you killed the Light Knight Arthurs, the Temple of Light favorability is permanently minus 20 points, you cannot accept any quests from the Temple of Light. Warning, you will be edited and hunted down by the Temple of Light. This is the negative effect brought about by the killing of Arthurs. The death of an epic Light Knight is not a trivial matter, and it will surely cause the Shrine of Light to shake. Light flashed on the ground, and several pieces of equipment glowing with purple light appeared. Epic equipment. The drop rate of epic level and above equipment is relatively low. Killing Antonio only drops an epic level equipment, which is still LV50 level equipment and cannot be used. Joshua focused on the epic predator treasure chest. Epic bosses are different from ordinary bosses, each of them is extremely powerful. If you kill one, you will lose one. Predator treasure chests of this level are rare. Predator's treasure box, epic. Treasure chests for wild predators cannot be opened by others. Effect, after opening, gain 30 points of strength, and a random treasure with a quality not lower than epic level. An epic treasure chest that increases power. This time it will be strengthened to an explosion. Fortunately, killing Antonio gained nearly 30 million experience points. Such rich experience points are enough for Joshua to strengthen the epic predator treasure chest to a high enough level. This time alone is a worthwhile trip. As for the pursuit of the Temple of Light, The labor and capital hadn't calculated the intrusion into the real world with the Temple of Light, so they didn't want to find themselves. Joshua didn't mind destroying the Temple of Light by himself. Ask for flowers. Haha, well done. As long as you are willing to embrace the darkness now, the darkness will accept you again. The Dark Witch Didala was taken aback for a moment, looked at Joshua with a surprised look, stretched out an olive branch, and wanted to recruit Joshua again. There is no doubt that Joshua killed the Light Knight Arthur and proved his strength with his actions. What's more, the Light Knight who killed the Temple of Light will surely be edited by the Temple of Light, and the human world will no longer have a foothold. This is the best time to solicit. On the contrary, the strength of the hunting angel is not weak. With his help, the power of light will definitely pressure the power of darkness. They have no chance of winning, and even their lives will be confessed here. The joining of the hunting angels is that their power has the advantage. It can be said that the hunting angel is very important, he will determine the outcome of this battle. What good can you do? Joshua did not refuse, but looked at the Dark Witch Didala. We will never be stingy, there must be a treasure. Also, what do you think of me? I am very interested in you. The Dark Witch Didala licked her tongue and made no attempt to conceal her hot desire. The dark forces have always worshipped the strong, and Didala became more and more interested in Joshua and didn't mind eating tender grass once. Chapter 91. Cough, this is a bit overwhelming. I have to say that Joshua is really disappointed. This is the Dark Witch, I don't know if it is strong enough. Angel Hunter, don't be fooled by the Dark Witch's words, you are not without turning back. Antonio, please. Antonio gave Joshua an angry glance, and said distressed, trouble. Even though he said that, he could not die. Arthur's is the paladin of the Temple of Light. If you don't handle it well, the Temple of Light will also ask him to settle accounts. Stop him. The Dark Witch Didala screamed, and she and the dark-spiked monster rushed towards Antonio, and the battle broke out instantly. The Realm of Dawn. The Golden Guardian Light appeared, blocking the blow and gaining enough time. Resurrection. The power of the divine light bloomed, and the Light Knight Arthur, who died tragically, had a breath of life on his body, and his pale face gradually became rosy. Arthur's came back from the dead. Sichuan. Chapter 76. Your idea of trying to pull me to be a desperate Mandarin duck is going to fail. April 10th. Ask for full order. Am I resurrected? Arthur's got up from the ground, looking in the crowd. When he saw Joshua, he subconsciously stepped back and distanced himself from Joshua. Alive. Then kill again. Joshua grinned, his smile very cold. Angel Hunter, you kill him once, and the previous grievances are over. The dark forces are weak, you don't want to hide like a mouse. I can assure you that he will never trouble you again. Otherwise, I will get rid of him for you. Vivian solemnly assured Joshua. Then she turned her gaze to Arthur's, and the warning in her eyes was self-evident. You know what to do. Arthur's just died once, how could it not be a long lesson? Give him 10 more guts and dare not provoke Joshua, and quickly promised, the misunderstanding has never happened, and the Temple of Light and I will never retaliate. Ding, due to the resurrection of the Knight of Light Arthur, the favorability of the Temple of Light has returned to a normal state, and the mission of the Temple of Light will no longer be affected. The Shrine of Illumination and the chase cancelled. The system prompts represent the authenticity of Arthur's words. Joshua is fairly satisfied with this result. He killed Arthur's and has already gained the benefits of equipment and experience gains. There is no gain from killing Arthur's again. This is to prevent priests from taking advantage of this to repeatedly kill the boss after learning to resurrect. It can be said that killing Arthur's once again will offend the Temple of Light, without gains, and the price is too low. Joshua will deal with the Temple of Light in the future, not now. It is better to have a low-key development at the moment. The premise is that the Light Knight Arthur's will not come to provoke herself. Otherwise, even if he is resurrected 100 times, he will still be cold. Are there any benefits? Didira, the Dark Witch, is willing to agree with her body, don't you mean it? Vivian, the Saint of Dawn, stared at Joshua with a bad look, what are you thinking about? Antonio stood up and reminded, the Saint is forbidden to be close to any man. Vivian shook her head, forget it, I won't interfere in the matter between you and Lilac. This is too perfunctory. The problem is that Joshua hooked his fingers according to Clove's dependence on himself. Ah, what are you thinking? Am I such a person who takes advantage of others? No, you are. What I want is equipment or special items, such as gems without level restrictions. I don't have this thing. I will keep an eye on relevant news for you. Vivian was a little embarrassed. She had dealt with Joshua many times. How could she not know the real thoughts of this guy and didn't expose it? The identity of a saint keeps her away from a man. Never before has a man so blatantly wanted to hit her on her mind. My sister will help you pay attention to the treasures you want. Isn't my sister ugly? Joshua turned his head to look at the dark witch Didela, nodded seriously, it looks good. A smile appeared on Didela's face and he beckoned to Joshua. Help my sister solve these troubles, afterwards, my sister will love you well. Chapter 92. Prior to this, I have an account to settle with you. Account. There was a puzzled expression on Didela's face. Could it be an act of liquidation and deliberate attack? Knowing that Joshua had such a strong combat power, Didela would never do it. My sister admitted that she was wrong for what we did before, and I will definitely compensate you twice. No, you robbed my boss. Grab the boss. What the is this? What is also called a thing? Didela couldn't keep up with Joshua's brain circuit at all. Vaguely remembered that he seemed to have solved the boss for him in order to prevent problems with the summoning. Is it just such a thing? Didira looked puzzled. You have to settle the matter with me. An ordinary boss, slaughtered, it is a trivial matter to Didela. It was different to Joshua at the time. A silver-level boss also has the ability to repeatedly summon elite monsters. If you use it well, you can get a lot of experience points, not to mention a silver-level predator treasure chest. Because Didela robbed the boss, maybe Joshua lost the reward of 100 free attribute points. This is not a small number. Those who dare to grab their own boss will all die. Sure enough, the joys and sorrows between humans are not interlinked, let alone a dark witch like you. Do it. Joshua jumped back and opened the distance with the dark witch Didela. He whispered in the wind, and the arrow shot down quickly. Asshole. Hunting angel. She screamed in anger, as if Joshua was a scumbag who had always been in chaos. The high-frequency sound wave rang, shaking Joshua's life value plummeting. Fortunately, I didn't agree to the dark witch Didela, otherwise, my ears would not be able to stand it at night. Unlike the light knight Arthurs, who is immune to 90% of the physical damage against Arthurs, Joshua has the ability to stand with the light knight Arthurs, and it is easy to fly a kite remotely to kill him. The dark witch Didela is different. The opponent has a high amount of magic damage. Although Joshua has 8,100 points of dark magic damage absorption, it is not insurance. If a spell crit is triggered, 20,000 plus health is absolutely unstoppable. Joshua quickly opened the distance and decisively used Blood Bloom to restore his health. Maintaining a safe blood volume is the key to survival. Joshua didn't want to capsize in the gutter. After hiding to a safe distance, Joshua's firepower was full, and arrows fell on the dark witch Didela one after another. What are you guys doing in a daze? Don't take it soon. Arthurs, give me the top, otherwise, I will sacrifice you to the heavens. Arthurcy. MMP. You were my enemy before, and your identity has not changed for a while. In order to prevent being beaten to death by Joshua again, Arthurs roared and rushed up with, shirtless in his hand. I would rather face the dark witch Didela than to face the hunting angel again. Fighting with hunting angels is simply torture. Whether it is physical or psychological. Vivian, the Saint of Dawn, and Antonio also shot together, 4-on-2, and there was no suspense in the end. Didela stared at Joshua, without a doubt, the hatred value was already full. Die to me. Hell, a series of explosions. The goal of the opposite is Joshua. The demon's scream made Didela discover the weakness of the hunting angel, and this guy was not so incomprehensible on the surface. 4.4 to be precise, it should be the effect of strength restraint. The hunting angel restrained Arthur, and restrained the hunting angel by himself. He must let this guy who put him into a desperate situation die. Joshua looked helpless, turned his hand and took out the secret medicine of dark magic. It's not the +4 version. He has a lot of experience points on hand. Joshua took the +7 version, and his resistance to dark magic reached 90%. Boom. Chapter 93. The next moment, the black serial explosions exploded one after another on Joshua, carrying a terrifying heat wave. Miss. Miss. With 90% dark magic resistance and 8,100 points of dark damage absorption, Jojua's dark immunity effect is extremely astonishing. Didola can hit a dark burst of at least 30,000 damage at a time, and could only leave a gorgeous miss on Jojua. It seems that your idea of pulling me to be a desperate Mandarin duck is going to fail. However, I will not make you lonely on Huangquan Road. Chapter 77 Who robbed my boss, who I killed. Summon the Dark Witch. May 10th ask for full order. The Dark Witch Didola looked incredulous. The Scream of Devil, the area skill with low lethality effect, caused 6,000 plus damage to the hunting angel. It is unreasonable that the serial blast that damages several times higher cannot hurt him. For a while, the Dark Witch Didola was a little suspicious of life. This is impossible. It must be fake. She cast dark magic again, and the huge corroding light group enveloped Jojua. In the light group, Jojua was unscathed, misbeating on top of his head endlessly. Is only this strength? It's disappointing. Jojua used words as a weapon, taunting, and the attack in his hand did not stop. The arrows fell quickly one after another. Vivian and Antonio were completely stunned. The Dark Witch Didola is no weaker than them, and that she casts the serial burst of flames, even they have to deal with it carefully. The hunting angel took it intact, which is too outrageous. The damage caused by the attack is even more terrifying. In just one attack, 24 arrows and several huge wind blades were shot. The damage is simply outrageous. The two of them couldn't help but looked at the Light Knight Arthur, only to see that the 25 guys showed a comfortable color in their eyes, and they were not lonely. He bullied me so. He felt aggrieved by the gazes from Vivian and Antonio. Abnormal. Vivian and Antonio looked at each other and said in the same way. The three quickly joined the battle. Come and help me. Didola turned her gaze to the dark-spiked monster. She couldn't stand so many terrifying attacks alone. The four made up their minds to get rid of her first. You ask for your blessings. The darkness will bless you. Seeing that the dark-spiked monster saw the bad situation, its body escaped into the ground, and quickly disappeared. The three of Vivian didn't restrict the means of similar escapability, they could only let this monster escape. Asshole. In a blink of an eye, she was the only one left. Her mentality exploded completely. She wanted to use dark magic to escape, but Jojua's continuous attacks did not allow it. The wind blade defeat triggered by the attack has a knockback effect, and the dark magic that needs to be chanted has no chance to be cast. Interrupted again and again, it is impossible to chant escape spells. The black magic shield condensed on the body was useless, the damage caused by the arrows was real damage, and the blood volume dropped all the way. The Dark Witch Didola is different from the Light Knight Arthur, in that her health is much less, especially when the black magic shield cannot be effective, plus 3 powers of the same level, only supporting less than 30 seconds, has entered a state of dying. The one who grabbed my boss died. Jojua couldn't help shouting, and Arthur, who was about to step forward to make up the knife, instantly stopped and froze in place. The same is true for Antonio. The Dark Witch Didola is a lesson for the past, so you still don't want to provoke this evil star. I am dead, but no one can help myself to resurrect. Only Vivian gave Jojua an angry look, and used Dawn's imprisonment technique to restrain Didola. Jojua didn't want the NPC to steal his boss. The final blow is not to kill by yourself, it will not drop the predator's chest, and the experience gain will be greatly reduced. This is something that Jojua cannot tolerate. It's fine if you didn't participate, since as a participating member, you absolutely can't tolerate others robbing your own boss. Angel hunting. You wait for me. The Dark will stare at you. Death will be with you. The Dark Witch Didola's life bar was empty, and she fell heavily to the ground, completely losing her breath of life. Died. Chapter 94. After killing the Light Knight Arthur, the second epic boss who died in the hands of Jojua. Ding, congratulations on killing the Dark Witch Didola. You get 500 W experience points. Because you kill monsters at level 49, you get an extra 490% experience bonus, and you get an extra 2450 W experience points. It is close to 30 million experience points. The experience value on hand is close to 60 million points. This is a terrifying experience number, replaced by a LV1 level cute new. With this experience value, the level leap to at least 40 or 50. The ability to obtain such a high amount of experience points is based on the situation of killing the boss at the Zhou excellence level. The levels are similar, and the income from killing 2 epic bosses is only 10 million experience points, which is nearly 6 times the difference between the experience points gained now. This is why Joshua suppressed his own level and chose to stay at the LV1 level. The World of Eternity does not have a potion that adds experience points. If you want to get additional experience bonuses, the best way is to leapfrog the monsters. LV1 kills LV50 level monsters, gaining 4.9 times extra experience value bonus. The effect of Joshua choosing not to upgrade is highlighted at this time. In the future, Joshua will kill more advanced monsters, such as LV100 monsters. By that time, he will gain nearly 10 times the extra experience. Although the level is not upgraded, the combat power will be affected to a certain extent. But he also saved himself a lot of gold coins, as well as super high experience value return. Otherwise, most of my time will be spent on finding ways to earn gold coins, and the experience gains will be greatly reduced. Overall, this is a matter of making a profit without losing money. Joshua put away all the treasures he got after killing Daedalus. The epic level was too high and it was still the equipment of the mage profession, so he decisively ignored it. There was a prop that made Joshua feel good. Heart of the Dark Witch, epic. Type, consumables. Effect, after use, summon the Dark Witch Deity to fight for you for 5 minutes. Use times, 3/3. Not bad. When in danger, summon the Dark Witch to help fight. I hope I won't keep my previous memories. Otherwise, I'll kill me first when I meet. The effect is good, the only disadvantage is that the 200 summoning time is short, and there is a limit on the number of times it can be used. I don't know if after the enhancement, can she be lucky enough to turn her into a permanent summoning item. Of course, this requires luck. If it succeeds, there will be a maid with a strong fighting power. Joshua put away the Heart of the Dark Witch, and finally looked at the highlight of this time, the Predator Treasure Chest. Predator's Treasure Box, epic. Exclusive props for wilderness predators, others cannot open. Effect, after activation, Dark Skills will add an additional 100 points of damage, and randomly obtain a treasure of no less than epic quality. Predator Treasure Chest that increases the damage of Dark Skills. Joshua was taken aback for a moment, and thought of his Dark Trap for the first time. This is one's only AoE damage, which is quite powerful. After opening the Predator Treasure Chest, the damage of the skill can be greatly increased. In addition, Joshua also obtained a kind of strange object called Dark Demon Eye Essence from the hidden shop of the Dark Mage Raider, who can create a dark skill by himself. Joshua wanted to create a powerful skill that suits him, so he never used it. Now that he has enough experience points on hand, he may be able to create a terrifying skill himself. With the Predator Treasure Chest that increases the damage of dark skills, the dark skills to be created next will surely explode the damage. Joshua packed up the spoils, staring at Antonio, and suddenly an idea arose in his heart. Do you want to get rid of this guy as well? Chapter 78. Don't put your own destiny in the hands of others. June 10th. Ask for full order. Joshua has thought about the reason. You have resurrected my enemy. No way. Who makes the reward for killing epic bosses so high? Antonio's hairs were erected all over. He felt a strong threat, and subconsciously retreated to Arthur's side. The two difficult brothers gathered together and stared at Joshua in horror. Do I look so scary? I always feel that you are insulting me. This big demon obviously wants to do something, and really thinks we can't feel it. The two dared not say anything, for fear that the hunting angel would find an excuse to slaughter them casually. The monster has escaped. Let's go chasing it to avoid the dark creatures from wreaking havoc nearby. After speaking with Antonio, Arthur didn't want to stay with Joshua for a moment, and quickly slipped away. A touch of regret appeared on Joshua's face. It's really unforgettable. The world is going downhill. Am I the kind of person who beats his teammates? What about trust between people? The Saint of Dawn Vivian was a little speechless, and Joshua held her hand before she could speak. Don't you run. Don't forget that you promised to take me out of Novice Village. In case Vivian was scared away, Joshua would not be able to leave Novice Village. Thinking about finding the next way to leave, and not knowing when it will greatly waste my development time. You let go. Vivian was a little embarrassed. She was discovered by the Temple of Dawn when she was very young, and she was taken away from the village, where she had been trained as a preparatory saint. All the time, he has always maintained indifferent holiness, and has never had close contact with men. Chapter 95. This is something that the temple will not tolerate. Once she loses her holiness, the saint will be hunted down by the temple. I won't let go, you won't take me away, I'll always hold you. Vivian blushed immediately, whether it was angry or ashamed. Okay, I promise to take you out of the village. Go now. She looked helpless and could only leave with Joshua. Ding, congratulations on completing the hidden mission, kill the Dark Witch Didira. You will get 50,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, 5 potential points, and 5 free attribute points. Ding, you got a special title, Protector of Novice Village. Guardian of Novice Village, Extraordinary. Type, Title, exclusive title for hunting angels, cannot be traded. Strength plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 10. Effect, Hero, all NPCs, non-dark and evil camps, favorability plus 30 points, and the consumption of equipment and props is minus 30%. Active effect, Guardian, summon a defender with 5,000 health and 300 dual defenses to protect your safety. The defender has a powerful taunting ability, which lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooling time of 1 hour. Requirement level, LV1. Occupational restrictions, none. Description, the hero of Novice Village, this is the reward you deserve. The title is pretty good. Especially the effect of buying equipment and props at a discount is very practical. It just so happened that he knew that several pieces of top equipment were sold in the hands of black market merchants. With this title and enhanced experience, Joshua could buy super treasures at the cheapest price. The defender is also good, quite a large mocking monster, and it can be used at critical times to save your life. Go back to the village first, I want to leave with Lilac. The two came to the village chief's residence one after another, and Ding Xiang sat in the house waiting. Oh, it's really not a female college student. You must take good care of my daughter in the future. The village chief watched Joshua and Vivian hold their hands firmly together, with a sorrowful expression on their faces, and solemnly said to Joshua. What's the situation? Meow meow meow. Is this misunderstood? Vivian's face was about to turn red into a monkey butt, and she tried to get rid of Joshua's hand, but couldn't do it. Joshua held her hand tightly, for fear that she would run away accidentally. You misunderstood. Don't worry, I will keep her safe. Joshua nodded solemnly, which made Vivian very upset and gave Joshua a sideways look. Brother, you are back. Seeing Joshua return safely, Ding Xiang smiled into a beautiful crescent shape and rushed towards Joshua Fei. As a result, Joshua had another pendant on his body. This time the matter is resolved, I am leaving. I will visit you often in the future. Vivian looked at the village chief reluctantly, waved her hand, summoned a door of space in front of her, and slowly pushed it open. Behind the gate was an extremely broad and turbulent world. Joshua saw the grand scene outside with a bright smile on his face. The location shown on the map confirmed Joshua's thoughts. Finally left the novice village. From then on, the sea was wide and the fish leaped, and the sky was high and the birds flew. The bright road to the future has been opened. A bright smile appeared on Joshua's face. Vivian looked at Joshua's profile and fell into a slight loss of consciousness. After all, she was the Saint of Dawn, and the thoughts she had been receiving in Dawn Temple prevented her from being too close to men. Now, you can let me go. Joshua smiled and replied, it's easy to hold it, but I am a little bit reluctant to let it go. Even though he said that, Joshua let go of the hand holding the Saint Maiden of Dawn. Once I become the Saint of Dawn, I represent not only myself, but also the Temple of Dawn. This is the fate of the Saint. There is no possibility between us. I don't want Ding Xiang to follow my old path. If you want to take Ding Xiang away, just take her away. I am willing to go with my brother. Lilac has been hanging on Joshua, and when she heard Vivian's words, she rushed back. Joshua seemed to feel a special emotion from Vivian, and laughed, it seems that my charm is not shallow, and a certain saint seems to be moved by the world. Vivian gave Joshua a white look, but didn't reply. I don't know if it is the default, or is too lazy to refute. Do you want to be an old woman all your life and die alone in the Temple of Dawn? Joshua still has a certain understanding of the special status of the saint. Chapter 96. The place where the gods stay is the realm of the gods, and he usually doesn't descend into the world, which consumes divine power to a great extent. The saint is a woman who finds the best talent in the temple. She is very pure. It can be used as a container for the gods to descend into the world from the realm of the gods, retaining their combat power to a great extent and reducing the consumption of divine power. Divine power is too strong. Not many people can bear the destruction of divine power. The saint is a one-time consumable. Once the saint is abolished and needs to find a new saint. This is also the reason why the temple has candidate saints. It can be said that the saints are a very sad group of people in the world of eternity. Since the moment of selection, fate has been doomed. The only hope is that when acting as a saint, there will be no surrender. Who can say this kind of thing accurately? Vivian didn't want Ding Xiang to set foot on her own way and live more freely. Actually, this is the restraint you imposed on yourself. You have to listen to other people's mercy and live according to other people's ways. Is it honorable to be a disposable container? In my eyes, gods are just people with greater power. He also has his own lust, so don't be brainwashed. What kind of dedication is nothing but brainwashing? If it were me, I would destroy the temple with my own hands and pull the gods off the altar. Rather than handing one's own destiny and future into the hands of others. I have done this stupid thing once, and I will never do it again. Don't worry, it won't take long. I will destroy the Temple of Dawn for you and let you regain your freedom. Chapter 79 Mythical Bloodline. Sun Yao Elf King Bloodline. 7 out of 10 ask for full order. From Vivian, Joshua seemed to see himself. The previous life fell under the control of the Temple of Heaven. Without freedom, fate cannot be the master. He deeply felt how stupid it was to hand his destiny into the hands of others. Destiny can only be determined by itself. If there is a chance, he will rescue Vivian. Vivian was shocked when she heard it, staring at Joshua deeply, without saying a word. As the saint of the Temple of Dawn, she was too aware of the strength of the Temple of Dawn. My strength is not weak, but I can't rank in the Temple of Dawn. The temple has existed for thousands of years, and its background is powerful and terrifying. What's more, the Temple of Dawn is not a lone person. Behind it there is a larger Temple of Light, and the Temple of Dawn, similar to the Temple of Dawn. Each temple controls the kingdom or a powerful force. This is an unimaginable behemoth. No matter how strong the individual is, he will appear weak in the face of the power of this terrorist organization. What's more, the truly terrifying thing behind the temple is the gods. Anyone who wants to contend with the temple is as pale as a mayfly shaking a tree. You take cloves away. I want to improve my strength, and the dangers I face are beyond imagination. I can't protect her comprehensively, and it will be safer to follow you. Joshua will face many powerful monsters next, and it is not appropriate to take her. Instead, let her follow Vivian. Lilac opened 203's mouth to say something, but was held by Vivian. Your strength is too weak, and following him is a burden. If you want to follow him in the future, then follow me. Vivian sighed and grabbed Lilac's hand. Lilac opened her mouth and said nothing. I hope you can do it. Vivian pulled Dingxiang away, her eyes were filled with dismay, looking at Joshua, turning her head 3 times at a time. Where should I go next? After leaving the novice village, Joshua had countless thoughts and goals in his mind. He knows many top equipment and artifacts, which are real treasures. Which one should I get first? Or enhance the strength? All kinds of thoughts flashed by. Joshua stroked the timeline and decided to get a few treasures that were about to be obtained by other players. For example, Ring of Dragon Spirit. This is a powerful treasure, which was later obtained by the Dragon Knight Spear. The Dragon Knight Spear sweeping the end of the world is a go at the Temple of Heaven. He obtained this strange treasure in advance, which can greatly reduce the combat power of one of the top 10 masters in the future. The enemy is of course the weaker the better. Joshua wouldn't be foolish to make the enemy stronger. Don't you see many villains in film and television, after taking advantage in the early stage, after various waves, they are finally beaten to death by the protagonist. The dead enemy is the good enemy. The Temple of War is only the minions of the Temple of Heaven, and the Temple of Heaven is the truly powerful and well-deserved first guild of eternity. Chapter 97. 10 Masters, Tianshan Temple occupies 7. Of course, this is indispensable for Joshua's credit, and the enhanced equipment on the top Gao one of the Tianshan Temple is all from him. On the grounds of strengthening, Joshua learned from these people where and how the equipment was obtained. After rebirth, all their chances are mine. Joshua had no pressure to rob these people. While rushing to the direction in the memory, at the same time, thinking about the distribution of experience points. Advanced Pedigree Medicine. Joshua received the Dawn Elf Blood Potion from Vivian, the Saint of Dawn, but he has not used it for intensive use. There is too little previous experience to strengthen the bloodline to a higher level, and it is a bit wasteful after taking it. Lineage is different from equipment and props. There can only be one lineage. Of course, the stronger the lineage medicine you take, the better. Joshua estimated that it would be impossible for a long time in the future to obtain a medicine of blood surpassing the Dawn Elf, and while he still had a lot of experience at hand, he first strengthened it. Massive experience points were smashed, and the medicine of Dawn Elf blood continued to increase. Ding! Congratulations on your Dawn Elf bloodline potion strengthened to +4, and you got an extra strengthening option. 1. Rare, Quick Walk, your movement speed is +30%. 2. Rare, Passionate, your attack speed +30%. 3. Bloodline promotion, Dawn Elf bloodline is promoted to Dawn Elf, enhancement level is retained. Choose 3. Ding! Congratulations on your Dawn Elf bloodline potion strengthened to +8, you have 2 extra strengthening options. 1. Follow-up experience enhancement consumes -50,000 points, it will be reduced every time you upgrade. 2. Rare, Focus, hit rate +30%. 3. Rare, Eagle Vision, field of view and vision range +30%. 4. Bloodline promotion, the Dawn Elf bloodline has been promoted to the Sun Elf, enhanced level is retained. Choose 3 and 4. The concentration of 2 is not necessary, Joshua's weapon Wind Whisper already has a must-hit effect. Ding! Congratulations on your Dawn Elf bloodline potion strengthened to +12. You have 3 additional strengthening options. 1. Peerless Sun Yao bloodline is promoted to Sun Yao Elf King, retaining all your enhancement effects. 2. All effects possessed by bloodlines are strengthened by +2. 3. The Arrow of the Blood lineage skill Sun Yao is promoted to the Arrow of the Skybreaking Dawn. 4. Rare, Elf Heart, being in the jungle, your movement speed +100%, life recovery speed +100, dodge rate +50%. 5. Rare, your subsequent enhancement experience points consume -50%. Joshua chooses 1, 2, 3. After spending a lot of experience points in one go, Joshua gained various enhancements. Sun Yao Elf King Blood Potion +12, Myth. Type, Blood Potion. Effect, after using it, you gain the bloodline of the Sun Elf King. Joshua did not hesitate at all, and decisively took the potion of the strengthened Sun Yao Elf King bloodline. A hot air flow poured into the limbs and hundreds of skeletons, as if magma was flowing in the body. Attributes in all aspects are rising steadily. Joshua quickly looked at the pedigree panel. Sun Yao Elf King bloodline +12. Effect 1, blood from +14, strength +225, constitution +220, agility +225, spirit +220. Effect 2, sun conversion +14, 100% of the damage caused by the attack will be converted into solar damage, and the damage caused by the power of the solar to all evil targets +280%. Effect 3, sunlight +14, when you are in the sun, all the damage you receive is -90%, and the movement speed is +200%. Active Effect 4, Arrow of Dawn breaking in the sky +14, use a divine arrow condensed by Aurora to cause 540% damage to a target in a straight line. This skill has a penetrating effect and cannot be evaded. This effect has authority priority sex, the cooling time is 350 seconds. Effect 5, Divine Power of the Sun +14, damage caused by the power of the Sun +140%. Active Effect 6, Sun Form +14, you change into Sun Form, and the skills you have will be temporarily converted to Sun skills, which greatly increases your power and effect. During the transformation, your health is +140%, and your attack power is +70%, movement speed +70%, duration 70 seconds. Cooling time 6 hours. Additional effects, Eagle Vision +14, your field of vision and vision range +120%. Joshua also wanted to continue to strengthen +13. Seeing that strengthening +13 requires up to 400 million experience points, he extinguished this idea on the spot. No way, every time the quality of equipment and props increases, the consumption doubles. After the quality of the bloodline potion has been upgraded to the myth level, the experience value of the enhancement consumption has become astronomical. I was lucky, and every time I strengthened, there was an evolution option, which raised the bloodline of the Dawn Elf to the bloodline of the Sun Elf King. This kind of luck can't be copied. Maybe you won't have such good luck next time. Chapter 80 Build Skills. Life and Death of the Magic Sword. 8/10 for full order. After strengthening the bloodline, Joshua did not stop the step of strengthening, this time strengthening the Dark Magic Eye Essence. Strengthen it to +12 in one breath. No way, experience points are willful. The strengthening effect of the Dark Eye Essence is very monotonous, and additional options are added to it all. Dark Eye Essence +12, wonderful object. Type, consumables. Effect, after use, you will trigger a special state of awareness to create a dark skill that suits you. Every time the effect appears, you will get a very powerful extra boost, and you can better create the powerful skills you want. Description, before using, put your mind free and outline the skills you want. Chapter 98. Ding, congratulations on using the Dark Eye Essence +12, you have entered a special state of enlightenment. Selection of skill types, attack, defense, control, AoE damage, summoning, damage reduction, cooling reduction, displacement. The series of choices is dazzling. Joshua can choose one of them and use it for crafting skills. He has a magical surging bracelet, which can make spell combos, and the skills he makes are best to cooperate and maximize the damage. It is best to choose the damage type, otherwise, the dark damage chest will be wasted. Skills such as damage reduction, cooling reduction, displacement, and summoning can be passed as soon as possible. The single body skill Joshua's damage is good, and under the effect of the Arrow of Wind, combined with the Wind Blade crushing effect, the single body output is very strong. There is no need to create single damage skills. Think about it carefully, or choose the AoE skill. After all, the Hunter's AoE damage is really lacking. When Joshua cannot be upgraded, it is even more difficult to acquire powerful AoE skills. Otherwise, facing the Temple of Heaven or the Temple of Light in the future, is it possible to kill a child with one stone? Isn't this going to be exhausting? The larger the range, the better. The damage can be increased by strengthening the Dark Damage Predator chest. Forget it, let's have AoE skills. The skill type selection was successful. Please select the type of injury. 1. Physical damage. 2. Magical damage. 3. Mixed damage. 4. Dark damage. Choose 4. Dark damage. Joshua created this skill to cooperate with the Dark Damage Predator treasure chest, of course, choose 4. Ding, choose the skill damage method you want. 1. Single injury. 2. Multiple damage, twice. 3. Multiple damage, 3 times. 3. Multiple damage, 4 times. Up to 9 times of multi-stage damage. Option 1, Joshua loves burst even more, even if it is the AoE skill, he prefers burst. What is the range of AoE skills you want? Note, the larger the range, the lower the damage, and the double the mana consumption. Maximize. Ding, the maximum range of this skill is 500 yards, you get an extra boost, and the range is increased to 900 yards. Ding, the mana consumption is 100 to 300 points, the greater the consumption, the higher the damage, the more additional effects. There is no shortage of mana points, and there is no skill that consumes a lot of mana points, so he simply consumes 300 mana points. The more additional effects, the better. Since you want to build skills, build the best. Ding, you choose to consume 300 points of mana, you get an extra boost, and the cost increases by 300 points. The amount of mana consumed has been directly doubled. Isn't this a pit? I hope that the increased effect of the skills will not let myself down, otherwise, it is really unpleasant. Without waiting for Joshua to think, the next system inquiry sounded. Ding, since your skill mana cost is 600, you can choose 6 from the following options as skill effects. You get an additional boost, and you get 9 additional options. You can repeat the selection, the same effect can be selected up to 3 times. Ding, please choose 15 of the following effects as options for your skills. 1. Skill damage +30, the effect has been strengthened. 2. The target within the skill range will be blinded for 1 second, the effect has been strengthened. 3. Skill cooling time -15%, the effect has been strengthened. 4. The singing time is reduced by 1 second, the effect has been strengthened. 5. Mana consumption -15%, the effect has been strengthened. 6. All targets within the skill range are given a 1-second imprisonment effect. The effect has been strengthened. 7. All targets within the skill range are given a 1-second silence effect. The effect has been strengthened. 7 options. 1 can be selected 15 times, and 3 at a time. There is no doubt that the skill cooling is stacked up, and the faster the cooling, the better. Otherwise, after a skill is cast, you have to wait for a while. The day lily will be cold. 2, 6, and 7 are all negative effects. The effect of 2 is mainly for melee occupations, and the effect of 7 is for legal occupations. Number 6 is quite comprehensive and directly imprisoned. Of course, choose all 3, disgusting to kill the enemy. There are 3 choices left. Chapter 99. Joshua hesitated for a moment, and all chose number 4. Otherwise, when your chanting is over, all the enemies will run away, and you will fart. Ask for flowers. What's more, if the singing time is too long, the skills are easily interrupted. The Dark Witch Didira is the best example. Does she want to run away? Of course, it is a pity that Joshua's wind blade crushing effect was interrupted without waiting for the skill to be chanted. The effect is selected. They are an additional 3 seconds of blindness, 3 seconds of imprisonment, 3 seconds of silence, skill cooling reduced by 45%, and singing time reduced by 3 seconds. Ding, the final selection stage. Please choose your attack method. 1. All arrows are sent out. 2. 1 Jian Chao Zone. 3. Tomb of Death. 4. Nether Claw. 5. The Magic Dragon descends. Which style of painting is the most domineering? There is no doubt that it must be the Wanjian dynasty sect. Joshua stood in the center and shouted a sword. 10,000 swords were sent together, and the scene was so cool. The arrival of the magic dragon is not bad, it should be very domineering. Unfortunately, Joshua still thinks Wanjian Chaozong is more handsome. No matter how he hurts, he will be done with just one word. Ding, your choice is successful. Please name the skill you created. The Devil Sword's Life and Death. The name that is rich in the middle and second breath blurted out. A man will never be second until his death. Ding, congratulations on your successful naming. The skill rating is Legend. Magic Sword Life and Death Tribulation, Legend. Type, Skill. Effect, consume 600 mana points. After chanting for 1 second, the 10,000 Wei sword will be summoned to inflict 50 dark damage on all targets within 900 yards, plus 3 seconds of silence, 3 seconds of imprisonment, 3 seconds of blindness, and cooling time of 330 seconds. Level requirement, LV1. Skill creator, Hunting Angel. Description, an extremely powerful super wide range AoE skill, with 3 additional skill effects. The only drawback is that the damage is a bit low. The effect looks gorgeous, and I have to admit that the damage is really low. Joshua did not choose to increase the cause of the injury. Otherwise, the skill damage can be increased by 90 points to 140 points. LV1 level skills can hit such a high damage, it is already outrageous. The effect is very good with a large range, and Joshua is very satisfied. A skill goes down, not to mention the damage, 3 seconds of silence, 3 seconds of imprisonment, 3 seconds of blindness. Whoever faces such a disgusting effect will explode on the spot. The current Magic Sword Life and Death catastrophe is not the limit for Joshua. Strengthen the Walk. A super terrifying AoE skill will be born in Joshua's hands. Sichuan. Chapter 81 Final Skill, 1000 Swords. Cut the Ring of Hulong Ling. September 10th. Ask for full order. Ding, do you consume 12,800 experience points to strengthen the skill Magic Sword Life and Death +1? Sure. Ding, your Magic Sword Life and Death Catastrophe Enhancement +4, get an additional enhancement option. 1. Dark damage caused by the Demon Sword's Life and Death Tribulation +100 points. 2. The duration of the negative effects of all skills is +1 second. 3. The cooling time of the Devil Sword's Life and Death Tribulation, 30 seconds. Choose 3. Can be used multiple times, and the skill is more powerful. Ding, your Magic Sword Life and Death Catastrophe Enhancement +8, you get 2 additional enhancement options. 1. Dark damage caused by the Devil Sword's Life and Death Tribulation +200 points. 2. The range of the Magic Sword's Life and Death is +100 yards. 3. Rare, the subsequent enhancement consumption is reduced by 50%. 4. Instant, the singing time of Devil Sword's life and death tribulation is reduced to 0 seconds. 3 and 4. Chapter 100. Don't think too much directly. No way, the experience value consumed to strengthen the legendary skills is too high. Ding, do you consume 1310W, minus 50%, experience points to strengthen the skill Magic Sword life and death plus 12. 2. Magic Lightning Paralysis, the magical lightning effect is added to the Magic Sword. When hitting the target, an additional paralysis effect lasting 5 seconds will be added. 3. Rare, the damage caused by the Demon Sword's life and death tribulation plus 400 points. 4. Rare skill cooldown time, 60 seconds. 5. Rare, the range of the Magic Sword's life and death is plus 300 yards. Choose 1, 2, and 4. After selecting the effect, Joshua looked at the enhanced Magic Sword. Magic Sword life and death tribulation plus 12, legend. Type, skill. Effect, consuming 600 points of mana, summon the 10,000 ways of Magic Sword to cause 1310 dark damage to all targets within 1800 yards, plus 9 seconds of silence, 9 seconds of imprisonment, 9 seconds of blindness and 5 seconds of paralysis. Cooling time of 180 seconds, and after the attack, 10,000 swords unite, causing finishing damage to the target in the core area. Level requirement, LV1. Skill creator, Hunting Angel. Then, Joshua used the remaining experience points to strengthen 2 epic Predator treasure chests. Predator's Treasure Box plus 12, epic. Treasure chests for wild predators cannot be opened by others. Effect, after opening, gain 1200 power points and 13 pieces of equipment with a quality not lower than epic level. Predator's Treasure Box plus 12, epic. Treasure chests for wild predators cannot be opened by others. Effect, after opening, get 5,600 dark damage and 13 pieces of equipment with a quality not lower than epic. The 2 treasure chests are opened, the power increases by 1200 points, and there is 5,600 points of dark damage. The Demon Sword's life and death tribulation reached 6,910 points all at once. The increase in combat power can only be described as terrible. Speaking of which, I really want to thank the 2 epic level bosses at level LV50. Let's get the equipment first. Along the way, Joshua was fast, and after a while, he had reached his destination. What surprised Joshua was that Dragon Knight gun sweeping the end and a player had arrived here. Almost late. It seems that the kid told him the time was wrong. Joshua recalled the time when the gun swept the horizon, the difference was at least 3 days. If it wasn't for the first time after leaving Novice Village to rush here, the Ring of Dragon Spirit would fall into this guy's hands. I don't know if the other side remembered it wrong or deliberately concealed it. The 2 did not notice Joshua, and seemed to be handing over tasks. It is not far from completing the task and getting the Ring of Dragon Spirit. How to stop it? Of course it was cut off. Striding to the old man in front of the posted mission, the warrior ID of Novice Village above his head lights up. Despite the high guilt value on his body, he was also suppressed by the warriors of Novice Village. Warrior, what can you do for help? I'm looking for a lost ring, Dragon Spirit Ring. I heard you have it here. Let's make a price. This is a treasure of inheritance and cannot be sold. The face of the NPC was embarrassed. I am for justice, for the holy light. Do you want to be an enemy of the Temple of Light? I confiscated the Dragon Spirit Ring in your hand. Joshua picked up a token of the Temple of Light, which was an item obtained by killing the Knight of Light Arthurs. Not much use, but it works well for local NPCs. Sure enough, the old NPC paled when he saw the token lit in Joshua's hand. He was a downright dragon knight, the dragon died and he was seriously injured. Not to mention the current lack of strength, even in its heyday, he dare not provoke the Temple of Light. He opened his mouth and didn't say a word of rejection for a long time. Will you still pay me back? Is our Temple of Light the kind of people who take other people's treasures and don't return it? We don't take civilian property. Anyway, labor and capital were not from the Temple of Light, so the pot was thrown on them. Lend me a year first. Even if you don't use it, occupying the pit and not shit, you can still make the development of the gun sweeping end a year late. The Dragon Spirit Ring is very powerful and belongs to the exclusive equipment of the Dragon Knight.